Chapter 41. The car was a rust-stained Ford that was almost as old as Giselle. It barely looked roadworthy, but her companion selected it over newer, better vehicles. At first, she didn't understand why, but then she knew. It had no alarm as standard, and was too neglected to have acquired one. She watched, a little in awe, as it took him 6 seconds to jimmy the lock and less than 20 to cross the wires beneath the steering column to get the engine started. She'd known cars could be hot-wired, but had never seen anyone actually do it. The ease with which he managed it surprised her. "Get in," he said. She didn't care for the way those 2 short words sounded suspiciously close to an order, but now was not the time to discuss his manners. She did as instructed, reluctantly at first because she knew it was stolen. She saw that he noticed she didn't like getting into a stolen car any more than she'd liked him torturing and executing a man. He didn't comment, though. Giselle slumped in the passenger's seat and closed the door. She fastened her seatbelt and he pulled away from the curb, accelerating hard. Cars and buildings flashed past the window. She glimpsed smudges of people and the blur of bright signs glowing through the rain and night. Her companion drove like a race car driver, fast but in control, effortlessly weaving through the traffic while Giselle braced against the forces, trying to fling her from side to side. He braked sharply to avoid a turning bus, and the seatbelt stopped her from hurtling forward. Before she had taken a breath, the force of the car's acceleration pushed her back into the seat. From the corner of her eye, she saw him glancing at her, concerned for her or what she might be doing, she didn't know. She kept her own gaze forward, and her mind on making sure the contents of her stomach stayed where they belonged. Thank God she hadn't eaten for hours. She looked at his face. It was as blank as it had been when she had first met him in Yvette's flat, as if nothing had happened between then and now. "Aren't you scared?" she said. He didn't answer her. It didn't matter, she was scared enough for both of them. I've never seen anyone die before. I've never even seen a corpse. This is crazy." "There'll be time to reflect later. For now, we need to put as much distance between us and the warehouse as possible." A horn blared as they overtook another car. She looked over her shoulder to see the silhouette of the car's driver gesticulating his anger. She turned back, reaching out to grab the dashboard in an effort to steady herself as he performed another fast overtake. A moment later, Giselle noticed the car was slowing down. "Why are you—" She stopped because she saw lights flashing ahead, and seconds later the wailing of sirens reached her ears, and a police car sped past them in the opposite lane. She twisted in her seat to watch it disappear into the distance. "Do you think they're heading to the warehouse?" "Most certainly." "Will those gunmen still be there?" He shook his head. "They'll be long gone by now, like us. That's why we have to keep moving." She thought of the terror she'd felt hiding behind the desk, waiting to be killed. Tears welled in her eyes, and she wiped them away with a sleeve before he could notice. She was determined not to cry. She didn't want to be weak. Tears were losing control of emotions, and she had to stay in control. She felt strange. Not exactly scared, but hyper-alert and aware of every sound and sight and sensation assailing her. She'd experienced something similar while experimenting with drugs at university. This was real, though, not some chemical artificially changing her consciousness. Her ears were hot. She placed a thumb to her neck to feel her pulse. The bursts of pressure were so fast she couldn't count them. "Are you okay?" the man asked as he accelerated again now that the police car had vanished into the distance behind them. A moment ago the answer would have been yes. Now she felt panicked. "My pulse," she said. "My heart is beating too fast. I'm scared." He reached across and put the tips of 2 fingers over her carotid artery, driving one-handed. He held the fingers there for a few seconds. "Your pulse is about 132 beats per minute. That's fast, but nothing to be scared of. Breathe deeply and hold before releasing slowly." She did. "Nothing to be scared of," she repeated in her thoughts. "There you go. he said. "It's dropping already. You're fine." She nodded. She didn't feel fine, but she felt slightly better. "What you're feeling is perfectly normal." "Then why aren't you going through the same?" "This isn't my first time in combat." "Are you saying you're used to it?" "How do you get used to it?" "Like anything else. With experience." Giselle stared at him. She wanted to ask what other experiences he'd had, but at the same time she also didn't want to know. She kept her lips closed. She watched the man as he drove, studying his expressionless face and rigid posture. Whoever he was, whatever his name, however he claimed to be protecting her, could she really trust him? No, she told herself. He glanced her way, and she had been too lost in thought to look aside before their gazes met. His eyes were as black as the night outside. She didn't know who he was. She didn't know where he was taking her. She swallowed her fear before it could smash through her facade of composure. She sat upright. If he wasn't going to suggest it, then she was. "We ought to go to the police." "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" "Because of what just happened. The shooting. The killing. Armed men attacked us. This is a huge deal. We were involved. We have to explain what happened." "It won't do any good." She stared, incredulous. "How did you work that out?" He said nothing. She looked at him. "You mean it won't do any good for you, don't you?" He didn't answer. "Because you killed 2 men. Shit, you tortured one too. Oh, God, this is crazy. You're psychotic." "I did it to protect you." "Then tell them that. I'm a witness. I can back you up." He was shaking his head. "I'm not going to the police under any circumstances." "And what about me? I can go. I'll explain what happened." "They'll work it out eventually by themselves." "That's not the point. It's our civic duty to report a crime. We have to. It's the law. They can help us. They can help me." "No, they can't." "That's what they do. That's the point. Slow down." "Soon," he said. "Slow down," she insisted. "Now. You're going to get us both killed." "When we're far enough away from danger, I will, not before." She thumbed the button to release the seatbelt. It swiftly glanced across her chest. He saw. "Put that back on." "No," she said. "It stays off until you slow down." He took his eyes from the road to meet with hers. She fought not to blink under the intensity of his gaze, but she held firm. She needed to make this stand. He looked away, and the car began to slow to something approaching the speed limit. "Engage the seatbelt," he said. She reached for it. "If you drive crazy again, it comes off. Understood?" He nodded, and she pushed the clasp back in the receiver. "Alec used to drive like a maniac when I was a kid. I hated being in the car with him. That's probably why it took me so long to learn to drive." "Understood," the man said. "Now, please, if you don't mind, take me to the police so I can sort this mess out." He said, "There is no way to sort it. At least not for the police. You need protection, and the police aren't going to protect you. They're going to take your statement and drive you home and leave a car outside your building overnight. And then what happens if they don't catch whoever is after you? Do you think that car will stay outside for the rest of your life? What about at your office?" She said nothing. "The police are not bodyguards. They will investigate thoroughly and completely, but only once you're dead. Until then, you're a waste of their resources." "So you're saying I'm helpless?" "No. I'll help you. We'll get through this together." She was shaking her head before he had finished. "No, just take me to a police station, please." "Not now. We have to create some distance first. If you still want to later, I will." She nodded because she didn't believe him and she didn't want him to know.
Fine, she said. Then we call Alec. We need to find out if the others are okay and let Igor know what happened.
He didn't respond.
Did you hear me? I want to know if Dmitri and the others got away.
Later.
Fine, she said again. In the meantime, I have to use a bathroom.
Soon. You'll have to hold it.
I can't.
His eyes flicked between the road and hers. She felt as though he would see through the lie had he not had to keep glancing away. Okay, he said finally. Chapter 42. The car stopped a few minutes later and Giselle was opening the door before he had finished applying the handbrake. I'm leaving the engine running, he told her. Be as fast as you can. If you hear a horn, I want you back here fast. Understand? She nodded without looking at him.
I've got it.
The garage forecourt was empty of other cars. He'd parked close to the entrance of the store and she hurried the short distance to the doors, pushing one open with a shoulder and stepping into the warmth. The bright fluorescent lights made her squint after so long in the car. She searched with her eyes for the sign to the bathroom. A small sign was affixed to the wall above a door near the counter. You have to buy something, the young man said from behind a till.
I just want to splash some water on my face. I'll be quick, please.
He was shaking his head before she'd finished talking. You have to buy something. Giselle sighed and fished around in her pockets and collected some coins in a palm. She turned over her hand to set them down on the counter and headed for the bathroom. What are you buying? The man asked. She pushed open the door. Anything. It doesn't matter. You pick. Inside, she engaged the lock and leaned back against it. She took big, urgent gulps of air, then remembered what her companion had said and slowed her breathing and felt calmer. She didn't need to use the toilet. She didn't want to splash water on her face. She didn't know what to think or do. She figured she had about 5 minutes before he would come looking for her. Giselle studied her reflection in the small mirror mounted above a sink stained with lime scale. The harsh light wasn't doing her skin any favors. She was always struggling with her complexion, but now her makeup was smudged and her mascara had run. She was pale and drawn, and her eyes were red and puffy. Her hair was a mess. Not that any of it mattered now. She took her phone from her coat pocket. Giselle thumbed the screen and tapped in her code to unlock it. There were numerous texts and messages and updates and notifications that competed for her attention, but she ignored them all and tapped the icon to make a call. Then she tapped 999. Her thumb hovered over the dial icon. We can't go to the police, he'd said. He would say that. He'd killed at least 2 men, torturing one of them. Whoever was after her, he was just as bad as they were. She didn't know who he was. She didn't even know his name. He'd rescued her, but from whom? For all she knew, the men chasing her might be the good guys. Her companion certainly wasn't. The police hadn't been much help before, but she understood why. Nothing had actually happened to her. No crime had been committed. But they would help her now that people were dead. They would believe her. They would protect her. Like her nameless companion had. Shit, she whispered aloud. Whoever he was, whatever he had done, he had risked his life to protect her. The 2 men who had chased them to the train yard had shot at them, or at least him. If it hadn't been for her companion, who knows where she would be now? Captured? Dead? Giselle pushed the home button to cancel the call and slid the phone back inside her pocket. She wasn't prepared to sell him out to the police after what he'd done, but she had spent enough time in his company. She stood on her tiptoes to unlatch the window lock and push the window open. She slid off her coat and pushed it through the gap, climbing up as it fell out of sight and wriggling through after it. It was only a short drop to the ground outside. It felt like nothing after the drop from the warehouse window. He was waiting for her. She didn't see him straight away as he was standing with his back to the wall, out of her line of sight until she turned her head. Startled, she put a palm to her chest. Come on, Giselle, he said. We don't have time for this.
Get away from me, you fucking psycho.
We've been through this, he said, stepping toward her.
You're a psychopath. You murdered a defenseless man.
You wouldn't let me torture him, so no logical reason to keep him alive. He'll be one less enemy to potentially deal with at a later time.
You call that logic? He was wounded. He wasn't a threat. He was shot, for God's sake. And you could still have questioned him.
To no gain, he said. You took away his incentive to tell the truth. Any answer he gave would have been a lie. Her eyes were wide with shock and disgust at his blunt logic. She didn't know how to respond at first.
You can't be sure of that.
Hence the necessity of torture.
That's no justification. Torture does not work. In my research...
He cut her off. When all this is over, I'll happily debate with you the merits or demerits of torture, but we don't have time. We need to go. I'm here to protect you, Giselle, and to do that, you have to stay with me until this is over. She stepped away from him.
Until what is over? What is this?
Until the threat against your father is over.
Stepfather. Those guys back there, they weren't Russian gangsters, were they? At the train tracks. That man was British.
He was. As for the others, I don't know, but you're right. They're not Russian mob. She kept backing away as he approached.
Then who are they?
I have no idea.
What do they want with Alec?
I don't know that either, but they want you for it.
And can you stop them?
He hesitated. She hadn't expected that. She ceased backing away because he was no longer coming toward her. I can't promise that, he said finally, but there's nothing I won't do trying. She saw the sincerity in his eyes, even if she couldn't bring herself to believe him. He continued, The police can't help you. We have no evidence. We have no idea who these people are or what it is they're after beyond you. The police can't do anything with that. By the time they work out what's going on, you'll be dead. I can't allow that. I won't allow that.
It's not up to you, she protested. It's my life. I'm in charge of me. However much you care about it, you don't care about it as much as I do. I'm not a child. I don't know you. I don't have to do what you say. If I want to go to the police, then you should respect my decision.
It's not about respecting you or not. In this instance, I know more about these things than you do, and I'm the best person to make decisions on how to keep you alive.
Maybe so, and I will carefully consider your advice. But ultimately, I make my own decisions. You can't force me to do what you say.
She read his look.
Are you telling me I don't have a choice?
I'm telling you that it's better if you come with me willingly.
So you're prepared to kidnap me to stop them kidnapping me?
It's not like that.
What is it then? What else do you call it?
Protective custody.
With emphasis on the word custody.
He said, for your own good, so I can make sure no harm comes to you.
You say it as if you really mean it.
Please, Giselle. Stay with me until morning. Let me protect you until then, at least. Get some sleep, and at first light, if you want to go to the police, then I'll drop you off at the nearest station. By morning, the police will have a good idea of what happened at the warehouse, so you're more likely to be believed than if you go now. But until then, you need to be at my side. Whoever attacked the warehouse is still out there, and if they tried that hard to get to you, they will be looking for you now. So we have to get off the streets. She eyed him, suspicious but failing to find a lie.
You'll really take me to the police in the morning if I want?
He nodded.
Swear?
He nodded.
Say it.
Okay, he said. I swear.
Okay, she said. I'll stay with you tonight. But only because I can't get my head around any of this, and I don't even know what I tell the police. You're right. I need to sleep, and I have to think.
Good. First we need to destroy your phone. Before you protest, it could be traced. I'll buy you a new one. A sigh.
Fine.
He led her back to the car and they climbed in. After a moment, Giselle said,
What would you have done if I hadn't come with you willingly?
He turned, released the handbrake, and checked the mirrors. He didn't look at her. It's probably best if I don't answer that. Chapter 43. They drove through run-down areas that looked worse for the night and rain. Rubbish bags were piled up near lampposts, graffiti-covered walls and bus stops were vandalized. High streets consisted of betting shops and 99-pence stores and a multitude of fast food outlets. The cafe Viktor selected was open all night and had the red and white bands of the Polish flag in the signage. The air inside seemed thick with the smell of grease and loud with an argument in the kitchen that flowed through the fly strips hanging down over an open doorway. Viktor took a seat so his back was against the far wall and stopped Giselle when she went to sit down opposite him. That one, he said, pointing to the chair next to her. She glanced over her shoulder at the large plate glass window at the front of the cafe and didn't comment as she took it. He liked that she understood without being told that he wanted a clear view of the street outside. She was no professional, but she was a fast learner. Viktor ordered the soup of the day and a coffee and wouldn't allow Giselle to just have the tap water she asked for. She'll have a Coke, he said for her. When the waiter had gone, she said,
Don't do that again.
Do what?
Order for me. Don't tell me what I can and can't have.
You need the sugar, Giselle. It'll help calm you down. She studied him.
Then say that. Don't treat me like I'm an idiot.
He nodded. I'm sorry. I'm not used to having to explain myself. She shrugged.
It's okay. I can see you're not good with people.
He didn't respond to that. They waited in silence for a moment.
Giselle said, I have a friend from uni days. She lives in Chiswick. We could stay with her.
No, the man said. Now they've lost us. They could be watching people you know, expecting you to seek refuge.
Shit,
she said. It's okay. It helps us. She nodded, understanding.
So they'll be spread thin.
Exactly.
Then I wish I had more friends.
She sighed and stood.
I have to use the bathroom.
When she saw his look, she added,
Don't worry. I'm not going to try to sneak off again. Lesson learned and all that.
The thought never occurred to me. He watched her walk to the bathroom. The soup and the Coke arrived while Giselle was in the bathroom. The soup was Polish tomato, and it was served hot enough to make an excellent projectile weapon, should it come to it. Viktor ordered a second bowl of it and a ham sandwich for Giselle, figuring she'd gain her appetite when she saw it.
Don't be thinking I'm eating that, she said as she sat down. I have a rule about not putting anything in my mouth that had 4 legs in the face, or 2 legs, or fins. Anything that was alive, basically.
He looked at her.
Before he could respond, she snapped, Don't give me any shit about it, or I'll tear your head off. I kid you not.
I can tell, and I assure you I wasn't going to give you any. He left a pause. About it. I respect your self-discipline.
Really?
He nodded. Yes, really. Any willing sacrifice is worthy of respect.
Why do I feel like you're trying to take the piss?
I don't know why you feel like that. Maybe I'm not very good at giving out compliments, or you're not good at receiving them. Giselle's face softened and she said,
Probably both.
She popped the tab of the can of Coke and took a gulp. She burped.
Sorry.
Viktor ate his soup while keeping his gaze on the passing foot and vehicular traffic. There was only one other customer, an old guy in a huge trench coat who dipped biscuits into a mug of tea. The argument in the kitchen flared up intermittently. Viktor's Polish was rusty, but he got the gist of it. The new hire wasn't working hard enough and didn't much like being told so. Victor guessed they were members of the same family. "Good?" Giselle asked. "The soup?"
"Yeah, the soup."
He nodded. "Make sure you drink all of that Coke."
"Yes, Dad."
"What's next?" "We'll ditch the car and take public transport. The more we vary our route and our mode of transportation, the harder we'll be to track. A moving target is a hard target." She sighed. He saw that the enormity of the predicament was weighing on her, so he asked, "How long have you lived in London?"
"Half my life, I guess."
The distraction worked. She relaxed a little.
"I used to board in a private school in Buckinghamshire. My mother had been taught there and wanted me to have the education she'd had. I don't know why. She grew up to marry a gangster. Great use of her education there, right? Maybe she wanted me to reach the same lofty heights. On holidays I would go back to Russia. Within a few years it didn't feel like home anymore. I always hated Alec and couldn't wait to come back to England. Then, when Mom died, I stopped flying back on the holidays and stayed with friends. I barely heard from Alec and made no effort to contact him. He carried on putting money in my bank account every month, and I even hated him for that. I still spent it, of course. I figured he owed me for what he put me and my mother through. Now I feel like a hypocrite for taking his money when I know how he made it. I put the deposit down on my flat with his money. I intend to pay it back eventually, when I'm actually earning a real wage. Commendable of you. Maybe. It seems to me I have to work twice as hard to be a good person because of who he is. Not that it makes any sense. Is that why you want to be a lawyer? I guess so. I originally wanted to be a lawyer so I could go after Alec. She laughed. I'll put that down to teen angst, though. Now I've calmed down a little and I don't want to use the law against people, but for them. I'm not sure why I'm telling you all this when you're a criminal like him. I'm nothing like him. Her forehead creased. Yeah, right. How are you so very different then? He thought for a moment. I keep my word. I would never betray an ally. She studied him. So Alec betrayed you? He nodded. Then why are you helping him? I told you. I'm not doing it for him. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, I remember. It's all for my wonderful mother. I hope I'm as great as her one day. She looked away and finished the can of Coke, then tapped her nails against it. Last night, I saw this moth with only one wing trying to fly. It made me so sad. Victor had no idea how to respond. Chapter 44. London was a 24-hour city. Taxis and buses flowed along its arterial streets all through the night. The bus's route wasn't important. After leaving the cafe, they had taken the first that had arrived at the stop. Victor paid cash for his ticket while Giselle had a prepaid travel card she touched against the reader. The driver was an old Jamaican with 2 thick strips of white hair above his ears. He didn't hide his annoyance at having to pick up the handful of coins Victor had paid with. A few tired souls occupied seats on the bottom level, all sitting as far away from one another as the seating arrangement would let them. A woman in a green coat looked up from her book at Victor as he passed her. He directed Giselle to the back of the bus, where they sat down near a man in work boots and a padded jacket, enjoying the extra warmth generated by the bus's engine. When the man alighted 2 stops later, Victor took his seat so he was next to the emergency exit. He gestured for Giselle to follow him. Precaution, he explained, and she nodded. He liked that she didn't ask him to explain his actions any more than he had to. A group of rowdy young guys boarded and stood in the center of the bus. They had the loud voices and exaggerated movements of inebriation. They laughed and joked about their evening so far and were expecting more fun when they reached their next destination. One looked Giselle's way and Victor smelled the trouble in the air as easily as he could smell the alcohol and cologne. Even a drunk man could see that Victor and Giselle were no couple, with the age gap and lack of intimacy.
He was tall and well-built with perfectly styled hair, shiny tanned skin, and shirt sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms covered in elaborate ink. He took a step forward, swaying under the bus's movements, holding onto a bar for support. "No," Viktor mouthed. The young guy stopped, doing a double take, not quite understanding the situation initially, but his lizard brain knew danger when it saw it, despite the alcohol, and he snapped his eyes away. Giselle glanced across at Viktor but said nothing. In part to hide his embarrassment and in part on the hunt for further amusement, the young guy with the perfect hair turned his attention to the nearest available alternative, the woman in a green coat who sat near him, reading a paperback book, doing her best not to attract the attention of the group. He lifted it from her hands, asking, "What you got there, darling?" She stiffened under the sudden violation of her personal space and property. The fear in her eyes was as obvious as the menace had been in Viktor's. She pushed herself back in her seat to create space between her and the man with the forearm tattoos.
"Men can be such idiots," Giselle said. "Can't he see he's frightening her?"
Viktor said nothing. He watched the scene before them. The woman in the green coat didn't answer. The young guy flicked through the book, saying, "Haven't read one of these since school. Any good?" Undeterred by her silence, he took the seat next to her. She recoiled and tried to stand up to get past him. "Hey, don't be like that. I'm trying to be friendly here." He grabbed her by the wrist to pull her back onto the seat, and she slapped him. "Shit," he hissed. The slap and his reaction stunned the rest of the bus, including his friends, into silence.
"Give me my book and leave me alone," she said.
One of the friends said, "You didn't have to hit him." "Don't be such a prick tease," another added.
"This is going to get bad," Giselle said to Viktor. "Do something."
He shook his head. "We don't draw attention to ourselves." The young guy with the perfect hair and shiny tanned skin stood, and the woman backed away from him, but into his friends. They didn't restrain her, but they didn't get out of her way either. He rubbed his cheek and threw the book to the floor. "How would you like it if I slapped you?" he asked. "What's going on back there?" the bus driver shouted.
"Do something," Giselle said again. "You can stop this."
Viktor didn't respond.
The woman said, "Just leave me alone. I didn't ask you to sit next to me."
"I was trying to be friendly," the young guy responded, "and you fucking slapped me."
"You scared me."
"Do I look like a scary bloke to you?" he asked, stepping forward until he was inches from her face, then leaning closer, using his height and size to best advantage, threatening by proximity, making her recoil down and away. "Stop that, you dickhead," Giselle said and stood. "Leave her alone." She took Viktor by surprise, and he wasn't fast enough to stop her. She'd already taken a step forward before his hand had grabbed her coat. The young guy turned toward Giselle. "Stay out of it."
"What exactly is your problem?" she said in response. "Are you that pathetic you have to feel like a man by intimidating women?"
Viktor tried to pull her back, but she resisted.
"Let go of me."
"No." The young guy, seeing the chance to distract from the insult, laughed. "Looks like this is the party bus tonight, boys." His friends joined in the laughter. Giselle turned to face Viktor.
"Let go of me right now, or this is nothing to the amount of attention I will bring on us."
He saw the strength of will in her eyes and released her coat. He knew better than anyone that some battles could not be won by force alone. She turned back and approached the young guy with perfect hair.
"Get off at the next stop and teach yourself some basic manners. You'll thank me in the morning."
"You don't get to tell me what to do. Who the fuck do you think you are?" Viktor stood and moved closer, keeping out of the way in respect for Giselle's wishes, but close enough to intervene should it prove necessary. Including the tanned guy with the tattoos, there were 5. They were young and fit. The latter because they went to the gym to look good, not for health, but building muscle to attract women built strength too. A reasonable level of endurance could be expected, based on age if nothing else, but no fighting experience beyond the occasional street brawl that was over in a punch or two. They didn't yet know how exhausting real combat could be. They wouldn't find out either if it came to it, because it would be over long before they tired. Giselle said, "I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what you should do." He frowned, confused and insulted and embarrassed in front of his friends. Fuck off," he said, and shoved Giselle. Viktor was already moving, but she snapped out her hand, grabbing the guy's fist, her thumb across his knuckle line, and twisted clockwise, rolling the fist in wrist and elbow until the arm was pointing up and locked, and all the pressure was in his shoulder, trying to torque the joint past where the socket would let it go. Her free hand pushing down against the guy's upturned elbow increased the pressure and forced him down until he was on his knees, grunting and wailing. The speed and violence of the move stunned his friends, but only for a second. One stepped forward, then another. The others would soon follow. Viktor said to them, "Of all the times in your life that you need to make the right decision, this is the most important." One said, "What does that mean?" "It means I'm giving you all the chance to go home tonight without a detour to the hospital. Take it." They hesitated. He stared each one in the eye, seeing each fighting the internal battle between courage and fear, and showing them that in turn he fought none. "Let go of me!" the young guy with the tattoos yelled at Giselle. "Once you've apologized to her," the woman in the green coat, wide-eyed, said, That's really not necessary." Giselle applied extra pressure to the lock, and the young guy yelled, Okay, I'm sorry." "And you'll get off at the next stop?" Giselle asked. "Yes." Viktor used a knuckle to ring the bell, and the bus came to a stop a moment later. The doors hissed open, and Giselle released the hold. The young guy with the no longer perfect hair struggled to his feet with the help of his friends, and they disembarked. Viktor didn't take his gaze from them until the doors had hissed closed again, and they were throwing insults from the safety of the pavement outside. "Are you okay?" Giselle asked the woman in the green coat. She nodded with enthusiasm. "You totally kicked his ass. Thank you." Giselle smiled in response. "You're welcome." Viktor said, "We have to get off this bus." Chapter 45. What a day. Andrei Linikin sipped from a bottle of Peroni and took a bite from his takeout burger. He sat behind his desk in the office above his club. He had not gone out to get the food, of course. One of the idiots working for him had fetched it. The idiot was not only stupid but slow. The burger was barely lukewarm. Still, Linikin was hungry and wolfed down the food. The man he'd sent was one of the ones busted over the head by the asshole in the suit. He looked ridiculous with bandages wrapped around his skull. Linikin was making him and the others jump through hoops, keeping them on their toes with fear of what he might do in retribution for their failure. He didn't let on that they would not be punished, that it was he who felt responsible for what had happened to them. He hoped that soon the matter would be satisfactorily resolved. Moran had wisely fled the city, if the rumors were to be believed. Linikin had all sorts of pain planned for him if he ever returned. True loyalty could not be bought. It had to be enforced. There were practical considerations, too. His men expected him to be strong. His enemies would fear him only if they believed him to be strong. His bosses would remove him if he was shown to be anything but strong. He didn't feel strong, but he kept that to himself. He finished the last of the burger, leaving the gherkin, and washed it down with the rest of the Peroni. A king's banquet, he thought to himself. Commotion from beyond his office door made him sit upright and reach for the sawed-off shotgun he kept behind his desk. He held it out of sight as a precaution. It would not do for his few remaining able men to see him with a gun in hand unless it was unavoidable. If they thought him scared, they would be scared in turn, and he needed them to be fearless. They had pistols in shoulder rigs or tucked in waistbands, plus shivs, brass knuckles, and an assortment of other tools for killing and maiming. Lincoln didn't pay too much attention. His only concern was that his men were better equipped than London's police force. He couldn't quite believe it when he had first arrived in the city and been informed of this. "Don't insult my intelligence," he had said, thinking he was being played for a fool. Then, when he realized it was the truth, "Are they trying to make it easy for us? Imbeciles." He'd subsequently learned about the armed response teams, but knowing that the regular cops carried nothing more fearsome than a club was a source of constant amusement. The door opened. A figure stood in the doorway. A woman with blonde hair and green eyes. Her. "Hello, Andre," Anderton said, pleasant and courteous. He toyed with the beer bottle. "I find it funny how you English speakers use that word to greet one another in person, when it was invented specifically for use with the telephone." "How educational," she said, stepping into the room. "What do you want?" "I see I've interrupted your dinner." Lincoln brushed the greasy burger wrapping to one side. "I'm done. Why are you here? You told me that I'd never see you again." "This is true, but circumstances have evolved since our last conversation." "I haven't got the girl, if that's what you mean. I delegated it to a man named Blake Moran. She interrupted him. Lincoln hated such disrespect, but managed to maintain his composure. "I know. I've known the whole time, but I'm not here because of the girl. I'm here because I'd like to talk to you about the man who came to see you." Lincoln took his time before responding. She had interrupted him. Now she could wait. "You mean the man who cracked open the skulls of 2 of my men and threatened to kill me? The man who only did so because of the— how did you put it? Favor you asked of me." "There was no favor. You were well paid for your services." "We'll have to disagree on that," Lincoln said. "I'm not in the kidnapping business, as I told you before. But you didn't leave me any choice, did you? With all those thinly veiled threats." Anderton took a seat opposite him. "I don't remember asking you to sit down." She smiled at him. "You must have forgotten your manners." "Momentarily, of course. And yes," she said in answer to his earlier question, "that's the man I mean. He's caused me a lot of problems tonight." "I'll shed a tear for you later." She pursed her lips and nodded. Lincoln was glad of any offense he could cause. He both feared her and hated her, and was determined not to let this woman think she had any control over him. One of Lincoln's doormen stumbled through the doorway behind her. His face was bloody. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lincoln, He waved his hand. "Just get out." The doorman left. "Did you have to do that?" Lincoln asked. She smiled. "I assure you, I was most polite." "Can we get to the point?" "Of course. May I have something to drink? I'm a little thirsty." Lincoln said, "Sure. My bladder's full." He reached for his fly. "I'll let that one go, but only because I know what you're doing. You don't like me, I understand. You're not used to taking orders from anyone, least of all a woman, yes? And especially not when that results in you being embarrassed in front of your men. But you need to understand who I am. You need to understand that you only exist in this city by the grace of me and me alone. With one email, I can have every one of your men arrested." He shrugged to hide his anger and fear. "So what? You have nothing on me. You're a devil, but you're a government succubus. You wouldn't dare coming after me head-on." She considered for a moment. "Perhaps. But why should I, when with one phone call I can have your poppy fields in northern Helmand burned to ashes?" He stiffened at the threat. She saw it and smiled.
How will you explain that one to the bosses back home?
Lincoln, teeth clenched, exhaled through his nose. What do you want?
I've told you. Information about your visitor. 6'2", dark hair and eyes, suit. What is his name?
He didn't give one.
What did he say to you?
He was looking for the girl. He thought she'd been taken. She absorbed this.
What else?
That was about it.
I'm sure there was more to your discussion than that. He killed 3 of Moran's men and disabled 2 of yours. That's a lot of damage just to ask one question.
He didn't say who he was, and I wasn't in a position to interrogate him, okay?
Did you tell him about me?
The point. Lincoln said, I don't know anything about you, do I?
That's not answering my question.
He had a gun to my head. I was at his mercy. What did you expect me to do? She nodded. False sympathy and faux understanding smeared across her perfectly made-up face.
Do you know why I hired you in the first place?
Lincoln shrugged. Because you're lazy?
Cute. I hired you because I didn't want any blowback. I didn't want to be connected. I wanted someone to kidnap the girl from me, someone who didn't know why, and who didn't know who she was.
And your point is?
Now you do. Now I'm connected because you're connected. My point is that means we're either enemies or friends.
Which would you prefer?
I think it's more a case of which would you prefer, Andre.
What do you English say about with friends like these?
We also say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
What are you proposing?
We work together to solve this problem. I believe this man is still in London with the girl. Your network has eyes and ears. Keep them open. That's it.
Lincoln considered. And if we spot them?
Inform me. My people will do the rest.
Aside from his face, I know nothing about him.
That's no problem. He's with the girl. Look for her, and you'll find them both.
Lincoln nodded. Okay. Deal. I know what he did to warrant my vengeance. But what is this girl to you? Anderton didn't answer. She stood up and left. Lincoln watched her go, hoping the suited man would kill her to save him the bother. But he wanted the man for himself. He had given his word. Chapter 46. It was still raining when they alighted a few stops later, leaving enough of a distance between them and the group of drunk guys to ensure they did not cross paths again, but not staying on the bus for any longer than they had to. He found another car to steal, this time a 20-year-old Vauxhall station wagon. That was a nice move back there, Viktor said when they were both inside, but you really shouldn't have gotten involved.
I'm not like you. I wasn't going to let him hurt her.
He didn't hurt her. Not physically. At least not at that point.
But no one deserves to be intimidated like that.
Viktor said, but when you intervened, you couldn't have known what the end result would be. Had I had to become involved, things could have turned out very differently.
Or maybe I knew that as soon as that greasy prick was challenged, he would back down. Maybe you need to start giving me a little more credit. I've been taking self-defense classes for months. I knew what I was doing. Plus, I carry a can of pepper spray, just in case.
It could have escalated into something very bad for both of us.
But it didn't, did it?
No, he admitted.
And it didn't put us at any additional risk, did it?
He hesitated, then had no choice but to agree. It did not. She stopped and looked at him.
So what exactly is your problem?
He considered her, and if not for the danger they were in, might have smiled. You'll make a good lawyer someday, Giselle. Of that I have no doubt.
I'll take that as you conceding the argument.
He didn't answer. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the beginnings of a smile, but it disappeared within a heartbeat, and she said,
Maybe you need to start trusting me.
He nodded to placate her. He didn't trust her, not when their lives were in danger, but he was impressed with her resolve. She was calmer than any civilian should be in such a situation. For now, at least, he did not have to be concerned with Giselle's actions or inactions further complicating his job. Except this was no job. It was a favor on behalf of a dead woman. He focused on the road ahead to prevent the memories from surfacing. This wasn't the moment to let himself be distracted, both for his sake and the sake of the young woman sitting next to him. She didn't ask where they were going, but he guessed that was because the enormity of what had happened was hitting home. He expected her to cry, but she didn't. His eyes flicked between the mirrors as he drove, watching out for pursuers, but after 10 minutes he was sure there were none. After another 10, he allowed himself to think about what to do next. The immediate danger may have passed, but a whole new level of threat had materialized. Whoever these guys were, they were not Russian. And they were not gangsters. They were mercenaries. Good ones. Eventually, Giselle said, "We can't wait any longer. We need to find out if Dmitri and the others made it. Back at the warehouse, I mean. We shouldn't have left them. We need to contact Alec or Igor." "No," Viktor said. "Don't be a bastard. They were trying to protect me just as much as you were. Maybe more so. I need to know they're okay. I'm worried about them." "They're all dead, so stop worrying." "I can't believe you just said that. You can't be sure they're dead." Viktor said nothing to that. Apart from Igor, the Russians were all dead. He stayed quiet because Giselle wasn't ready to accept it. "As you killed my phone, let me borrow yours for a minute so I can call Alec." "I don't have a phone." Her eyes widened with disbelief. "What? Then you're the only person who doesn't." "I came to the same conclusion myself." "This is ridiculous." The annoyance turned to despair. "I need to know if they're all right. I need to know." She exhaled sharply. "You don't give a shit about them, do you?" He saw the hostility in her eyes. He was used to such looks, but it was essential to keep her on his side. He couldn't protect her if she saw him as an enemy. "Okay. I'll call your stepfather." A few minutes later, he stopped the car next to a payphone and left the engine running and the driver's door open while he went inside to call Nurimov. As soon as the line connected, Viktor said, "She's okay." Nurimov breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Put her on the phone." Viktor looked at her sitting in the passenger seat, rubbing her shoulder, staring expectantly at him, waiting to hear about Dmitri and the others. He shook his head and he watched as she put her face in her hands. "Not now," Viktor said. "What do you know?" "Only what Igor told me. He called not long before you did." "Which is?" Viktor asked. "That when he tried returning to the warehouse, it was swarming with cops." He thought about this for a moment, then summarized the attack and subsequent escape, finishing with, "Dmitri sacrificed himself." "That hurts me. My poor boys. They were good men." "No one who works for you is a good man." "They died for me. For Giselle. Whatever wrongs they did before then are irrelevant. When Giselle is safe, I will grieve for them. They deserve that of me, at least." "Giselle is far from safe. The assaulters were mercenaries, pros, with suppressed MP5s, body armor, and flashbangs. I killed 2 of them, maybe 3, but there are as many more still alive." "What aren't you telling me, Alec?" I don't understand what you mean." A rival organization is not going to hire a team of professional mercenaries just to kidnap your daughter. That seems a little excessive, don't you think?
"I agree. They must have known I sent men to London to protect her."
Viktor didn't respond. "If there's something you're keeping from me, then you should know I'm going to find out what it is, and you'd better pray that I don't learn that you've put Giselle or me in danger as a result."
"Vasily, I'll swear on my life if that's what it takes. I've told you everything.
It is your life you're swearing on. A pause, then,
In time, you'll see I'm telling the truth. Until then, I implore you to get Giselle out of the country. Bring her to me, to St. Petersburg, where I can protect her.
Negative. You can't protect her from these people. 4 of your men just died to prove that fact. Until I know more, we're not moving.
But
the decision is not yours to make. Your safe house was blown. If your enemies knew about that, they know everything. Giselle stays with me until I've figured out exactly what is going on. Norimov was quiet for a long moment. Eventually he said,
Okay.
Because there was nothing else he could say. Where's Yegor now?
Driving. He's waiting to hear from you.
Viktor said, he can stay waiting.
What are you and Giselle going to do next?
I'm not telling you.
Excuse me. I'm her father.
And I'm protecting her. That means I do things my way. My way is the reason you don't yet have to organize her funeral. A sigh.
Okay. Fine. You can handle this however you see fit. I'll go along with whatever you think is best.
Viktor said, You don't have a choice. And hung up. Chapter 47. They ditched the car, leaving the engine running and the lights on. It was only a matter of time before it was stolen, Giselle's companion had explained. What the thief or thieves did with it was unimportant, but they would add another layer of defense against their enemies. They caught a bus, then alighted to board the tube, then another bus before a taxi took them the rest of the way to a hotel. He paid the fare and left a modest tip. He guided Giselle into the lobby and up to the 3rd floor, and she followed him to where she assumed he had been staying, as he already had a keycard. She watched in silent confusion as he went into the bathroom and spent a few minutes pouring shampoo and body wash into the bathtub, then rinsing it away before unwrapping soap and wetting towels. She wanted to know what he was doing but had no energy to ask. She left him and flopped down onto the bed. He entered a moment later and said, Get up. She lay there, eyes closed, hoping he would just let her rest. A strong hand gripped her by the wrist and wrenched her to her feet.
What the fuck?
He didn't answer. She looked on as he messed up the neatly made bed and squashed and punched the pillows.
What did that bed ever do to you?
He ignored her, infuriating her in the process, and went briefly back to the bathroom, returning with a freestanding mirror that he then placed on the windowsill, painstakingly positioning it as if it were the most important thing in the world.
You have serious issues.
Let's go, he said.
Go? We just got here. You said we were going to rest.
He held open the door and ushered her through it. Back on the ground floor, he steered her away from the lobby when she headed in that direction. She was looking around and becoming increasingly confused as he took her through the hotel's ground floor, past the business center and fitness suite, and out the southern exit.
Where are we going now?
She asked. We're nearly there. He checked the traffic and crossed the road beneath the railway and cut between the sparse line of trees.
Here?
They entered his other hotel and used the stairs to ascend to the 4th floor. He unlocked his room with another keycard and led Giselle inside. She stepped in slowly, brow creased and eyes wide as she looked around, trying to understand what they were doing. This made no sense at all. You can sit down, he said.
Are you going to tell me to stand up in 3 minutes' time?
No.
Promise?
He nodded, and she lay down on the bed. After a moment she asked,
What was wrong with the previous room?
This one is better.
If you say so,
she sighed.
I've given up trying to understand you.
She watched as he closed the curtains. As with the mirror, he spent a bizarrely long amount of time adjusting them. He turned around. She realized there was only one bed. Her pulse quickened as she feared he would want to share it. It disgusted her to think of him lying next to her. "You can sleep in the bed," he said. "I'll take the armchair." She wondered if he'd seen in her face what she'd been thinking and felt bad for it. She pushed herself up onto her elbows. "Funnily enough, I'm not actually tired now. My brain is fried. Deep fried and crazy, that is. Nevertheless, you should try to get some rest. First rule of soldiering: sleep whenever you can." "In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not a soldier. I'm about as far from a soldier as you are from a normal person. Well, maybe not that far." "You still have to sleep," he insisted. "You may not feel like it now, but if you don't, it will catch up with you tomorrow. That's how it works." "And we need to be alert, right? Because they might come after me again?" "That's right." God, it's so much work. She sat up and pushed herself off the bed. She had to walk off some of the nervous energy. She paced and watched him as he wedged the back of a desk chair underneath the door handle. It seemed such a simple precaution to take, but she would never have thought to do it. Her mind was racing at 100 miles an hour, but she couldn't think clearly. In comparison, his calmness was unnatural and unnerving. Stepping away from the door, he said, "Whoever these people are, they are heavily invested in you, Giselle. They're skilled, and they have numbers. And they will succeed unless we do everything right. Even then, it might not be enough." "Thanks for the reassurance." "I'm not attempting to reassure you. I'm telling you how it is, because you can't afford to relax for a second." "Then how am I meant to sleep?" "Stop trying to pick a fight with me. It won't work." "I don't like you," she said. He nodded. "I know, but I don't need you to like me. I just need you to do what I say." "You sound like Alec." He didn't respond. He went to step around her on the way to the bathroom, and she flinched. He saw it and backed away, seeing her fear even though she was trying to hide it. For a moment they stood in silence, her afraid and him surprised, until he said, "There's nothing to be nervous of, Giselle. You killed 2 men. You tortured one." "I did what was necessary," he explained. "Says you. I don't know what's necessary or not. I don't understand any of this." She rubbed her arm. "All I have to go on is what you tell me. How am I supposed to know if what you're saying is true? I look at you now and you don't seem any different from when I first met you, but so much has happened since then. I can barely keep a lid on what I'm feeling. I can only just about stop myself screaming at the top of my lungs. Yet you, nothing. You said you are used to it, but it's more than that, isn't it? What happened doesn't bother you at all. Getting attacked, killing those men, the blood, the violence. None of it has even the slightest effect." She was staring at him intently and saw that he thought about lying, but a second's deliberation was all it took for Giselle to see the truth. She said, "Man, you are a fucking psycho," and backed away. "It didn't bother me, that's true. But you don't have to worry about me, Giselle. I won't hurt you." "Again, says you?" She backed away another step until her shoulder blades were against the wall next to the door. "What's the word of a murderer worth?" He didn't respond. She said, "If you wanted to, you could kill me just like that," and snapped her fingers. "Couldn't you?" His black eyes didn't blink. "I'll never want to." "But you could. If you are lying and turn on me, there's literally nothing I could do to stop you, right?" He had no choice but to nod. They both knew it was the truth. Denying it would have been ridiculous. He said, "I'm here to protect you, Giselle. To that end, I'll do everything I'm capable of to make sure no one harms you. If that scares you, then I'm sorry." She noted he was careful to create as much distance as possible between them as he passed. He flicked on the light switch.
You don't scare me, Giselle said from behind him. You terrify me. He paused and nodded without looking back. Chapter 48. The night had always been Viktor's friend. He guessed he had spent more of his waking life during the night than the day. He had learned to know the night and to use it, but now it was an enemy because he was not alone. Giselle was finally still beneath the duvet after tossing and turning for a while. She complained about the lights being left on, but Viktor was insistent. She lay on her side at the very edge of the bed, as far away from him as possible. He didn't blame her. Viktor stood by the window, gazing outward. He was relaxed, yet vigilant. He was used to waiting. Waiting was half his work, waiting for people to show, waiting for them to leave, waiting for it to get dark. The most undervalued skill of the assassin was patience. Those who didn't have it didn't survive for long. Now that patience might keep Giselle, and him, alive. He'd said he would take the chair, but he stood. The chair was wedged against the door handle. He was positioned by the window, looking up between the curtains, but from an acute angle. Across the street on the other side of the concrete posts supporting the elevated railway line, he saw his other room and the mirror set on the windowsill. He could see nothing in the reflection. If he could, it would mean someone was in the room. Giselle woke with a start, bolting upright in the bed, gasping when she saw him, but then relaxing slowly once she had processed the situation. I fell asleep, she said. That's good, Viktor replied. Try to go back to sleep. Get as much sleep as you can. First rule of soldiering? Something like that. What are you doing by the window? He shrugged as though it was nothing. Just passing the time. You can't sleep? He shook his head. What time is it? She asked. Almost 3:30. Have you had any sleep? Yes, he lied. He looked at her. She was massaging her left triceps. That was the third time he'd seen her rubbing her arm. As far as he knew, she wasn't injured. Are you okay? She huffed. Never better. What's wrong with your arm? She looked back at him, at first confused, then understanding. I get somatic pain when I'm stressed. Nice how my body turns against me at the very worst possible times, isn't it? If she had been injured, he could have used his medical knowledge to help, but she had no physical ailment he could treat. He was powerless. You almost look concerned about me, she said. Don't worry. I'm used to it. Tomorrow, Viktor said, you're going to have to cut your hair. She stopped rubbing her arm. Seriously? It's a precaution. Your hair stands out as it is. It's not exactly long. If I cut it shorter, then I'll be more memorable and noticeable, surely. True, but they already know who you are and what you look like. If it takes them an extra second to realize that the young woman with short hair is actually you, that might save your life. She frowned. What can happen in a second? Let's hope you don't find out. Fine, you win. It's the middle of the night. I don't have the energy to argue with you anymore. In the morning, I'll cut my hair off and go all 90s lesbian. A few inches off the length will do fine. You want me to color it too? Ideally, yes. We'll pick up some dye tomorrow. Sounds great. Can't wait. Why don't we go the whole way and I'll get dreadlocks? Perhaps a few facial piercings. Maybe bleach my eyebrows white. I'm glad you're able to keep your sense of humor in all this. One of us has to. She smirked and pushed her fingers through her hair. I'll give myself a page boy cut. Will that do? I think I can pull it off. He nodded. That sounds perfect. She looked away, fingers still in her hair. I'm going to miss you. You are? Viktor said, surprised that anyone would miss him, least of all someone he'd known for such a short time. Giselle's gaze met his.
A line of confusion separated her eyebrows for the moment it took her to process what he'd said.
I was talking to my hair.
Of course, Viktor said, feeling foolish. But it'll grow back. She nodded as if she hadn't already known that, as if the misunderstanding had gone unnoticed, to spare him any embarrassment. Then she said,
"There's no way I'm going to fall asleep now. Why don't we play a game or something? Otherwise I'll spend the rest of the night awake, staring at the ceiling, panicking at every sound."
"You don't need to do that. I'll stay on stag until first light."
"Stag?"
"British Army term," he explained. "Means on duty. In this case, on guard duty." She sat forward.
"You are in the British Army?"
"That's not what I said."
"So you weren't?"
"That's not what I said either."
"Are you going to tell me anything about yourself?"
"Not if I can help it." She raised her eyebrows, annoyed but not enough to pursue the issue. He could feel her working up to saying something. He didn't prompt her. He let her say it in her own time.
"I haven't thanked you for what you did for me earlier tonight. I thought I was going to die back there."
He said, "You don't have to thank me."
"You've saved my life."
Not yet, he thought. Chapter 49. The two big Range Rovers raced through the dark streets, rain pelting the bodywork, tires throwing up rainwater. In the first vehicle were 5 of Marcus's mercenaries. In the second, Anderton sat in the passenger seat while Wade drove. Sinclair sat in the back seat, chewing gum as he adjusted the straps of his dragonskin vest to get the most comfortable fit. The windshield wipers swung back and forth, flicking away rain, each time presenting Anderton with a glimpse of her reflection on the glass. A pretty sight once, but not now, with the creases of dishonor cutting through her flesh. She finished her phone call with a curt, "Keep yourself available," and directed Wade to take the next turn. He drove fast, pushing the limit of what they could get away with without drawing the attention of the police. Her credentials would get them out of any bother, but better not to get into it in the first place. She updated the 2 men with what she had learned. Rogan's voice came over the radio. "This is Unit 1. We're nearly there. ETA 6 minutes. Over." She thumbed the send button. "Confirm, Unit 1. When we arrive, I want you to split up and secure the perimeter while we enter an established location. Make sure you have eyes on all exits. I don't want them slipping away." She released send. "Copy that." The Range Rover exited the bridge, following the road as it meandered to the right. Wade decelerated as they came to a traffic island. From the back seat, Sinclair said, "I can handle it. Alone." She didn't bother to reply. "I said I can handle it." Anderton met Sinclair's gaze in the rearview mirror.
"Like you handled it at the warehouse."
He frowned. "That was different. No one told me about the assassin."
"So he would not have bested you had you known he was there?"
The South African's voice was clipped and sharp. "Correct."
"For your own sake, I hope you're right," Anderton said. "I don't want any more mistakes."
"There won't be," Sinclair assured.
She nodded. "I know, because this time I'm leading."
He looked away and continued chewing his gum. Next to her, Wade's gaze was locked on the road ahead, but Anderton saw the fear the man was trying to hide. She could smell it on him. He was thinking of his 2 dead teammates. Anderton felt nothing. The death of the 2 mercenaries had no effect on her except to elevate the stakes of the game. She had a worthy enemy. One who would soon be dead. Chapter 50. As she had predicted, Giselle couldn't get back to sleep. She tried. She really tried. Bedclothes rustled as she attempted to get comfortable, and there were sighs of frustration when she failed to drift off. But no matter what she did to relax and clear her mind, images and sounds assailed her consciousness. Flashes of grenades, gunshots, and cries. Then the fear would rush back into her and her heartbeat would thump in her ears, and she found herself panting and more awake than ever. Eventually she gave up and pushed herself into a sitting position against the headboard, pulling the bedclothes high up over her chest, even though she was fully dressed. He stood near the window as before. He didn't acknowledge her. He was so still and focused, he didn't seem alive. She couldn't decide whether this was a good thing or bad thing. She did know that it was freaky. When she couldn't stand it any longer, she climbed out of bed and padded over to where the room's phone sat on a desk. She lifted up the receiver. That broke whatever spell he was under. He faced her and she said, "What's Igor's number?" "Put the phone down, Giselle." "Give me Igor's number." "No," he said. "Put the phone down and go back to bed." "I really don't like your tone. I never knew my real dad, but you're not him. You're not even my stepfather, so don't talk to me like that. I want to speak to Igor. Now." "That's a risk I'm not prepared to take." "What do you mean by that? Igor's on our side." "Perhaps," he said. "But at this present time I don't know how those men found us at the warehouse. There's a good chance one of your stepfather's men sold you out. Only one of the men he sent here is still alive, and that man conveniently happened to have been absent from the warehouse when it was attacked." She stared at him, wide-eyed in disbelief. "No way. You can't possibly be serious. Igor would never do that." "Then the team must have been shadowing you this whole time, and for some reason opted to wait until you had armed guards before moving in." Her mouth hung open for a moment. "What was that? Sarcasm? Great time to find your sense of humor. Don't mock me, okay? And you don't need to be dismissive of my opinion either." "Okay," Viktor said. "It's ridiculous to think Igor had anything to do with that. He used to drive me to school, for fuck's sake. Trust me, he wouldn't." "Drive nice and slow," Anderton told Wade. "Don't pull up directly outside. Park like we're guests. He might be watching." The mercenary nodded and steered the Range Rover through the hotel's large parking lot at the building's east side. He drove as instructed, slowly. "There," Anderton said, pointing to a free space some 20 meters from the hotel. Wade guided the vehicle to a stop. She radioed Unit 1. "Okay, we're here. Wait 90 seconds and join us. Park farther away and secure the perimeter. Don't break cover unless I explicitly say so." She released the send button and looked at Sinclair. "Ready?" Inside the lobby, Anderton led the two men straight to the front desk. They all wore civilian attire, jackets done up to hide weapons. "Let me do the talking." A pretty blonde with too much makeup smiled at them. Before she had a chance to say a word, Anderton said, "Get your manager, now." He was a short man in his 50s with a pronounced gut. Anderton showed him her credentials, and he read them with eyebrows raised. He said, "You'd better come with me." In a small office behind the lobby, he asked, "What is it that I can do for you?" "I'm here because of a potential threat to national security." "My God, do you mean terrorists?" "I can't divulge that information at this stage," Anderton said. "I need the room number of one of your guests, a single man, Caucasian, early to mid-30s, short dark hair, tall, well-dressed. He'll have a young woman with him." The manager swallowed, nervous. What's his name?" "We don't have a name, but we do know he checked in yesterday morning." "Madam, we have hundreds of guests at any one time. I'm sure there are dozens who match that description, most of whom are accompanied by a lady friend. Some don't even stay the night, if you know what I mean. So I'm not sure I can help you without more information. Would you like me to print you off a list of guests?" Anderton smiled to put him at ease. "Show me the footage from your security cameras." In a small, claustrophobic room, Sinclair and Anderton stood behind a big hotel security guard who sat in front of a bank of video monitors and equipment. The manager had shown them to the room, then hurriedly left. "So, the guard began as he manipulated the controls. "What's this guy done?"
"That's classified," Anderton said.
"What camera did you want to take a look at? We've got 22 to choose from. I can give you car park A, car park B, car park C, lobby A, lobby B."
"Lobby. Whichever one covers people passing through the main entrance."
"Gotcha."
He pressed a few keys on the keyboard before him.
"And what time code did you want me to look at?"
"Go back 5 hours, Sinclair said, "and cycle through from there. It's not complicated."
The guard sighed and shook his head as he rewound the footage from the hotel lobby.
"Hey, chill out, man. You don't have to take that tone with me. I'm only doing my job here."
"Then shut up and do it."
He looked back over his shoulder.
"Shit. You can't talk to me like that."
He took his hands from the controls in a show of defiance.
"You're not my boss, you—"
He put on a bad imitation of Sinclair's accent.
"You South African prick."
In a second, the guard was off the chair, face forced into the floor, his right arm twisted behind his back. Sinclair holding his wrist and elbow ready to break the arm with an ounce more pressure. The guard yelled in pain.
"Easy,"
Anderton said.
"Easy.
We don't have to do it that way. He's sorry." She looked at the guard.
"Aren't you?"
"Yes."
Sinclair released him.
"Then work faster and keep your lips shut, or I'll chew them off your face."
The guard pulled himself off the floor and slid back onto his chair. Grimacing, he returned to the controls. He rewound the footage to the requested time code and then played it forward.
"Take it to 8 times speed,"
Anderton said. He did so, and they watched the rapid, jerky movements of guests and staff entering the hotel and passing through the lobby. Anderton noticed Sinclair's teeth were grinding together.
"Stop!"
Anderton snapped her fingers.
"That's him. Play it."
On the screen, a man entered the lobby, only his back visible. He was dressed in a suit and had short, dark hair, but no other features were obvious. Trailing a few meters behind him was a young woman. Anderton left the room. She gestured for the blonde receptionist to follow her. Back inside the viewing room, she pointed at the screen.
"Who's that man?"
The receptionist leaned forward and looked closely, her brow furrowed. The monitor showed 2 figures walking past the reception desk and heading for the stairs.
"He walked past you 3.5 hours ago," Sinclair prompted.
"Oh, yeah," she said. "I remember him. He was a nice guy. Thompson, I think his name is." "What room is he in?"
Anderton asked.
310. "Why? What did he do?"
The guard said, "Don't ask, Layla." Anderton frowned as she left the room with Sinclair in tow.
"This is too easy. Something's not right."
Sinclair said,
"I like easy."
Chapter 51.
"They could have been following you for all we know,"
protested Giselle.
"You could have led them straight to me."
"That's better," Viktor said. "That's the kind of critical thinking you should be using. You can't work on the simplest assumption. You have to consider every eventuality." She stared at him.
"Oh, very clever. Nice way to get me to come round to your way of thinking and make it seem like it was my conclusion. But I'm not dumb enough to fall for it, so I'd appreciate it if that was the first and last time. All right?"
"I chose the most straightforward way to make my point. I don't have time to teach you everything."
"Teach me? Are you fucking serious? Teach me what?"
Viktor took a breath. "Easy on the language, okay? I've given you a pass until now because of the circumstances, but I don't appreciate it."
"You think I care what you appreciate? I don't appreciate you killing people in front of me either."
"Would you prefer it if I only killed people when you weren't looking?" She took a breath like Viktor had, only a deeper one that she held longer and let out slower.
"I'm not going to allow myself to be pulled into these stupid arguments. You're protecting me, sure, thanks. But I won't be treated like an idiot."
"Good. It's not my intention to treat you like one.
I'm trying to teach you how to survive this. The men after you are extremely dangerous. They are ex-military, and they will kill us both if we don't do everything right. Do you understand that?"
Giselle said, "Like they killed Dmitri and the others. Not that you care what happened to them."
"I happened to them," Viktor said. "I left them. You're my priority, not your father's gangsters. I did what I could to help them, but the only thing that mattered was getting you out of there. They provided a useful distraction for our enemies."
"You're saying you used them as human shields?"
"Would you prefer to be dead in their place?" She looked appalled but didn't answer. "Bear that in mind, and don't waste your compassion on those men. Each and every one was, a killer. They don't deserve it."
"You killed people too. I saw you. Does that mean you don't deserve my compassion either?"
"I deserve it even less than your father's men." She didn't respond. "If you're going to survive this," Viktor said more quietly, "you've got to have an utterly selfish mindset. If you have to run over a street full of people to live another day, then you do it."
"I would never do that."
"Then if it comes to it, I'll have to do it for you."
"You're a disgusting excuse for a human being. Do you know that?"
"I've had a niggling suspicion."
"And it doesn't bother you?"
"Very few things bother me."
"You can't honestly believe the things you say."
"We're programmed to survive. Whether you believe that was instilled into us by evolution or God, that's who we are. We're survivors. Civilized society exists only when survival is not at stake. Put a person in fear for their life and see how much attention they pay to morality. You said yourself that morality needs to be enforced by the law."
"Yes, because there are bad people out there. I didn't mean that all people are inherently evil. I'd say you have a very pessimistic view of the world, but if you ask me, it's a thinly veiled justification to do terrible things. But you don't have to be that way. You have a choice. It's never too late to change who you are. Make a fresh start. Be a good person. You never know. You might find you prefer yourself like that."
"If I were a good person, we'd both be dead by now." While 4 of the mercenaries maintained the perimeter, jackets zipped up to hide their body armor and weapons, Rogan joined Anderton, Sinclair, and Wade in a corridor leading out of the lobby. "The target's location has been identified," Anderton reiterated to the men outside. "When moving up, be alert, but maintain your distance." She didn't want to alarm people unnecessarily or risk the target spotting them from his window. It was the middle of the night, but the area was far from empty of people. The reply came, "Copy." "Okay," she whispered to the 3 men with her. "Unit 1 has the perimeter, but it's loose. We don't want them getting past us on the way, so let's do this nice and fast, but smooth. Sinclair and I will take the lift. Rogan and Wade, you guys ascend the far staircase so we come to their corridor from either end. Don't get jittery, boys. There are too many people here to risk a negligent discharge." "All set?" The elevator arrived at the 3rd floor and Anderton and Sinclair entered the corridor. Both had pistols drawn and ready. Anderton whispered into her radio, "Unit 2 in position." She signaled to Sinclair and they moved down the corridor. Anderton on the left, the South African on the right. Wade's voice came through her earpiece. "This is Unit 3. We have reached the 3rd floor." They turned a corner and saw the 2 mercenaries at the far end of the corridor. Simultaneously, the 2 groups moved with caution toward the door marked 310. "Okay," Anderton whispered. "That's near enough. Wade and Sinclair go in first and secure the main room. Rogan and I follow. Wade, clear the bathroom. I'll watch your backs. Okay, close in." They crept forward. Wade and Sinclair took up positions on either side of the door, with Rogan and Anderton behind them. She could taste sweat on her lips. This was it. Green light. Chapter 52. Wade aimed at the room's lock with a 12-bore pump-action shotgun fitted with a 9-inch hush-power suppressor. The blast disintegrated the lock and Sinclair charged in through the busted door. Rogan followed him, each man sweeping a different half of the room. Wade entered last, disappearing into the bathroom.
"Clear!" he shouted.
"Clear," Rogan stated. Sinclair lowering his gun. "Crystal." Anderton stepped into the lit room. No Giselle. No killer. She was annoyed, but not as surprised as the three men. It had felt too easy. "Check under the bed," Sinclair said. Wade shook his head. "There's not enough room." "Do it." He squatted down and made a play of lifting up the skirt. There was only a 2-inch gap. Anderton radioed the mercenaries outside. "They're not here. Be alert." She walked over to the window, rested her palm on the sill and whispered, "Where are you?" Across the street, Victor turned around from arguing with Giselle to see a woman with blonde hair in his other hotel room. He remembered Linnekin's description of her. Blonde, tall, well-dressed, all business. He couldn't see whether her eyes were green, but he was sure this was her. He stood still, watching. She did not look happy in the slightest. He felt a small measure of satisfaction at her anger, but that didn't change the fact Giselle's enemies were closer than he wanted. With the curtains almost fully drawn, he wouldn't be seen in return. He could see men in the room behind her, 2 or 3. The mercenaries. The others must be elsewhere but nearby. They would be here in force. For now, they didn't know the room was a decoy. Victor looked at Giselle. "Get dressed."
"Where is this fucker?"
Sinclair asked to anyone who was listening. Anderton ignored him. She said, "Clear out and search the hotel. They might still be on the premises. Bar, restaurant, fitness suite. Look everywhere." Sinclair, Wade, and Rogan withdrew, leaving Anderton alone with her thoughts. She had sensed something wasn't right beforehand. Now her instincts had proved correct. She circled the room. The bedclothes were mussed. In the bathroom a towel was damp. Complimentary toiletries had been opened, all suggesting the room had been used, and they'd missed them, yet... She approached the bed. She stared at the pillow. It was squashed in the center. The pillowcase was the perfect white of hotel-laundered linens. She looked closely, leaning in. "No hairs," she said to herself. Neither short dark hairs from the assassin, nor longer red hairs from Giselle. Anderton turned to face the window. The curtains were not fully closed. Interesting. More significant than that, though, was the freestanding mirror sitting on the sill. She was careful in her actions to appear casual, as if she had not realized what was happening. This was not the killer's room. This was a ruse. This was a shield. A decoy. And Anderton had fallen for it. Seemingly in an idle wander, she approached the window. She placed both hands on the windowsill once again and gazed out, emitting a long sigh of frustration and annoyance. She resisted shaking her head. That might be overkill. There was a hotel on the other side of the street. Anderton judged the position of the mirror and the angle, and pictured him across the street, standing at one of the windows of the hotel opposite. "What do we do?" Giselle asked as she slipped her shoes on, voice high-pitched between rapid breaths. "It's okay," Victor said, watching the blonde woman sighing in frustration at the window opposite. "We're safe for the moment. We wait for 10 minutes to give them time to extract. Then we go." She stood. "Where to? How did they find us?" "Anywhere. We'll work it out on the way. And they haven't found us. Stay calm." Making sure to look as if she weren't looking, Anderton scanned the hotel across the street. There were dozens of windows, each belonging to a room. Nuramov's assassin would have to set up a surveillance point at least at the same floor as the current room, third or higher. She discounted those rooms on the first 2 floors. Logic would dictate that the room's lights would not be on, or if not, the curtains would be drawn. Mentally, Enderton dropped those rooms that did not apply. That left 5 rooms. 3 on the 4th floor, 2 on the 3rd. One of the 4th floor candidates was at the far left of the building, almost on the corner. A height advantage was no good if the horizontal angle was acute. Anderton crossed it off. 4 left. She picked up the room's phone and called the information desk. She told the operator the name of the hotel opposite and hummed quietly while she waited. A man answered and asked her what he could do for her. Anderton said, "This is Detective Chief Inspector Crawley from the Metropolitan Police. I need your help with a case." "Oh, okay, what can I do for you?" was the nervous reply. Anderton pictured someone not dissimilar to the manager of the current hotel. "It's quite simple, so please don't be nervous. A confidential informant of mine is staying in your hotel, but I don't know which room he's staying in." "What's his name?" "Hooper, but he'll be using an alias for safety reasons. Trouble is, I don't know what the alias is, and I can't get through on his mobile." "How can I help, then?" "I think we'll be able to work out what name he's using if you bear with me. He'll have checked in within the past 48 hours on his own, and won't have checked out yet." "I'll have a look at our records and get the names of those people." Anderton could hear him tapping on a keyboard for a few moments. "Right," the man said, his voice confident now, happy that he could perform this role and help. "I've got over 20 single men. John Bellamy, Peter Cochran." "Did any of those guests request anything specific in their choice of rooms? My CI has, how shall we say, quirks. He would want a room with a north-facing window. Can you see if anyone asked for such a room?" There was silence for a moment. "I'm afraid such a request might not be noted on the system. The operator might simply have given him a room that met that criteria. Let me see. No, sorry. There's no such request on any of the reservations. I'm not sure what else I can tell you." "Okay," Anderton said, sounding like it wasn't that big a deal. "Of the single men who checked in during the time period, how many ended up in a north-facing room?" There was a half-exhaling, half-whistling sound. "I can see... let me count. 9 single men in north-facing rooms." "Great," Anderton said encouragingly. "That narrows it down. My guy doesn't like to be near the ground, so which of those 9 men is in a room on the 3rd or 4th floor?" "We're getting close," the man said. "Down to 2. 1 on the 3rd floor and 1 on the 4th. Roger Telfer and Charles Rawling. If you want, I can put you through to them one at a time so you can see which is your man. It's no bother. I'm happy to help. They are—" "Which had the earlier check-in?" The man made a clucking noise. That would be Charles Rawling, room 419. Is that your guy? Would you like me to put you through to his room?" "That won't be necessary," Anderton said. "I'll see him in person, but thank you for your assistance. Nathan."
"Thank you, Nathan. You have yourself a good night."
"You're very welcome."
Anderton hung up. She knew they were in the 4th floor room and not the 3rd. Both had been available when Nuramov's assassin had checked in. He would have taken the 4th floor room as a preference, for the height advantage. She radioed Sinclair. "Listen carefully. They're in the hotel across the street. This room is a decoy. He's in 419. Repeat, 419. Charles Rawling. If I'm right, he knows we're here, and he's looking at my back as we speak. But he doesn't know I know. He's going to wait until we clear out and vanish with the girl. So as long as I sit here, he thinks they're safe. Don't tell the others. He might notice their reactions. Make your way over there while he's watching the rest of us. Do what you do best."
"With pleasure."
Chapter 53.
Sinclair exited the hotel via the main east entrance and cut through the parking lot, moving south. He crossed the road beneath the overhead railway line and headed for the other hotel, where Anderton assured him the killer was waiting. He made sure to avoid the north-facing facade of the new hotel, and therefore the watchful gaze of the girl's protector. If Anderton was right, it wasn't a bad trick. Not Sinclair's style, but he could see the merits of it. He preferred to meet his threats head-on, on his terms, not those of his enemies. Hiding was weak, and it was stupid. He felt liberated without the cumbersome presence of the mercenaries. He was on his own in the hunt, just the way he liked it. Wade's team had been useful in taking out Norimov's retinue of thugs, but they were no longer required. 2 of them had gotten themselves killed already. It proved what Sinclair had known from the start. The others were B-team quality. They had served in elite military units, sure, but they had lost the edge that came with constant training and discipline. Sinclair had never lost that edge because he had possessed it long before his time in the armed forces. He wouldn't have survived the slums of Johannesburg without it. He had learned early on to rely on himself alone. Sinclair could operate from the shadows, unseen and unheard. By the time his adversaries noticed him, it was too late. Sinclair felt only excitement. Combat jacked him up like nothing else in the world. A perfect drug. He entered the hotel via its east entrance and took the elevator to the 4th floor. From his position at the window, Viktor could see little of the happenings across the street at the other hotel. The mirror told him the woman and the mercenaries had exited his room. He pictured them searching the hotel in case he and Giselle were in the fitness suite or business center or bar. Once they realized they weren't in the building, what would they do? He couldn't be sure. No doubt 1 or more would be left on site as watchers in case they returned, the others waiting nearby for the order to move in.
"Talk to me," Giselle said. "I'm freaking out here."
"Don't worry," he said. "We'll go now. We'll slip out of the hotel via the south entrance. Chances are the bulk of them will be gone. Those who are left won't see us." She gulped and nodded. She looked terrified. He put a hand on her shoulder. "We'll be fine, okay?" She relaxed a little at his touch.
"Okay."
There was a knock at the door. Giselle startled. Viktor snapped a palm over her mouth to catch any noise. "Shh," he mouthed. "It's okay." It wasn't. He didn't believe in coincidences. He couldn't afford to. But the knock could be innocent. His enemies were in the wrong hotel. He could see 2 of them watching the perimeter. They didn't know he was here with Giselle. No one did. He approached the door, stopping 2 meters away, out of a direct line of sight from the fisheye spy lens. The gun was in his right hand. "Who's there?" A voice answered. Male. South African accent. "Mr. Quinn, sir. I'm from hotel management. I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour." "What can I do for you, Mr. Quinn?" "I'm afraid I need to perform a quick check on the smoke detector in your room. It's purely routine." Viktor made a cursory glance behind him at the device in the room's ceiling. It was a small white plastic box containing a CO2 detector. "It looks fine to me." The man called Quinn said, "I'm sure it does, but we've had a few false alarms and I wouldn't want it going off by mistake and interrupting your sleep." The tone was of a man with too much work to do and not enough time, a little impatient at the holdup. "Like you're doing now?" Viktor said. "I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid it is important. I'd hate for it to go off and startle you." "I'll risk it, thanks." A pause. Then a second knock. "I promise I'll be quick as a flash." Quinn didn't sound as if he would take no for an answer, and each second Viktor had to deal with him meant time he wasn't watching out for his enemies. Unless that was the point. He approached the door, footsteps silent on the room's carpet. He gestured for Giselle to stay still and stay quiet. She nodded. Looking at her, he understood how they had been caught off guard. He was at his best operating alone. Alone, he was always aware, always ready. He could rely on himself to do what had to be done. He'd relied on allies in times past, but Giselle was no professional. She was a civilian. But that wasn't it either. He was responsible for her. More than that, he wanted to be responsible for her. He'd known her a matter of hours, but he cared whether she lived or died. That made them both vulnerable. He told her she had to have a totally selfish attitude to survive. He no longer had that. Sinclair waited on the other side of the door. He stared at the pinprick of light at the center of the spy hole. It was impossible to see through it from his side, but he didn't have to. All he needed to see was that dot of light extinguish when the killer brought his eye to the lens. Then he would know exactly where the killer's head was located. Sinclair had his pistol drawn and pointed at the spy hole, index finger on the trigger, ready to squeeze. A guaranteed kill shot. Chapter 54. Viktor stood to one side of the door to keep his body protected by the interior wall. He used his hand to signal Giselle to move back and away from the door so she was out of the line of fire. He swapped his gun into his left hand and with his shoulders to the wall aimed it at the door. "Can you come back later?" "I'm afraid not, sir. It has to be done now." Viktor angled the muzzle to where he thought the man stood, based on the sound, but it wasn't an exact science. Without looking, he couldn't be sure of his position, or even if he was an enemy. "Look," he said, "I haven't long come out of the shower. How about you come back in 10 minutes when I'm dressed?" He pulled the hammer back with his thumb. "All right," the South African said. "I'll return in 10 minutes." Viktor listened to footsteps quieting. He peered through the spy hole. No one stood in the corridor outside. He stepped away from the door and eased his finger off the trigger. "Oh, my God," Giselle breathed. "Have they found us?" "Igor." "He wouldn't. I know him. Shit, what are we going to do?" "Get out of here, fast." He moved away from the door and over to the window. The 2 Range Rovers were still there. There were still gunmen positioned nearby, trying to look inconspicuous. Viktor didn't understand why they were there and not in his hotel. To distract him, maybe. But then the mercenary at the door wouldn't have needed to knock to find out if he was inside, because they would already know that to have men positioned to distract him. Which meant that the man at the door and those outside were not operating together, at least at this moment. The South African had seen through Viktor's ruse, but the others had not. He would no doubt be passing on his discovery, but it would take a few minutes for the other mercs to arrive. That delay gave Viktor and Giselle a chance. He returned to the door and peered through the spy hole. The corridor outside was empty, but he knew the South African was out there, either waiting for Viktor and Giselle to show themselves or preparing to attack. Inside the room they were vulnerable. It was small and impossible to defend. The window didn't open. It would be toughened glass and hard to smash. The noise of trying would alert his enemy. Even if Viktor and Giselle could get through it without taking a bullet in the back, they were too high up to drop, and the hotel exterior would be almost impossible to climb with any speed. At any moment, the mercs across the street could spot them, or the blonde woman would lean out of the window and shoot him and Giselle while they descended. He needed another way out. He needed a distraction. There was a plastic kettle on the sideboard along with cups and packets of coffee and sugar and tea bags. Viktor unplugged the kettle, laid it on its side on the floor, and stamped on it with his heel until he could pull it apart to expose the element at the bottom and the electric thermostat integrated into the base. He pried the thermostat away and tossed it aside. He plugged the kettle's remains back into a socket and switched it on. Without the thermostat to regulate the temperature, the element would eventually become so hot it would melt. Viktor didn't require it to get that hot. He dropped a handful of sachets onto the element. Giselle watched him. After 10 seconds, the paper began to smolder and smoke. Viktor kept his gaze on the door and the gun aimed and ready to shoot. He didn't have to watch the smoldering paper. He knew what would happen. He grabbed both robes from the bathroom and pushed them into Giselle's hands. "Hold these and follow my lead," he said. She nodded. An excruciating wail filled the room as the smoke alarm on the ceiling detected the elevated concentration of carbon dioxide gas in the air. Viktor waited. He knew alarms would be sounding throughout the hotel. Behind him, the paper sachets caught fire. He let them burn. He figured 30 seconds would be long enough and approached the door. A glance through the spy hole told him what he wanted to know. He opened the door. The alarm's wail was even louder, with those in the corridor from other rooms sounding simultaneously. Several guests were in the corridor, having exited their rooms. They wore pajamas and robes. They were sleepy and squinting. Others were following. The same scene would be unfolding in every corridor on every floor of the hotel. "This is outrageous," someone was saying. Another said, "It'll be a false alarm." Viktor looked past the guests, all shuffling in the direction of the elevators and stairs to where, at the end of the corridor, stood a man not in pajamas or a robe. He wasn't sleepy or squinting. He had a strong, stocky build and was around 6 feet tall. He was tanned and dressed in khaki trousers and a leather jacket zipped up to his neck. He stared straight at Viktor. Sinclair's unblinking gaze burned into the black eyes of the killer. Bastard had pulled off a good trick with the alarm. Lots of people were between them, shielding the killer and the girl and preventing Sinclair from taking a shot. The corridor extended around the hotel floor in a rough square. The section where Sinclair stood was on the opposite side to where the elevators and stairwells lay. That was the only way out. But the killer would no doubt try to play hide-and-seek. Sinclair had no intention of letting him do that with the girl. They backed away because, presumably to their surprise, they saw Sinclair reach under his leather jacket. Through the shifting mass of guests, he saw the killer and girl turning, then running. Sinclair drew his weapon, a Glock 18 fitted with an extended magazine and long suppressor. It was a handgun, but one capable of fully automatic fire. A single squeeze of the trigger would release 5 bullets in the same time that a conventional pistol fire took to fire 1. An elderly woman in front of Sinclair gasped when she saw the gun. "You might want to duck," he told her. Chapter 55. Despite the civilians between them, the South African mercenary opened fire. The wailing alarm drowned out the noise, but Viktor saw bullets taking chunks out of walls and sending blasts of dust and debris. Behind him, a woman was caught in the line of fire. Atomized blood misted in the air. A round caught the shoulder pad of Viktor's suit jacket. He half fell, half slid around a corner, pushing Giselle ahead of him, a hail of bullets following, noiseless, but no less deadly. A wall-mounted light fixture exploded. He scrambled back to his feet, drawing the SIG, waiting for the firing to stop. Even with an extended magazine, the Glock expelled its load in 5 short bursts. Viktor didn't waste the opportunity. "Stay here." He rushed back out into the corridor to catch the target as he reloaded. But Sinclair wasn't reloading. The empty Glock was in his right hand, and he had drawn his backup handgun into his left. "I knew you were going to do that." Both men moved and fired at the same time, bullets smacking into walls around them. Guests were already down on the floor or had fled back into rooms. Their screams were silent with the alarm blaring. One of the killer's bullets caught Sinclair's handgun and sent the weapon flying out of his fingers. He dived around a corner. Viktor took the opportunity to scramble backward, trying to get out of the corridor before his enemy returned with a fully loaded weapon in his primary hand. "Come on," he said to Giselle. He dodged around and pushed past terrified guests, reloading the SIG as he ran. The magazine wasn't empty, but he wanted it at full capacity if he faced the mercenary again. He was aware of people looking at him, the ripped suit jacket, the gun. He couldn't do anything about that. Getting out alive meant more than going unnoticed. He hurried to the end of the next corridor, leaned round the corner. Bullets struck the wall next to him, sending plaster exploding into his face. He recoiled, eyes filling with water. He wiped them furiously on his sleeve until he could see. He pushed Giselle clear, dropped into a crouch and leaned round again. The South African was at the far end of the corridor, the Glock now in both hands. Viktor managed to squeeze off a single inaccurate shot before more rounds came his way. Chunks were blown out of the floor and wall around him. A man, emerging from his room because of the alarm, but unaware of the firefight, walked straight into the path of bullets. He was hit twice and fell to the floor in a tangle of splayed limbs. Viktor fired, but his target was already moving, dodging back into cover, an empty magazine falling from his gun, Viktor's bullet striking the wall where his enemy had been a moment before. He moved, firing as he did so to keep the South African pinned down while he made for the stairwell, ushering Giselle to follow him. People were screaming and shoving each other out of the way to escape the gunfight. Viktor took a rope from Giselle and touched her on the arm, put it on, and hurried to the bottom. She nodded. He put down covering fire in the mercenaries' direction until Giselle had descended a couple of floors, then charged through the panicked crowd, vaulting over the banister to drop down to the next level. He did the same again and again until he landed on the ground floor a moment after Giselle, stumbling to keep his balance, then throwing open the stairwell door and dashing through into the lobby. He heard his enemy above, yelling at people to get out of his way. Viktor slipped on the robe and kept moving, Giselle also robed at his side. They couldn't exit out of the front without the other mercenaries likely to approach from that direction, so he headed for the rear of the hotel, slowing down to attract less attention and avoid signposting his route. Panic from the floors above was spreading fast. The crowd of guests were agitated and becoming scared. The fire alarm continued to wail. He eased Giselle and himself into a mass of people wearing dressing gowns and robes, and let them both be crowded toward the exit. Security personnel were as panicked as the guests. They didn't know how to deal with a gunfight. For minimum wage, they had no intention of getting involved. He kept his eyes moving, looking out for threats, but no one paid him or her any attention. They were lost in the anonymity of the crowd. The rear doors were held open by hotel staff to let the guests out faster. keep moving," one was saying. "We'll have you back inside soon. There's nothing to worry about." He stepped outside into the cool night air. It was raining, but not heavily. The hotel was shaped like a letter V, and they stood in the courtyard between the wings where vehicles were parked and guests were gathering. To the north, a line of trees shielded elevated train tracks. On the other side of the tracks, some 70 meters away, stood the other hotel. It had been approximately 3 minutes since the South African had knocked at the door. If they weren't here already, the other mercenaries soon would be. This way. They set off to the west, keeping people all around them, scanning for threats. The chaos of the ever-expanding crowd of guests helped keep them hidden, but simultaneously hindered his attempts to spot his enemies before they spotted him or Giselle. Viktor made sure to act like the people around him, walking at a frightened pace, distressed expression, wide eyes. Giselle didn't have to pretend. He led her in a zigzagging path through the melee so they didn't provide easy targets for someone taking aim. After a minute they had passed the west wing of the hotel. It was quieter on the far side. A sparse crowd of mostly hotel employees had gathered here. They were happier than the guests because this was an extra break from work. They didn't yet know why they had been told to exit the building. Another line of trees marked the boundary of the hotel's grounds. Viktor and Giselle cut across to them, walking at a casual pace so they did not catch the eye of enemies looking on as easily as they would if hurrying. On the other side of the trees lay a long parking lot of maybe 500 spaces. Most seemed occupied. Beyond the parking lot stood a huge hotel complex. Viktor disrobed and gestured for Giselle to do the same. He tossed the garments aside. Within a minute he had selected a medium-sized Renault that was too old to have an alarm as standard. He used the SIG like a hammer and smashed out the window of the driver's door. He reached inside and opened it, then leaned across the glass-covered seat to open the passenger's door for Giselle. "Get in." She did while he tore off the covering from the steering column and hot-wired it blindly. his gaze constantly sweeping the area for mercenaries. The engine rumbled into life. 2 men were running their way. Chapter 56. They converged on them from 2 sides, one 20 meters to Viktor's left, the other 25 to his right, weaving their way between parked vehicles with fast, confident movement. The closest man had a tall, bulky frame but was faster than the other man, who was small and lithe. Giselle was already shuffling lower in her seat before Viktor could say, "Stay down." He put the car into reverse and backed out of the parking space, swinging the wheel clockwise to put him facing in the direction of the nearest exit, while he cranked down what remained of the driver's window. The big guy, now 16 meters away, reached under his sports jacket. The smaller man continued to sprint their way. Viktor changed into first gear, keeping hold of the wheel in his left hand while he drew out the cig with his right. The tires squealed and smoked. He extended his arm out of the open window next to him and fired twice. Both bullets struck the door panel of a large SUV inches from the big guy, who startled at the impact, momentarily slowing him as he pulled out an MP5K from under his jacket. Viktor would have shot at him again, but he had already accelerated out of the line of sight. Automatic gunfire roared in response. Holes puckered the safety glass of the rear windshield and blew out the window of the back seat behind Viktor. Giselle covered her head with her arms and hands. The road brought them closer to the second man, who had braced himself into a firing position, crouching and leaning on the hood of a small car. Viktor didn't hear the pistol shots over the noise of the MP5K, but he felt the reverberations of bullets thumping into the car's bodywork. The side mirror glass exploded and showered Viktor with tiny shards that struck his arm, shoulder, and face. He flinched and squinted to protect his eyes, lurching in his seat away from the spray of glass, involuntarily turning the steering wheel. He recovered in time to stop the car from crashing, but dented a wheel well against a parked minivan. Metal screeched against metal. Viktor ducked down in his seat, returning fire as he passed the closest gunman. Rounds continued to strike the Renault. In his rearview mirror he saw the big guy with the MP5K rush out into the road 15 meters behind him, and flames spit out of the weapon's muzzle. Holes blew through both windshields, spreading cracks across the safety glass, impeding Viktor's view. He felt a tire blow. "Brace yourself." He waited a few seconds until he had put some distance between the Renault and the 2 gunmen, then slammed on the brakes and pulled the handbrake, and was jumping out of the car before it had stopped moving. He kept low and ushered Giselle to follow him out of the same door because it was farther away from the gunman than her own. She crawled over the seats and Viktor pulled her out. "Go." He fired off a couple of shots while Giselle ran as fast as she could for the count of 5. Then he ran after her, heading for the exit, counting off seconds in his head, picturing the smaller gunman giving chase. Then he stopped, spun around, and dropped to one knee as he extended the cig and brought his left hand up for stability, the iron sights of the gun lining up over the pursuing mercenary, who had moved out of cover to give chase. The man's momentum carried him forward as bullets hit him in the chest, shoulder, and finally face. He dropped to the ground, leaving blood, brains, and chunks of skull sliding down windshield glass. Viktor moved to intercept the guy with the submachine gun, but he wasn't there. Instead, there was nothing but rows and rows of vehicles. He stopped and signaled for Giselle to do the same. He motioned for her to get down between vehicles, and he dropped into a push-up position, lying on his front to peer beneath the cars. The asphalt was cold and hard and wet under his palms. He saw no feet or legs, but his line of sight was interrupted by numerous wheels. If he couldn't see his attacker, then the reverse must also be true. He stayed down for a moment, thinking. The big guy wasn't stalking closer, keeping low and hidden until he initiated his attack, because that would work only if Viktor was stationary. Once he ran, he would quickly get out of range with his enemy too low to see him. So the gunman wasn't trying to get closer for an ambush. He was trying to stay alive. No point dying for a paycheck that couldn't be cashed. Viktor lived by the same principle, but the merc would still want his fee, which meant he was calling for backup. Viktor hurried over to where Giselle waited. "Are you okay?" Giselle nodded. "I'm fine." He stood and looked around. Still no sign of the gunman, but he saw a man frantically trying to unlock the door of an old MG convertible, but he was too scared by the recent gunfire to get the key in the lock. Viktor dashed over, coming up behind the man and relieving him of his keys. The man stood trembling with fear. Viktor put a hand on his shoulder and forced him to the ground. "Hide," Viktor told him. It was advice that could save the man's life. A fair trade for his car, Viktor thought. He waved Giselle over, but it was too late, because he saw a black Range Rover pull into the parking lot. Chapter 57. They ran, heading south, away from the Range Rover, turning to the side to get between cars until they were clear of the parking lot and facing a dock where the vehicle wouldn't be able to pursue. Either those inside would be forced to jump out and chase on foot, or the 4x4 would turn around and try to get ahead of them, or both. Any of the scenarios worked for Viktor because it would mean a divided force. He followed the water line to the east, Giselle at his side, passing the hotel again but out of sight of the crowds and potential onlookers. They crossed the dock on a footbridge that ran alongside the road bridge, ending up on an empty strip of concrete that continued along the elevated road to his right, but finished at a dead end of steel fences and vegetation. A foot tunnel led east under the road. Viktor glanced back to see a figure running along the far side of the dock, heading to the footbridge. Muzzle flashes glared bright in the darkness, but the range was too great for accurate shots. "Through the tunnel," he said to Giselle. "Hurry." The pursuing mercenary made it up to the bridge in time to see the killer disappear. He immediately thumbed his mic. He reported as he ran. "Targets are on the south side of the dock, entering a tunnel under the bridge. They're going to come out on the east side of the road. Repeat, the east side." Anderton's voice replied, "Copy that. Stay in pursuit. We'll head them off." The mercenary kept running. He was fast and fit and had crossed the footbridge in less than 15 seconds. He cut across the strip of concrete and into the tunnel, gun up and ready for an ambush. Predictably, the tunnel stank of piss. When he saw it was empty of people, he sprinted along it, slowing before he reached the far end, wary of a potential ambush, then moved out fast, gun leading. Directly in front of him was the tall chain-link fence marking the boundary of London City Airport. A footpath beside it extended to the north and south. He swept left as he emerged from the tunnel. No one, then right, seeing the girl running 20 or so meters ahead. He aimed but didn't fire as he saw movement in the corner of his right eye, not from the empty tunnel, but from above. Viktor leaped down from the elevated road, crashing into the mercenary, taking him to the ground under his body weight, feeling him slacken from the impact. He ripped the gun from the man's hand, reversed his grip, and hammered the pistol's muzzle down into his eye until it became wedged in the socket and the struggling ceased. He tore free the dead man's radio, switched it off, and shouted, "Come on!" Viktor and Giselle dashed back through the tunnel, then headed north onto the footbridge. "Down," Viktor said, because he heard the roar of a powerful V8 engine on the nearby bridge. They went into low crouches and he saw a Range Rover pass, heading south in the opposite direction. A few seconds later, a second Range Rover did the same. It wouldn't take them long to work out that Viktor and Giselle had doubled back. "Run," Viktor said. They sprinted across the bridge and headed north onto a narrow road that fed the hotel's parking lot. He left Giselle on the pavement and dashed into the road, straight into the coming traffic, arms waving, dodging a minivan that wasn't going to slow down in time, then moving in front of a small Peugeot that did, tires squealing on the damp asphalt. The driver shouted, "What the fuck are you doing?" as Viktor circled the hood. The door opened before Viktor could reach for the handle. The driver, a big Polish man, was climbing out to confront him, eyes wide with rage. Viktor dropped him to his knees with an uppercut to the solar plexus. He left the man wheezing and gasping and grabbed hold of Giselle's wrist to drag her around to the passenger's door. He opened it and bundled her into the seat, slammed the door, and rushed back around to the driver's side, shoving the kneeling Pole to one side. The door fell shut as Viktor accelerated away. He put his left palm on the top of Giselle's head and forced her down in the seat because she was too upright. "Stay down," he said. "Keep your head lower than the windows." She didn't respond, but she didn't fight or argue. Either she was happy to do as he told her, or she was too scared to resist. It didn't matter as long as she was breathing. In the rear view, the Polish man was climbing to his feet and staggering along the road after them. Viktor respected his single-mindedness, but he wasn't about to return the vehicle. He hoped it would still be in one piece by the time the police released it back to the man, but the odds were against it. He cut through the parking lot and then joined the road that ran between the hotels, heading west. Wade kept his eyes on the road and the traffic, slowing as they came to a traffic island. Anderton and Sinclair were looking to their left, east, expecting to see the girl and the assassin running alongside the road, having come out of the foot tunnel as reported by Cole, and then heading south because there was no escape north or east. "Where are they?" Sinclair spat. Anderton said, "Take the first exit left. That's the only way they could have gone." "No," Sinclair said, shaking his head. "We should have seen them." She radioed Cole, who had been pursuing on foot. "We can't see them. Report." No reply. "Cole, answer me. He's dead," Sinclair said. "They doubled back. They're on the opposite side of the dock by now." "How do you know that?" "Because that's what I'd have done," Sinclair answered. Anderton sighed. "Then we've lost them." Viktor pushed the Peugeot as hard as it could take. The engine was weak and the handling non-existent, but the car was small and the tires had decent grip. He weaved it through the traffic, ignoring the blaring of horns and minor collisions he left behind. He knew he was risking attracting the attention of the police, whether via an unmarked vehicle or from a call made by a civilian, but better to be chased by cops than killers. Whoever these guys were, he couldn't see them shooting through the police to get to him and Giselle. If they had any sense, they would back down the moment the police became involved. He wasn't going to rely on that, however. Giselle kept low in the seat as he instructed, swaying and sliding as he swerved and braked and accelerated again. When he saw no pursuers, he slowed down and took the next turn so he could join the traffic like a regular driver and disappear into the crawl of inner-city vehicles. Viktor glanced at Giselle. "Are you okay? Are you injured?" "What?" she whispered, eyes open and blankly staring at a point beyond the dashboard. She was having a panic attack. Her automated nervous system was crashing. Her lizard brain was caught between fight and flight. The result was paralysis. "Just breathe," he said, but slowly. "Draw in one lungful of air and hold it in the bottom of your chest for as long as you can. Then let it out nice and slow." She did. He could feel the fear radiating from her like a tangible energy. He wasn't sure what to say. Nothing was going to make it vanish. Fear was nature's purest form of advice. It couldn't be mastered. To control it took years. He had no advice that could free her from it now. He put a hand on her arm. The skin trembled beneath his touch. "It's going to be okay," he said. Because it wasn't okay, and that was the truth that scared her, not lies. She nodded. Maybe she believed him, maybe she didn't. She still shook. She had to work through the fear in her own time. He said, "Are you hurt?" In his peripheral vision, he saw her shake her head, so he concentrated on the road in front of them and his mirrors. There were no men with guns or black Range Rovers. "I think I'm going to be sick," she said. "I can't stop yet. You'll have to do it into the footwell." Giselle shuffled in the seat, leaning forward, knees parted. She stayed like that for a couple of minutes but didn't vomit. She asked, "What do we do now?" "For now, we keep moving," Viktor said. "After that, I have no idea." "You won't think less of me if I start crying, will you?" "Of course not." "Okay, good," she said, voice breaking, "because I can't hold it back any longer." He drove in silence as next to him she cried and cried. Chapter 58. Rain lashed the windows and ran down the glass in chaotic rivulets. Giselle stared at the flowing serpent of headlights beyond, twin red eyes glowing in the darkness. They stared back, malevolent but harmless, threatening violence but delivering none. For now. She inched closer to the man next to her, hoping that while she remained there no one would hurt her. If she'd felt he would respond, she would have leaned against him, encouraging a comforting arm to be wrapped around her. But she stayed rigid in her seat. However much she wanted that embrace, she would not ask for it and show more weakness than she had already. She hated him for his callousness and criminality. She hated herself more because she needed him. He had proved his loyalty and she could cry because of it, even if it was only because he had liked her mother. Whatever their relationship had been or had not been, it gave him an immovable conviction the likes of which she would not have believed possible. How could someone risk his life for someone he did not know on behalf of someone he had once known? It was a mystery to her, but she was okay with that. Whoever this man was, he did not think or operate like other people. It would be easier to fathom the motivation of an alien. She knew almost nothing about him, and though that had irritated her earlier, now it reassured her, because all she understood was that he was someone of strength and resolve, who could deliver extreme violence to protect her from it. He was a specter more than a person, made of violent energy more than flesh. Flesh could be destroyed, energy could not. But she wasn't like that. She was weak. She was scared. Giselle stared out at the snaking red eyes blurring through her tears. If Giselle moved her right hand, he took the next right turn. If she moved her left, he headed in that direction. When her hand stayed still in her lap, he maintained the same heading. After 15 minutes, they were far away from the hotel, having taken a random route to an unpredictable location. Viktor said, "You can sit up now." She took a long time to do so, the adrenaline hangover robbing her of strength. "Are we safe?" "No," Viktor answered, even though he wanted to say yes. "We're anything but safe." She nodded, bottom lip over the top. He saw that she had wanted a different response, any different response. Offering comfort and reassurance was not his strong point. It occurred to him that he should have entered this as a character, someone more personable and relatable. But he was sharper as himself. Acting a role took effort. Keeping Giselle alive required all of his concentration, but he saw now that it would be easier to have her do exactly as she was told if she liked him. If she thought of him as a friend, then she would trust what he said without question. That lack of hesitation might be the difference between life and death. But it was too late now to initiate a charm offensive. She'd seen him kill people. She wouldn't be able to look past that. No one could. That was why he'd made sure her mother had never known what he did for Norimov. Now he felt that in deluding Eleanor, he had betrayed her. He noticed that the fuel tank was getting low. He wasn't planning on keeping the car much longer, but he couldn't be sure a pair of Range Rovers were not going to appear behind him at any moment. If they did, the Peugeot would need fuel. He pulled into the first 24-hour gas station he saw. "I'll be as fast as I can." She was quiet as he climbed out of the vehicle. He didn't know what she was thinking. He could see the fear and uncertainty in her expression, but otherwise it was blank. He half filled the tank and paid in cash, keeping his head angled away from the forecourt security cameras and face tilted away from the one behind the cashier. He was more obvious than he would usually be because the cameras were well positioned and top of the line, and he was being actively hunted. He saw the young guy behind the desk notice his behavior, but the kid was confused. He hadn't worked out what Viktor was doing. Better to be noted by someone who would forget him within 10 minutes than have his face recorded in crystal-clear high-resolution video. He bought some bags of potato chips and chocolate bars and an armful of bottled water. He noticed the guy behind the counter smiling to himself, thinking Viktor was stoned on account of the junk food and avoiding eye contact in an attempt to hide his vacant gaze. Viktor did nothing to convince him otherwise. Before leaving the gas station, he scanned the forecourt through the glass. No Range Rovers in sight. No gunman. He handed her the plastic bag of supplies as he slid into the driver's seat. She peered into the bag.
I don't like junk food.
Eat. It's all full of carbohydrates.
Carbs are the devil.
We need them, you especially. Eat up. She sighed, and he heard her rummage in the bag. Don't say anything, he said as her mouth opened. Just eat. She found a chocolate bar she liked the look of and bit off a small chunk. She chewed slowly.
What are we going to do?
Find somewhere to lie low.
Then what?
He didn't answer.
Why don't we simply keep driving? She asked. Let's get out of the city. Never come back.
Where would we go? We don't have a car. Public transport is risky. People are looking for us. She held up her hands.
We're in a car.
It's stolen. We'll have to ditch it soon.
Why can't you steal another one? Or we can take a train or go to the airport, anything.
Not yet, Viktor said. They'll expect us to run. They could be watching train stations and airports and following reports of stolen cars. If we're spotted, it's over. First we lie low and consider our next move. We can't risk snap decisions. In the morning, maybe we will leave the country, but it's a choice we'll make when I've had time to think. Do you have your passport on you?
She shook her head. It's at the office, in my desk. I went to a conference in Brussels. I knew I shouldn't have left it there.
That's a problem, then. They'll know about your workplace.
Then what are we going to do?
I'll come up with something, but for now, I need you to think. She stopped chewing and looked at him, reading his tone.
Me? About?
At the hotel. The man who knocked on the door wasn't trying to kidnap you. Neither were the men in the parking lot.
I don't understand.
I'd been led to believe they wanted to abduct you, but that's not what I witnessed. They were trying to kill you. That was an assassination attempt. Her mouth hung open and her brow was furrowed. Shock. Disbelief.
Why would they want to kill me? You said they wanted to take me to put pressure on Alec. That's why you're protecting me.
That's what you told me. I was wrong. This isn't about your stepfather. This is about you.
That doesn't make any sense. How can it be about me?
I don't know. But with a little time, you might figure out why this is happening to you.
So you're saying it's my fault?
That's not what I said. She pushed her fingers through her hair.
Then please explain what the fuck you're saying.
That there is a woman who wants to kill you, Viktor said. The people who attacked us in the warehouse and at the hotel are working for a woman with blonde hair and green eyes. She's British. Do you know anyone like that?
I don't know. How would I, based on that description? I could have met dozens of women like that, couldn't I?
Has anyone threatened you? She shook her head.
No?
Any criminals you might have crossed as part of your work? A case you've been working on?
Her head was still shaking. I haven't worked a single case yet. Don't you get it? I'm not a qualified barrister. It's not that long ago that I got my degree. I don't handle even the most minor of cases, let alone one that might warrant all this. God, there's nothing I know or have done that could give all these people a reason to try to kill me. If I had, then my whole firm would be under threat too. They wouldn't single me out. I'm not important.
You are to her. To her, you're so dangerous, she will risk everything to kill you. The shaking stopped. The eyes were wide.
But I'm nobody.
Viktor left her in the car while she ate and walked to the edge of the garage forecourt. He reached into his inside jacket pocket and withdrew the small two-way radio transceiver he'd taken from the dead mercenary. It was a Motorola, an expensive model with a range of up to 10 kilometers. It would be less in a dense urban environment. He couldn't be sure it would be in range. Only one way to find out. He powered it on and thumbed the send button. "Do you know who this is?" He waited. For a moment all he could hear was the sound of tires splashing through puddles. Then a woman's voice came through the speaker. "I do know who this is," she said. "You're Noramov's man, the assassin." Her voice was distorted and crackling because the signal was weak. She added, "It's nice to speak to you at last." "Nice is perhaps not the word I'd elect to use," Viktor said. "Even putting luck to one side, I have to admit you're proving quite the troublemaker." "It wasn't luck that killed 4 of your guys tonight." A pause before she replied. "Is that why you're speaking to me now? To gloat? That would be a mistake." "I don't make mistakes." "Is that so?" the woman said back. "Except for the fact you're now involved in something that shouldn't concern you. That is a monumental mistake on your part." The voice was becoming more distorted. They were traveling farther away from him and Giselle. He said, "Would you like to have a wager on that?" She chuckled. "Sure. Why not? I'll humor you. What exactly are we betting with?" "Your life," Viktor said, and smashed the radio beneath his heel. Chapter 59. Viktor pulled over on a high street in the north of the city where bright signs advertised a multitude of fast food outlets. There were other shops in between, but all closed at this hour. The street was empty of people. "Wait here." Giselle nodded. He'd left the engine running because hot wiring was temperamental, and he didn't want to risk it not working again, especially if they had to move out in a hurry. He scanned for threats as he walked until he found a rental agent. He examined the properties listed in the window display. He checked the photographs and read through the details. He memorized the 2 that best matched his criteria: houses, unfurnished, quiet neighborhood, available immediately. Giselle was sitting very still when he climbed back into the car. He didn't ask if she was okay because no civilian would be in the circumstances. The display hadn't listed the precise addresses of the properties, but they didn't take long to find with the details provided. Both had signs out front, but the first house, despite its immediate availability, was occupied. The second was empty. It was an end-of-road terrace, slim-fronted but long. The front garden was overgrown with weeds. The window frames were cracked and warped. The front door was sun-bleached. Viktor parked the Peugeot half a mile away and led Giselle on foot. Having the car closer would be useful if they had to make a fast getaway, but it was stolen, and therefore had more chance of leading enemies to them than saving them if they were otherwise found. Viktor walked ahead to scout for threats. Giselle followed a little behind, as he'd told her to. She needed to stay close to him so he could protect her, but with enough distance to give him time to clear an area before she entered it. He led her down the alleyway that ran behind the row of terraces and separated its back garden from those of the houses behind. Fences rose tall on either side of their shoulders. When he came to the right spot, he stood with his back to the fence and linked his fingers in front of him. "Here," he said. "Climb over." She stared up at the high fence. "You've got to be kidding." "Put your foot on my hands and use it as a step. I'll lift you." "And I'll break my neck falling down the other side." "No, you won't. The garden will be higher than we are now. The drop will be a short one." "Says you?" "Come on," he said. "We have to be fast." She made a big deal of sighing, placed her hands on his shoulders, then raised her right foot and set it down on his upturned palms. "After 3?" she asked, sarcastic. 3, he said, and lifted. She grunted and pushed herself up, grabbing the top of the fence and then hooking an elbow. He hoisted her higher, and she struggled up and over. He heard her drop down onto the other side. "Are you okay?" he asked. There was no answer. "Giselle, are you okay?" "I'm fine." There was anger directed at him in her tone. It was not an unexpected response to the trauma she had been through in the past few hours. From an operational perspective, he would have preferred her to remain quiet and passive, but for her sake, it was better to be angry than scared. He turned, leaped vertically, took hold of the cold wood, and heaved himself up. He dropped down next to her. "What now?" she asked. There was no alarm. The house was unfurnished. The landlord had no need of one because it didn't affect him if the tenants were burgled. Viktor picked the lock of the back door and ushered Giselle inside. He checked every room, every door, every window. He made sure all the exterior doors and windows were closed and locked, and the interior doors were all open so sound would travel through the house easier. She said, "You've made a draft." He didn't respond. "There's no furniture." "We don't need any." "Whose place is this?" "No one's. It doesn't matter. We'll stay for a few hours until it's light and move on. Get some sleep." He turned around and went to perform checks of the house. He again checked every room and window. Nothing had changed in the past 10 minutes, and nothing was likely to. But he needed the alone time. The house had been neglected in the way rented properties often were. The tenants were not going to put any time or expense into maintenance when they didn't own it. The landlord didn't live there, so he cared only about the bottom line. Viktor saw its potential. Given 2 weeks, he could reverse the neglect. Given a month, he could transform it. But he could never live in the house. It didn't meet his specifications on defense. There were too many neighbors. He would end up getting to know them, and they would know more of him in return than he wanted anyone to know. Alternatively, he would have to make a determined effort to keep out of their way, and they would talk about him, and begin to wonder why he was so antisocial. He ripped off a peeling segment of wallpaper to stop the tear from getting any larger. He was standing in an empty bedroom, staring out through the sliver of space between curtain and wall. Foxes were scavenging in the night. He couldn't see them, but he heard their keening on occasion. Red flashed in his mind. He heard a scrape. Any hint of fatigue evaporated, replaced by focus. He stood silent and listened. It had originated outside the house, faint and quiet among the other sounds, but close. A shoe on asphalt? Maybe. It was hard to be sure. He peered into the night. He saw nothing. He heard a car passing on the street outside the house's front. He heard an airliner flying overhead. He heard the wind shaking fences and branches and rushing over every surface. 10 minutes passed without another notable sound reaching his ears. He remained poised, listening and watching. If it had been the sound of a killer moving into position, Viktor would be ready. If it was nothing, it didn't matter whether he was ready or not. But it mattered to him. He had to be ready every time, just in case. He had to hear every sound. Not only his own life depended on it, but Giselle's too. He didn't want her to die. He didn't want to let her mother down. After 12 minutes, he decided the noise had been nothing. He would have liked the neighboring house to have a dog that barked whenever anyone came near its territory. But no barking had ensued when Viktor and Giselle had climbed over the back fence. Any canines nearby stayed indoors with their owners, and any territorialism would wait until the morning. In another life, he pictured himself with a dog. He liked dogs. They seemed to like him, too. They always wanted to play fight with him. But owning a dog meant having a home, and he couldn't foresee himself ever having one again. He had to keep moving, whether he was working or not. Trouble would inevitably find him if he stayed in one place too long. A moving target was always harder to hit than a stationary one, as he had told Giselle. He'd been standing there for 2 hours when he heard Giselle climbing the stairs. Each step creaked. It would drive most occupiers crazy, but Viktor liked it. A silent staircase was a killer's best friend. He willed Giselle to turn around and go back down. He wanted her to rest. He wanted to be left alone. He kept his thoughts to himself.
I fell asleep, she said from behind him.
He knew she was standing in the doorway because her steps did not disturb the room's floorboards. That's good, Viktor said, but you should go back to sleep.
What are you doing?
If they come, they'll come through the backyard, like we did.
They won't find us here, will they?
Act as though you're always vulnerable, and you'll have more chance of surviving when you are.
If you say so.
She hugged her arms.
It's cold.
She was right. It was cold. The outside temperature was below 10 degrees Celsius with the wind chill. Inside, it wasn't much warmer. The winter air found its way under doors and through cracks. He hadn't noticed until now because the cold wasn't going to kill him in the time he would be here. Comfort meant little to him when survival was at stake. But he understood she was nothing like him. She was a civilian, and young. What hardship meant to him and her could not be more different. I know, he said. There's electricity, but the gas must have been disconnected. You can have my jacket if you like.
No,
she said, sharpness in her voice despite the tiredness.
I mean, no, thank you. It's okay. I'll survive. There's no food in the fridge or the cupboards. I woke up starving.
He knew he should have picked up some proper food for her before they arrived. He hadn't thought to at the time because food wasn't a priority. A few high-calorie snacks had been more than enough for him. The body could function at near maximum capacity for days without food, eating itself to stay fueled. But it couldn't survive long, pierced by bullets. We'll get you something when we move out.
I'm not sure I can wait that long without eating.
You can. You just haven't had to before.
Right, she sighed. I know I could stand to lose a kilo or two. Might as well start now. It's not as if I have anything better to do.
You don't need to lose any weight. She shot him a look, as if he were about to follow the comment with some sarcasm. When he didn't, she smiled.
Thanks.
There's nothing to thank me for. It's a statement of fact.
Then thank you for stating the fact.
A pause, then...
Is there anything I can do to help? I found a stack of party cups left in the kitchen cabinet. I could get you some water if you're thirsty.
He was. But he wanted her to rest more. I'm okay. Get some more sleep if you can. We need to move out soon. Chapter 60. Daylight came. Slowly, because Viktor watched every second of it. The rear bedroom window faced east, and he saw the steady lightening of the sky above the distant rooftops, haloed in blue, then yellow and white. Bird song accompanied the change of colors, then the rumble of engines starting up and working hard, left idling while heaters fought back the cold and frost. When he could see the outline of every paving slab in the backyard, he stepped away from the window. No one would attack now. Their enemies would wait for darkness or the perfect opportunity. This was neither. They had survived the night. He lay on the floor. There was no carpet, only bare floorboards, but he was asleep in seconds. When he woke, he sat immediately upright, ears collecting sound, subconscious failing to pick out the noise of attack, but detecting nothing that concerned him. He descended the stairs. He'd been asleep for just over an hour, the first rest he'd had in 2 days. The guilt he felt at leaving her undefended twisted his stomach. She was asleep, curled up into a ball in a corner of the empty lounge. She looked peaceful. He left and cleaned himself in the downstairs bathroom using only water because there were no toiletries of any kind. He stood at the sink, cupping water in his hands under the running tap, then scrubbing it under his armpits, over his chest and shoulders, along his arms and over his stomach and shoulder blades. He finished by doing the same with his face and hair. The water was so cold it made his hands turn red and brought up goosebumps over every inch of skin it touched. His lower body would have to wait for now. There were no towels and not even a roll of tissue, so he let the winter air slowly dry him. Giselle awoke, groaning and squinting. Usually she was up at 6 a.m. and out the front door just after 7. She was never at the law firm for less than 10 hours a day. Often it was 12. A few times a month it was more like 14. Everyone hated lawyers, but in Giselle's opinion they didn't get enough credit for how long and hard they had to work. Taking the week off after the incident on the street had given Giselle a lot of free time she wasn't used to, and the best way to make use of it seemed to be by sleeping. She wasn't sure whether this was working off the sleep debt of many late nights and early mornings, or because of the stress of the incident. Now, getting up early for work seemed like a luxury she might never experience again. She didn't need to get up, but sleeping in had lost its appeal. She was anxious and too awake to be able to snooze. She patted on the balls of her feet to reduce the exposure to the cold floor, and grimaced at the sight that greeted her in the mirror above the fireplace. Giselle heard the sound of running water and for a horrible moment thought the worst, before realizing it only meant her companion was in the downstairs bathroom. She tensed. She didn't like the idea of the man being awake and nearby, while she lay asleep and vulnerable. Giselle let out a cry from the other side of the house. Viktor was out of the bathroom, through the hallway, and into the front room within 4 seconds, gun in hand, safety off, slide jacked, and ready to fire. She was grimacing and standing on one leg while rubbing the sole of her left foot. "Splinter," she hissed, not looking up. "People who don't have carpets should be beaten, I swear. I can't get it out. My nails are too short." He lowered the weapon and eased the safety back on with his thumb. "Shit," she said, her eyes widening as she glanced up at him. "Did you fall into a wood chipper or something?" He didn't comment. She was referring to the numerous scars that marked his torso and arms. Some were from minor injuries that he'd had to suture himself, and appeared worse than they might otherwise. Otherwise, though, looked as good as it was possible for a scar to look after being stabbed or shot. Most had occurred when he was much younger, when he knew less about how to avoid being injured, and when his body could more easily repair itself. He was more careful these days. He had to be. Scar tissue had only 80% of the strength of healthy skin. Some wounds still caused him pain in the quiet moments when his mind had nothing else to focus on. "I have to say," Giselle continued, "it doesn't make me feel very protected when you're a walking manual of how not to stay safe." "Very funny." "Yes, well, I'm finding a little humor helps me forget about being hunted and all the dead people." He tucked the gun back into his waistband. "Try not to make any noise unless it's unavoidable." "I impaled my foot on a monster splinter. What else was I supposed to do? Pain is what I'd call a cause of unavoidable noise." She tried to pry the splinter from her foot, hissing in pain and failing to get hold of it between her nails. "I'll be back in a minute to pull that splinter free. I know a good trick for getting them out." "It's okay," she said, grimacing. "I've got it. I can do some things by myself." When he returned, he was fully dressed. He carried 2 disposable cups of water. He handed her one. She sat cross-legged on the floor in the lounge, back to the wall and the coat draped across her knees. "Drink this. You have to stay hydrated." She took the cup and sipped from it. He stood nearby, drinking from his own, reacting to every sound of cars or people passing in the street outside. "I've been thinking," Giselle said. "Go on." "Whoever this woman is, I've never met her. So I can't have done anything to her to warrant all this." "Directly, at least." She nodded to accept the point. "Therefore, it has to be something I know or can do. Information I have that's a threat, perhaps." "Could be. But what?" "That I don't know. If it's information that I have, I don't know what it is. I don't know what I know." "We need to figure it out, though." "Now that I do know." She sipped her water. "It can't be anything to do with Alex's business, because I've never had anything to do with it. I've been in the UK for years. They must know that. So it has to be because of my job."
I don't have enough of a life outside of work to have done anything to make me a target.
You said you're not even qualified.
I'm not? That's why this doesn't make sense. I haven't even taken my first case yet. I can't have crossed the wrong people because I haven't dealt with any.
They must know that too.
Then this is all a big mistake. This woman thinks I have some knowledge I don't and wants to kill me for it. That can't be right, can it?
She looked at him for an answer, an explanation, and with it a way out of a situation that would have seemed ludicrous a day ago. People wanting Viktor dead was a common enough occurrence that the why wasn't always essential. But to the 22-year-old woman before him, the why was everything. She needed to comprehend this for her sanity. He said, "Maybe you read a document you weren't meant to, or saw something you shouldn't have."
But what? When?
He shook his head. "We need to work it out," he said again.
Then it must be a detail that, out of context, is completely insignificant to me.
But everything to her. Her shoulders sagged and she looked down at her hands.
I just don't know what it could be.
He studied her and realized that the lack of understanding created hopelessness, and that what she required at this moment was simple assurance. "You'll work it out," he said. "I believe in you." She looked up and her eyes met with his. She gave a half-smile and he knew he had held off her despair, if only for a short time. He said, "I'm going to fetch some supplies. I won't be long." Her face dropped.
On your own? I don't want to be by myself.
"I won't be long," he said for a second time.
Can't I come with you?
He shook his head. "On my own, I can avoid them." She frowned.
And I'll give us away. Is that what you're saying?
She'd replaced the fear with anger. That was good. It was a coping mechanism. "Yes," he said. "I can't trust you to stay hidden, so you'll have to stay here."
Thanks for that. You're such a bastard sometimes.
He turned from her, content that she would spend the time while he was away cursing him instead of crying and jumping at every noise outside. Chapter 61. He found shops nearby that were open. There was a row of cafes next to a corner pub and a small convenience store. He bought a sandwich and a croissant in the first cafe and a filled bagel and piece of carrot cake in another. In the convenience store he purchased some drinks and toiletries, including hair dye and scissors. After a short walk he found a phone shop and bought 2 prepaid mobile phones. He was back at the house within 18 minutes. She was sleeping in the lounge, huddled in a corner with her coat over her like a blanket. He watched her for a minute to determine if she was really asleep or just pretending to be. When he decided she was sleeping, he placed all of the food down nearby because he didn't know what she would prefer, and took a bottle of water upstairs. He gave her half an hour to sleep and returned to the room. She was awake. He handed her a pair of scissors and a box of hair dye. She studied them in her hands as if she had never seen such things before.
I thought you were joking before. I didn't realize you were being serious. You honestly want me to cut my hair?
And color it, too. It's too attention-grabbing as it is.
Is that a compliment?
If you like. She took the box from him and eyed the smiling brunette on the cover.
Can't I go blonde instead? It'll suit my skin tone better.
The store didn't have a lot of choice, I'm afraid. The main thing is for you to blend in as much as possible. We don't want you attracting attention.
Half the women in this town dyed their hair blonde.
Please, just do it. Giselle sighed and looked at the scissors again.
Do you know how to cut hair?
He shook his head. She fed her fingers into the scissors and snipped the air a few times.
Okay, fine. I'll dye and I'll cut it so it's just below my ears.
Thank you.
You don't have to thank me, she said, sighing. I should be thanking you, shouldn't I? You want me to cut my hair in an attempt to help me. I wouldn't have even thought about doing it.
He considered this and nodded. When she had finished, he stood examining the results for a long time. Giselle didn't like such scrutiny from anyone, least of all him. The dye had colored her hair to a mid-brown, and she had managed to cut a few inches from the length so the ends brushed against her jaw. "Looks good," he said. "Thanks." She wasn't sure she believed him. "I was right, though. It doesn't suit my skin tone." "That helps us. The less you look like you, the better." "I'll have to take your word for that." She paused, then added, "What about clothes? We should get some different ones, don't you think? And maybe some new glasses, too." "That's smart. That's a good idea." She smiled for a second, buoyed by the praise. She studied him. "You were already planning that, weren't you?" "Yes." She hesitated, then said, "You're not a bodyguard, are you?" "I said at the start I'm not." "You're not a gangster either." "I never claimed to be." "So?" she said. "What are you?" "If I told you, you wouldn't believe me." "Why don't you try me?" His black eyes locked onto hers, studying her gaze, reading her thoughts. He gave a little nod of understanding and said, "Why are you asking when you already know?" "I should have known I wouldn't be able to hide it from you." "You should have," he said, eyes unblinking. "That kind of knowledge is very dangerous." "Not to me," Giselle was quick to reply. "Not when you swore to protect me." "From the people hunting you. I never said anything about myself." "You can't fool me any more than I can fool you. If I had the gun to your head and my finger on the trigger, you still wouldn't harm me. I don't understand why that is. It makes no sense at all to me. You say it's because you knew my mother, but that's not enough. It doesn't matter if it makes sense to me, though, does it? All that matters is it makes sense to you." He stood still for a moment, and doubt crept up Giselle's spine as she feared she had misjudged how deep his loyalty ran. But he blinked and turned away. "How did you know?" he asked. "When I was younger, I overheard Alec on the phone, threatening someone with a Ubitsia, who would do anything for him. I didn't know what it meant at the time, as my Russian wasn't that good then. I haven't thought about it since. I've remembered it only now. It means assassin, doesn't it?" He didn't try to pretend otherwise. "What he said was untrue. I wouldn't do anything for him." "I know, I can tell. But he wanted whoever was on the phone to think that." He turned back. "Don't be under any false impressions about who I am, Giselle. I said before that I deserve your sympathy even less than your father's men. I meant it." She didn't respond for a moment. When she spoke, there was a bitterness in her voice. "Don't worry. I know exactly what kind of a man you are. You're helping me now, but you could just as easily be one of the men hunting me, couldn't you?" He didn't answer. "Only you're not. You're protecting me, and for that reason I can fool myself enough to believe that you're not entirely awful, even if you don't believe it yourself." He didn't respond to that either. "Have you been through this before?" "Through what?" "Protecting someone. You seem to know a lot about it." "I told you that I know about personal security. It comes with the job." "That's not answering my question." He looked at her with his standard stone-faced expression, but she thought she detected something in his eyes, like he was fighting to maintain the facade. Giselle said, She didn't make it, did she?" He swallowed and exhaled, and she saw that for the briefest moment he considered lying. But he told her the truth. No, she didn't. "What happened?" "It's complicated. We were helping each other. We were under threat. People wanted us both dead. It was my fault. I left her alone when it wasn't safe. I shouldn't have." He paused and rested a hand on her shoulder.
But I'm not going to let the same happen to you, Giselle. I promise. She looked away and nodded. I believe you.
Chapter 62. The head of the department worked from a corner office of HQ's 5th floor. It was a spacious, modern room that he had personally decorated with cricket and golf memorabilia. He'd been a rower in his university days, but that was more than 40 years ago, and the sagging shoulders and protruding belly told of an indulgent, sedentary lifestyle. Anderton had met him perhaps 30 times, and he seemed like an affable chap. He never tried to flirt with her, and she knew better than to initiate such activities, even if she needed to. Which she didn't. She had the sharpest mind in the building. It was the reason everyone hated her, though they did everything in their power to hide that fact. "What can I do for you, Neve?" the director asked.
I have a problem only you are in a position to help me with.
He looked at her over the rim of his reading glasses.
That sounds decidedly troublesome. Quite. I'm sure you're busy with all the drama here in the city last night.
I am, he agreed, looking at her closely. Downing Street is kicking my arse over this. Gunfights in the middle of London.
Incredible. Yes, sir.
You're not working on it? The director asked, a certain tone to his voice. It's not a narcotic situation.
It's not narcotics, but I do have some insight into the matter. Thought you might be interested in a few details about the chap running around shooting up half the city.
Go on, he said. The director smiled at her, as though she were a child withholding a truth already known. Don't keep me waiting. There's a good girl.
He's a professional killer. A freelancer, as far as I'm aware. To begin with, he worked primarily in Russia and Eastern Europe. His handler was a former FSB officer who's since switched to organized crime. The CIA believes this assassin killed some of their people in the aftermath of a hit gone wrong in Paris 2 years ago. The SVR wants him for kills in Russia and East Africa, and that's without all the rumor swimming around the water cooler about incidents in Minsk and Rome. Shall I go on? The director shook his head. Then how is it he's still walking around? Because the various parties haven't worked out that he's the same man. But you did. I'm the best at what I do. Are you telling me you know why he's in London? Anderton nodded. That would be my fault. Excuse me? The shooters who've been engaging with him are a private security team consisting primarily of former members of our armed forces. They're following my orders. The director sat as far back as the chair would let him. He stared. Anderton continued. They're hunting the stepdaughter of this assassin's former handler, Alexander Norimov. I don't want to bore you with the specifics, but she's in a position to make my life very difficult. Alas, she's being protected by this assassin. He's making things awkward. You can't be serious. Is this some kind of sick joke? I assure you, it's no joke. I have a list of things you can help me with. Some are perfectly legal, others are a little grayer, to put it politely. But the sooner we put our heads together to get this sorted, the sooner you can pop back to Downing Street to get some well-deserved pats on the back. And then, naturally, I'm going to require that you forget all about this conversation. Clear enough so far? I suggest you listen to me very carefully, Miss Anderton. You need to turn around and walk out of this office and start penning a suitably humble resignation letter. Obviously, I don't yet understand all the details, and by God, I don't want to, but I can confidently say there is nothing I can do to help you. You are, as they say, fucked. She smiled at him. I'm going to tell you a story, Jim. You don't mind if I call you Jim, do you, Jim? The director's eyes narrowed. He pushed an intercom button with a little finger. Have security come to my office immediately. Back in 1948, a 7-pound baby boy was born in a sleepy village in rural Shropshire. He was...
I have no idea what you think you're doing, Miss Anderton, but I suggest you keep your trap firmly shut and don't give security any trouble when they get here. The boy was a bright student from average means, but he went on to win a scholarship at Trinity College. Not only was he intelligent and a hard worker, but he was also gay. He kept it a secret as far as he could, but entered into a relationship with a fellow student. Things turned sour when the student decided he didn't want to be gay and ended the relationship. There was an argument. The boy was later found dead. The director's face had gone white. Anderton perched on the director's side of the desk and looked down at him. The coroner ruled it a suicide, but there was some doubt, wasn't there? How do? Because I do my homework. I know all your dirty little secrets, just like I know the secrets of every man and woman in this place. Don't look so surprised. We're in the secrets business. What do you want? I've told you. I want your assistance. Phone trace authorizations, restricted database access, that sort of thing. And more important, I need a backdated authorization letter to absolve me of my actions up until now and for what will follow. What does that mean? What will follow? It means things are going to get very dirty, Jim. But I want to come out of this clean. And now you want me to come out clean, don't you? She smiled reassuringly. You know that is beyond even my power. Whatever happens next, what's already happened has to be explained. We can't just pretend it never happened. She brushed some lint from the shoulder pad of his suit jacket. You can have everyone else involved. How does that sound? The mercenaries work for Marcus Lambert's private security firm. He's a big old fish to catch, isn't he? Been involved in all sorts of questionable activities over the past few years, hasn't he? When this is over, I can give you the name of every shooter involved and evidence that Marcus had them brought to London. It'll all be wrapped up nice and fast and tidy. And the right people will hang for it. Well, except me. You're a monster. Oh, Jim. Anderton held his face in her palms. I do find it amusing you say that, as if it's a bad thing, when we both know that's precisely why you hired me in the first place. Chapter 63. The winter sun was bright in a cloudless sky. Viktor drove like the other city drivers, slow, within the speed limit, acting like everyone else and not someone hunted by enemies and on the run from the authorities. The car was stolen, but only recently. No one would be looking for it yet, and it would be abandoned long before it became a risk. He parked the car and left the engine running to encourage someone to steal it. He led Giselle on foot down a busy street. Iron posts lined the pavement, designed to look like the deactivated cannons from the Crimean War that had once been used in their place. Permanent reminders of an imperial past, ignored by those who walked by them. Around him, people who had never jogged a day in their lives wore sportswear and trainers. Market traders shouted to advertise their wares and counted out change, fingertips red in the cold air while the rest of their hands stayed warm under the protection of fingerless gloves. He stopped at a street stall selling souvenir clothing. There were lots of football shirts and T-shirts printed with I Heart London and faces of royal family members. He picked out a hooded sweatshirt that read Oxford on the front and a cap with an image of the city skyline. He paid the vendor. "Where are you?" Giselle said. He took her out of the flow of pedestrians and pushed the sweatshirt into her hands. "Put this on." "You're joking, surely. It's about 4 sizes too big." "It's only 1 size too big. It'll change your body shape." "Why would I want to do that?" "So the people looking to kill you will have a harder time picking you out of a crowd. Hurry up." She did as instructed, pulling a face the whole time. He adjusted the strap at the back of the cap and fitted it to her head. Giselle said, "I look ridiculous, don't I?" "You look like a tourist." "Like I said, ridiculous." We need to be as forgettable as possible. We have to be anonymous. If you looked and act like everyone else, it will make it more difficult for them to spot us. What about you? You look the same as you did yesterday. I know how to make sure people don't see me. Yeah, she said. Must be useful in your line of work. Maybe after this is over I'll switch careers. Mine is dangerous enough as it is. He didn't respond to that. She stopped, thinking. We agree that whoever this woman is, she's after me because of my job. It appears that way. We can't know for sure yet. Okay, Mr. Pedantic, we think that's it. But as I said before, I'm not a barrister. And the work I do is for the qualified barristers. Maybe this woman is really after someone else. Maybe it really is a mistake, her wanting me dead. Victor thought back to his visit to Giselle's firm. He cycled through his conversation with the receptionist. It's probably the office bug. An innocuous statement at the time, but no longer. He said, while you were still going to work, was anyone off sick? Did anyone not show up that day or during the days beforehand? I don't know. Please think, Giselle. Take your time. Were any of the other lawyers not in the office that day? The tip of her tongue was visible between her lips while she tried to remember. Then her eyes widened and she said, Lester Daniels. He hadn't been in for a couple of days. I've no idea why. What kind of law did he practice? That's a good question. He's kind of this old jack-of-all-trades at the firm. Bit of a renegade. I love the guy. Such a character. But what does this have to do with Lester? Did you work with him at all? Of course. All the time. I'm the firm's general drudge. Oh, shit. What are you saying? Is Lester involved in this? Perhaps. Do you know where he lives? The Daniels' home was a 3-story townhouse in the center of a parade of identical, flawless residences with brilliant cream facades fronted by black wrought iron fencing. £1 million bought a mansion in most parts of the world. In a pleasant area of London, it bought a 3-bedroom house with on-street parking. How well do you know Lester? Victor asked as they approached. As well as anyone knows their boss, I guess. Perhaps better. There have been a lot of firm social evenings, drinks in swanky bars when someone wins a case, that sort of thing. Do you know what car he drives? She thought for a moment. One of those classic sports cars with a soft top. Racing green, he told me. Victor didn't inquire further because there was no such car parked on the street. Vehicles lined each curb, nose to tail. There were no empty spaces, and only enough road left between either flank for a single car to drive along slowly. Victor liked that. A Range Rover would have difficulty giving chase, and there was nowhere for watchers to loiter. Giselle drew a breath and pushed the doorbell. It rang with a cheery electronic jingle. Victor noted the speed with which it was answered, but not by Lester Daniels. He took the woman before him to be Mrs. Daniels, based on her age, the ring on her finger, and her expression. It was one of anxiousness and pain. He wasn't as surprised as Giselle, who hesitated and stammered when the woman asked, "What do you want?" The lack of politeness in the tone matched his evaluation of her. She was stressed and worried and had better things to do than answer the doorbell to strangers. I'm Giselle Maynard. I work with Mr. Daniels. I was wondering if we could speak with him." The woman looked at Giselle with wide, disbelieving eyes that shone with anger. "Is this some kind of fucking joke?" Giselle was too shocked to respond. Victor said, "Has something happened to Lester?" The angry eyes snapped in his direction. "I wouldn't know, would I? He's missing." "Oh, my God," Giselle breathed, putting a hand to her mouth. "Who are you people? What do you want?" Victor said, "May we come in, Mrs. Daniels?" "It's Rose, and you haven't answered my question. Who are you, and why are you here? This really isn't a good time. My husband is missing."
As I was saying, Giselle began, I work with Lester, but I've been off sick for the last week. This here, she put a hand on Victor's arm, is my brother, Jonathan. I didn't know Lester was missing. I'm so sorry. Is there anything we can do to help? The offer seemed to soothe the anger from Rose Daniels' face, but pain replaced it. Her eyes moistened. Thank you. That's kind of you. She stepped aside and held open her door. Come inside, please. Thank you, Giselle said, and entered through the doorway. Victor checked the street for any new vehicles or people, but there were none. He followed. Rose Daniels was a small woman who seemed smaller still in the tall hallway. She led them through to the kitchen, where a mug of tea sat brewing and steaming on a wooden worktop. She took a teaspoon from its resting place near the mug and fished for the tea bag. Her hand was trembling as she carried it to a bin, and she dropped it. She started to cry. Allow me, Victor said, as he used his nails to retrieve the tea bag from the slate floor, and took a square of kitchen towel from a roll to wipe up the mess. Rose nodded her thanks as she dabbed her eyes and gestured for them to sit at a breakfast bar. Giselle complied, but Victor remained standing where he could see the hallway and the kitchen window without having to turn his head. She began talking without any prompts. The police are useless. They say he's not missing. They say he's been using his credit card and his car has been recorded on closed-circuit television. They haven't said as much, but I can tell they think he's run off with another woman. But Lester would never do that. He wouldn't. He really wouldn't. I don't believe it either, Giselle said. Lester's a lovely man. Rose cried again at that, but controlled herself after a moment. When did you last see him? Victor said, trying to sound like a concerned acquaintance and not an investigator. Over a week ago, she said. He left for work as normal on Wednesday and never came home. He wouldn't simply disappear on me without saying anything. Something's happened. I know it. Giselle looked at Victor, who made sure not to look back in case Rose saw the exchange. I think, Giselle began, that what happened to... Victor interrupted before she could continue. Are any of his clothes missing? Rose looked away. Yes, I checked, of course, after what the police told me about his card, but I don't believe it. There must be another explanation. He saw from Giselle's eyes that she understood the reason for his interruption. She said, Was he stressed because of work? I know he had a big caseload. Lester loved his job, even when he was overworked. If you're trying to imply he couldn't cope and disappeared, then... No, I'm sorry, Giselle was quick to assure. That's not what I meant. I don't know what I meant. This is all so shocking. They sat in silence for a while. Rose sipped tea, then said, Forgive me. I didn't ask if you wanted any. How rude of me. She went to stand, but Victor held out a hand to motion for her not to. That's okay. We're going to have to go, I'm afraid. My sister is giving me a lift to the airport. Yes, don't let me hold you up. Giselle said, I'm sorry to have disturbed you at this difficult time. Is there anyone I can call for you? Rose exhaled sharply. The damned police! You can tell them to do their job. They said their goodbyes and left Rose to her tears. Chapter 64. Outside, as they walked away, Giselle said, He's dead, isn't he? Victor nodded. But why? I don't understand. What did he do? Something he was working on? Someone he was representing? That's what we need to find out. Whoever this woman is, she's connected to one of Lester's cases, and that case must have the potential to destroy her. If she thought killing the lawyer working the case would prevent it from going ahead, that suggests no other lawyer could step in. So either Lester is the only barrister on the planet who is able to take the case, or there won't be enough time for another to continue it now that he's out of the way. So, which case did you work on with Lester that has a built-in deadline? Possibly a case that he picked up only recently. I don't know. She saw the skepticism in his eyes. I don't. I said I worked for him sometimes. I didn't say I knew the details of everything he did. I filed, I researched, I photocopied, I made them cups of Earl Grey. It's not as if I even met the clients. He would work on dozens of different cases at any one time. Like I said, he was a maverick. He did things his own way. He didn't even like to share with the other seniors. He would never tell me anything important. To have any idea of what this might be about, I'd have to go to the firm and check through his case files.
Viktor shook his head. You can't do that. They'll be watching.
Then we'll never know what this is about. We'll never know why Lester was killed. We'll never know why I'm... Hold on. She stopped and turned to face him, forcing him to stop too. If Lester is the barrister on the case that could, as you say, destroy her, why does she want me dead?
He said, because you worked on the case too, even if you don't know you did. Lester must have told her that. He must have given her your name.
Why? That makes no sense.
I'm afraid it does make sense. They must have tortured him or threatened to kill him or his family. Before he was killed, he gave them your name. They asked him who else knew what he did, and he said, you.
No, he wouldn't do that. Not Lester. There's no reason to. It was a lie. I don't know anything.
Everyone talks in that situation, and you do know. There's a piece of information you have that she can't risk getting out. Lester was the original target, but you're a loose end.
What the hell does that mean? That I have to be killed just in case?
She put her face in her hands.
So all this is a mistake? Oh my God, people are trying to kill me for no fucking reason.
You scared them, Viktor explained. When they tried to kidnap you and you escaped, they panicked. They couldn't question you. They couldn't find out what you did or didn't know. They assumed the worst, which was that you indeed knew everything and could destroy them. It doesn't matter what the truth is. Lester gave her your name, and the fear of exposure is enough for her to send a team of mercenaries after us. Whether you are a genuine threat to her is irrelevant. Now it's gone too far. They can't let you live.
What information could be so important to go through this, but so insignificant that I don't have any idea what it might be?
Her name, Viktor said. That's the only thing that makes sense. It's there in a file, innocuous and unimportant, but it connects her to something. And you've seen it. Filing, photocopying, whatever.
How could she have gotten away with it? Lester and me both being murdered? It would be too much of a coincidence, wouldn't it?
People like this don't get caught for crimes against civilians. They would have spun a story to hide the truth. Maybe you and Lester ran off together before tragically dying in a car accident.
That couldn't work, could it?
These things happen all the time. The reason you don't know about it is because it works.
Then fuck her. We can't let her get away with this.
Her hands were tight fists at her sides.
I want to bring her down. What else can we do? Keep running and hiding until they catch up with us again?
No, Viktor said. That's no plan. You're right. We have to go after her.
Please tell me you know how.
He nodded. Go through Lester's files. You have to figure out who she is and what she's scared of.
But you said they'd be watching the firm. How can I?
We'll find a way. But first I need to speak to your stepfather. The address Viktor gave Norimov corresponded to a brownfield site on the south side of the river, between a long disused power station and a development of new apartment blocks. There was a single route into the stretch of wasteland, a narrow path topped by loose gravel, just wide enough for a car to traverse. The land was uneven but flat. Signs near the path advertised the future homes that were to be built on the site. Viktor had been waiting with Giselle since 11 a.m. A rented Subaru pulled off the road at 5 minutes past 12. Late, despite Viktor's warning. The car navigated the wasteland in a slow circle before coming to a stop in the approximate center. A moment later, the phone in Viktor's pocket vibrated. He answered. Igor said, "I hear. Where are you?" "Nearby," Viktor answered. "Step out of the car. Open all the doors."
Why?
Because I'm telling you to.
You're crazy.
Do it. Stay on the line. Viktor watched as the Russian climbed out of the driver's seat and proceeded to walk around the car, opening the passenger's door and both rear doors. No one else was inside.
Happy now?
Deliriously so. Stay on the line. I'm coming over. He stood up from where he lay on a shoulder between the old power station and the wasteland, some 500 meters from where Yegor was parked. He returned to his own stolen Fiat and climbed inside. Giselle sat in the passenger's seat. Viktor said nothing, and she obeyed his earlier request to stay silent. He activated the phone's speaker and set it in his lap so he could listen to Yegor while he drove the short distance to meet him. He parked 10 meters away from the Subaru, climbed out of the car. He hung up and slipped the phone back in his pocket. Seeing this, Yegor did the same.
What was that for?
To make sure you couldn't contact anyone.
Why would I?
Viktor didn't answer.
You hurt my feelings, Mr. Badman. I never...
Save it, Viktor said, drawing his pistol. Give me your gun. Yegor looked shocked, then offended.
Why? You see I bring no one. You can trust me.
I don't trust anyone. Give me your gun and I won't distrust you as much.
You paranoid, man.
The gun, Viktor said. Now. The Russian screwed up his face and with big, exaggerated movements drew out his weapon. He threw it at Viktor's feet. Viktor tucked his own gun away and retrieved Yegor's from the ground. He passed it to Giselle through the open passenger's door window. She said, I told you that you could trust him.
What now?
Yegor asked, hands in pockets. Viktor said, You're going to answer some questions. He aimed his gun at the Russian's left knee. You need to tell me everything you know if you enjoy the ability to walk. The mobile phone vibrated against his hip. He fished it out and checked the screen, thinking Norimov was calling. He wasn't. A different number was displayed. For an instant he didn't understand. Then he did. The sender was Yegor, who was edging closer, then charging, the scrape of his shoes and the blur of movement in Viktor's peripheral vision providing a split second of warning, enough time for Viktor to drop the phone to free his hands and bring them up in defense. The big Russian slammed into him. Even properly braced, Viktor would have no chance to resist the momentum. Being only half ready, the impact jolted him backward, ruining his balance, giving Yegor the opportunity to grab his jacket and fling him at the stolen car where Giselle sat. Viktor collided with the hood, toppling back onto it, then rolling laterally to avoid the elbow driven down at his skull. The sheet metal buckled and dented from the monstrous force. Yegor's muscle was gym-built and steroid-fueled, but he had the speed of a lighter man. He grabbed Viktor as he rolled off the hood, lifting him up and slamming him onto the ground, going down on top of him to crush and smother. Viktor took the impact of their combined weight, losing the air from his lungs, but scooped up a rock into his left hand and drove it into Yegor's face, which tore a gash across his forehead. Viktor twisted and pushed out from under him as Yegor recoiled from the blow, creating some distance and releasing the rock as he came to his feet. He reached for the gun, but it had fallen from his waistband in the struggle and lay unseen near his enemy's feet. He attacked to distract him from noticing the weapon. The Russian blocked the punch and grabbed Viktor's jacket as he followed through with another punch, pulling him closer and launching a headbutt that Viktor slipped and turned from, taking hold of the hand attached to his jacket, twisting it clockwise, forcing the Russian to release him or have his wrist locked. He chose the former. Viktor backed off to create space, but circled so his enemy turned away from the gun on the ground. Yegor used the pause to pull a folding knife from a coat pocket. Blood from the forehead wound seeped down the left side of his face. Viktor ducked low to avoid a slash at his neck, darting to Yegor's left to keep out of the knife's arc, and slipped around to his exposed flank. A hook to the ribs caused the Russian to cry out and attempt a wild backhand attack. Viktor batted the weapon from Yegor's grip. It whistled through the air, clattering on the hard ground too far away to risk going for. Yegor ducked low and threw himself at Viktor, pushing him into the car's driver's side and pinning him there with his superior weight. Hands went for Viktor's throat, palms wrapped around the neck, fingertips pushing against his spine, thumbs pressing down on his windpipe, cutting off his air supply. He punched up in return, striking Igor's face, adding to the blood from his forehead and cheek wounds, but they were arm punches with no power generated from planted feet and twisting hips. Igor smiled through them, asking for more, happy to take them. They both knew Viktor would be dead long before Igor's face broke apart. Viktor's chest burned for oxygen as he grabbed the man's hair in his right fist to lock it in place and drove his other thumb into Igor's left eye socket. The Russian tried to pull away from the pressure on his eyeball, but Viktor could stretch his arm farther than Igor's too could extend while maintaining the choke. The Russian grimaced, then roared, lifting him off the ground by his neck and slamming him into the car's bodywork. But Viktor didn't release Igor's hair or lessen the pressure on his eye. Igor slammed Viktor down again harder, then, having no other option to avoid losing his eye, snapped his hands free to tear away Viktor's own. An anticipated move, and Viktor was already acting, kicking Igor in the sternum and propelling him backward a few steps. It exhausted Viktor to do so. He gasped and coughed, weakened by the strangulation. He was still fast enough to block the first punch, but not the second. Viktor's vision darkened. His head swam. He almost didn't see the next one. He jerked his head to the side, slipping it, just, with Igor's thumb scraping across his ear before the fist smashed into the edge of the car's roof where it met the driver's door. He howled and jumped back, letting Viktor slide along the bodywork and out of range, sagging from the effects of the punch and oxygen deprivation. The Russian clutched at his broken fist and snarled in pain and rage because he knew he was beaten with his dominant hand now useless, no matter how temporarily weakened Viktor was. He came forward anyway, turning sideways, ready to fight to the end with only his left hand. "Stop!" Giselle shouted. She was out of the car and looking at Igor, holding the pistol Viktor had given her and shaking hands. The Russian faced her, good hand rising, passive. Viktor blinked, trying to put the world back in focus. "No," he managed, because he saw what was going to happen. Igor shuffled toward Giselle, hand still raised. By the time she realized he wasn't surrendering, it was too late. He tore the gun from her hand and aimed it at Viktor. The Russian said, "I win." Chapter 65. Igor held the gun in his left hand because the right had to be broken in more than a dozen places. It hung uselessly at his side, bloody and swollen. He used the gun to usher Giselle and Viktor together, and then over to his car. "Why are you doing this?" Giselle asked. Igor said, "I want money. I sell you both and make all the money." He walked a couple of meters behind Viktor and Giselle. It was the textbook distance in such circumstances, too far for the captives to turn and take their captor by surprise, but close enough for the captor to respond should his captives try to escape. At that range no one missed, even someone shooting with his non-dominant hand. Only amateurs pushed a muzzle into someone's back, and even an amateur could turn around fast enough to disarm someone who did. Igor was no professional in Viktor's sense of the word, but he wasn't stupid, and more than that, he was afraid of Viktor. That was unusual. Viktor's manner was carefully constructed to appear non-threatening. Such a disguise of normalcy meant enemies were apt to underestimate him. That wouldn't happen here. Igor's battered face and broken hand were painful reminders not to drop his guard. Gravel crunched underfoot. Viktor stopped when he reached the Fiat. He saw Igor's reflection in the window glass and Giselle next to him. "Open the door and get behind the wheel," Igor said. Viktor stood still. "No stalling. Just do it, or I kill you both now." "Then you won't get paid," Viktor said. "You want to find out? No, you don't. You want to keep alive long as you can, so open door." There was no option but to obey. If there had been, Viktor would already be acting. Driving the car was something he did not want to do. In the back, he had a number of workable plans of action he could implement. But Igor wasn't stupid. Igor waited 2 meters away with a clean line of sight. Even if Viktor had a key, he couldn't get the engine started and accelerate fast enough to avoid Igor's shot from such a short distance. A guaranteed hit for anyone even remotely competent with a sidearm. A guaranteed kill shot for someone like Igor, even left-handed. Viktor couldn't risk it. He couldn't allow Giselle to be alone. He opened the driver's door and climbed in. "Seatbelt?" he asked as he pulled up the lever to edge the seat forward a couple of notches. Igor hesitated because he hadn't thought that far ahead. There were pros and cons. Seatbelt on meant Viktor was bound to his seat, preventing sudden movement, but gave him a far better chance of surviving a deliberate crash. Off meant he couldn't risk any reckless driving, but provided freedom of movement to try something else. It was a difficult choice, which was why Viktor had asked Igor to make the decision for him, because the answer would reveal more about Igor's thought processes than was smart to let an enemy like Viktor know. "No belts." Viktor nodded. Igor pointed the pistol at Giselle. "Get in the passenger seat or I'll shoot your boyfriend." "He's not my boyfriend." "And he never will be." She did. Then Igor climbed into the back, sitting directly behind the driver's seat. It was the best place for a captor to sit in these circumstances. The Russian pulled the door shut behind him. "Don't forget I have gun," he said. "Try anything and you will be shot. Maybe I don't get paid all the money, but that's life. But not for you. You'll be dead. Don't forget." "I won't forget." "That's good. You fight pretty well for a little man. I cannot lie. You hurt me. But I hurt you more, yes? Tell that to your hand." Igor frowned. "I only need one to pull trigger." "Don't do this," Giselle pleaded. "Alec will pay you." Igor laughed. "Normov has no money. He's the poor man. Why you think I work against him all this time? She pay me plenty money to tell her about warehouse. She will pay even more for you two." "I'm sorry, Giselle. You nice girl, but money is money." He gestured at Viktor with the gun. "Now, you in front. Drive car. Remember this gun. Do anything I don't first tell you to do, or try acting the crazy and bang bang in your back. Maybe I get lucky and you don't die. Maybe you become the cripple. Then you can watch me hurt the girl before I hand her over. You wouldn't want to miss that, would you? I'm pretty good at making people hurt. And you know what? I like doing it." "A shocking revelation," Viktor said. "You'll be telling me next you have trouble forming meaningful relationships." "Relationships are for the pussies. Now start engine." He dropped the keys over Viktor's left shoulder. "Keep thinking of the gun at your back, okay, Mr. Smartmouth?" Viktor inserted the key and started the engine. "Where are we going?" "To the warehouse." "What for?" "To wait. Nice and quiet there, yes?" "I don't know the way from here." "You stupid. I'll be the guide." "Thank you." Igor laughed. "Nice try, my friend. I see what you want to do. You think if you are Mr. Polite, then I will be nice to you. You think maybe I will let you both go. You are the funny man. You a coward. I don't know why Norimov thought you could help. Look how you ended up." Manners cost nothing. "Drive, Mr. Deadman." Viktor did. Giselle kept her gaze on the road ahead. Her eyes were wide and full of fear. He wanted to say something to reassure her, but kind words were not his forte, and he respected her too much to placate her now. Igor said, "And so you are knowing if you try crashing car, then you will be the one who hurts. I'm not wearing the belt back here. So you stop fast, and I use you as my airbag. Crunch. You'll be flat like a worm. And me? I'll laugh. Maybe do it anyway. I want to see what you look like after I crush you." "I'll pass if it's all the same to you," Viktor said. Igor laughed.
I like that you are the Mr. Funny Man, even when you are in the biggest trouble. You want to be so Mr. Funny Man soon, yes?
Viktor remained silent. "Please, Igor," Giselle said. "Let us go, please." He growled and raised the gun as if to pistol whip her.
"Keep silent or I hurt you."
She recoiled. "Do as he says," Viktor said.
"Yes, listen to your boyfriend, the hero. But not a very good hero, yes? When I was little long time ago, I wanted to be the hero like in the movies. What about you?"
Viktor said, "Me too."
"But now I am the bad man. Same as you. Sometimes I wonder why that happened." "Do you?"
"All the time," Viktor said.
"Makes me sad, tell the truth," Igor said. "Messes with my head. But too late now to be good. Do you know what I tell myself? Make myself feel better?"
"What do you tell yourself?"
"Fuck it," Igor said with a laugh. "That's what I say. Kids, they know shit. I knew shit. If I known you make the money being bad, I would have wanted to be bad. But you've been bad. But it's good you helped Norimov. So you've been bad, but I as good. Nice shit, yes?"
"Beautifully put."
"Maybe I write poem about it."
Viktor continued driving. Igor called out directions, guiding Viktor through the urban streets. Giselle didn't speak. The hands of the analog dashboard clock ticked around. 5 minutes passed. Then 10.
"Next right,"
Igor said. Viktor slowed and indicated. "You realize they'll kill you when you hand us over, don't you?"
"Tell me, why you bother? I know they won't. They want the girl, and now they want you. They don't want me. I make the money because I helped them. You should have helped them too."
"Dimitri's dead. So are the others. Giselle and I will be next. Do you really think you'll be the only one who walks away from this?" Igor stayed quiet. "You're a dead man, Igor," Viktor said, "and you're too stupid to see it." The Russian's lips were pressed together and his nostrils flared with each angry breath. Viktor laughed and laughed.
"Hey," Igor said, "you missed the damn turn."
Viktor glanced back. "I'll take the next one."
"No, you fucked up. Turn the car around."
"The road is too narrow."
"Then back up."
Viktor slowed to a stop and put the gear into reverse. "Watch the road for me."
Igor laughed. "You keep trying, don't you, Mr. Funny Man? I keep my eyes on you all the time. Use your mirrors."
Viktor pushed his foot down on the accelerator. 5 miles per hour. Then 10.
"What's with the hurry?"
Igor asked. "I'm bored of waiting," Viktor answered. 15 miles per hour. Giselle looked at him, at first in surprise, which quickly began to warp into understanding. 20 miles per hour. Igor frowned.
"What the fuck are you talking about?"
"Do you remember what you said before, Igor, about the airbag?" The Russian's eyes widened in confusion, then fear when he realized how fast they were going.
"Stop the car, now!"
Viktor did. He released his foot from the accelerator and slammed the brake pedal and wrenched up the handbrake, but before he did that, he pulled up the lever to adjust his seat and kept hold. The car came to a stop within 2 seconds, but the unlocked driver's seat was still moving backward, only stopping when it slammed its weight and Viktor's directly into Igor's shins. Chapter 66. The car rocked back and forth on its suspension for a moment. Viktor grimaced from the whiplash. His chest felt a little sore. Giselle hadn't been wearing her belt and was now unconscious and slumped in her seat. Igor had come off worse. Far worse. Both shins had snapped. His knees were broken. Even his ankles were broken. He groaned instead of screamed because the adrenaline in his system was negating the pain. Otherwise he would be unconscious like Giselle. It was one of the benefits of shock, but the disadvantages were going to be as costly for a man in Igor's position. He didn't try to retrieve the gun that had flown from his hand in the sudden stop.
"What the fuck?"
He managed to grunt, looking down at the wreckage of his legs. Victor unclasped the seatbelt and examined Giselle. She'd hit her head and was out cold but breathing well. He climbed out of the car. They were on a quiet road that cut between factories. No other vehicles. No people. No witnesses. He circled the car and opened the far rear door. Igor stared at him. White showed all around his pupils. Sweat shone on his paling face. Victor ignored him and fished in the footwell until he found Igor's gun under the passenger's seat. There was nowhere else it could have gone. "Wait," Igor said. Victor closed the door. He circled back around the vehicle. Igor's gun was a .45 caliber Colt 1911. He opened the door next to Igor. "Wait," the Russian said again, this time through gritted teeth because he was shaking off the shock, and now the agony of multiple fractures was intensifying with every passing second. "Please," Igor begged. Rivulets of sweat ran down from his temples. "No shoot me. Please." "Give me your knife," Victor said. "Grip first." Igor's trembling fingers took it from his pocket. He struggled to turn it around in his hand and presented the grip to Victor by holding the blade. Victor took it in his left hand and tossed it away. "Phone." Igor tried to pull it from his hip pocket, but screamed as he increased the pressure of his trousers against his injured legs in the process. He tugged his hand away and took a series of breaths as he fought to control the pain. Tears joined the sweat on his face. Victor said, "Either you get it, or I do." Igor hesitated, then tried a second time. He screamed again, but this time he didn't stop. He kept screaming until the phone was free. He didn't have the strength to hold it up, so Victor reached inside the car to take it out of his hand. He was too weak to try anything. Who was the woman? "I not know her name. We speak on phone only." Victor looked through the call log. Between the most recent calls to Victor's phone and the call to Norimov was another number. "Is this her?" Victor asked. Igor nodded. "I'm sorry," he said, sobbing, "for everything. I got greedy. I should have said no to taking photo." "You took the photo of Norimov coming out of the restaurant?" "Yes. I make threat. But not easy turning on Norimov. I had to think about it first. Not easy saying yes. I'm so sorry." "Apology accepted," Victor said, "but I'm still going to kill you." "No," Igor spat. "You need me. I can call and help fix things, yes? You need me." "I only need you to die." "Then shoot. I care not." "Unfortunately for you, your gun doesn't have many bullets." Igor frowned in confusion. Then his eyes widened when Victor turned the pistol around so he held it by the barrel, steel grip protruding beyond his knuckles like the head of a hammer. Giselle had woken up by the time Victor had driven the Fiat back to the wasteland, gently lifted her from the passenger seat, and placed her in Igor's rented Subaru. "Holy shit," Giselle breathed, groggy and disoriented. "My head is killing me." Victor squatted down so he was at her level. He took her head in his palms and peered into her eyes. "Do you know where you are?" "Yeah," she said. "Hell." "Follow my fingers with your eyes." He moved his index finger laterally and then in circular motions. "Do you feel sick or does anything else hurt apart from your head?" "No." "Then you'll be fine," Victor assured her. "You don't have a concussion." "What happened?" "Igor's dead. You don't want to know any more than that." She inhaled deeply and nodded. "Okay. What happens now?" Victor said, "This is what we're going to do." Chapter 67. They took the Docklands Light Railway into the city, disembarking the train and making their way out of the station and into the heart of the city's financial district, the Square Mile. The streets were alive with men and women in business wear and heavy winter coats, sipping from take-out coffee cups or on the move, eager to get home after a day's trading, borrowing, stealing. With Giselle at his side and a limited time frame, Victor couldn't perform the kind of thorough counter-surveillance run he would have liked, but he circled his destination at a circumference of 4 blocks, spiraling inward as he analyzed the environs. It was an area of historic office buildings, ornate and beautiful. Bars, cafes, and eateries flanked the streets at ground level to sustain and entertain the workers. The sun had retreated behind the horizon, but the numerous lights from streetlights, headlights, and shining through windows and from signs meant he had no trouble checking every face and vehicle he saw. Viktor bought a black coffee from a street vendor and sipped it as he walked slowly against the flow of pedestrians. Giselle declined one. The air smelled as dirty as the sky appeared. Here, Viktor looked like everyone else, and Giselle stood out in the sweatshirt and hat. But she didn't look like the employee of a law firm, and that was the important factor. As they approached their destination, Viktor slowed their pace and took his time, searching for danger spots and anyone who could be a threat. He saw no one, but they couldn't yet risk getting too close to the building housing Giselle's workplace. If they were watching, they would be near the building, ready to act. Her disguise wouldn't fool them there. "Is this the one?" Viktor asked Giselle when they came to a tube station. She nodded. "This is the closest, yeah. What do we do now?" "Wait." They did, loitering inside the main entrance so they were not exposed to any threats passing on the street outside. Viktor was good at waiting. He could remain relaxed and alert for endless hours without becoming distracted or bored. He had killed many hard targets simply by waiting long enough for the perfect opportunity to strike. Similarly, he had survived many threats by outwaiting an enemy who was encouraged to make a mistake through boredom or distraction. Giselle did not have the same experience, nor the same hunter's mentality, but she kept any nervousness or frustration in check. After 9 minutes, she said, "Him, in the gray overcoat. I think he works at the accountancy firm on the floor above. I see him in the cafe every lunchtime. Decaf skinny latte." Viktor didn't acknowledge the comment. He turned to follow Giselle's gaze. A small crowd of people were crossing the road, hurrying to beat the flashing traffic light and get out of the rain. They were heading toward the station, the density of the crowd increasing as they were funneled through the entrance. Viktor set off in their direction, looking down as he fiddled with his jacket buttons. A man bumped into him and apologized. Another did not. A third, wearing a gray overcoat, told him to watch where he was going. Viktor stopped and turned, watching as the man walked away, muttering to himself. Giselle was looking at Viktor, and he nodded. She made her way over to him. "Was that it?" she asked. He nodded again and led her away from the entrance. "I didn't see a thing." "That's the idea. Here." He opened the man's wallet, and Giselle spotted a white pass card and slid it out. "That's it. Wasn't sure if theirs would be the same as ours, but I guess everyone would have to use the same ones to get to the lobby, wouldn't they?" She dropped it into a pocket. "What are you going to do with the wallet?" "Dispose of it." "Do we have to? Seems a little harsh. On him, I mean." She gestured to where the man in the gray overcoat was standing before the station's electronic turnstiles, patting down the pockets of his coat and trousers and shaking his head. A station employee watched him with an unsympathetic look. "How's he going to get home?" Giselle asked. The man in the gray overcoat was becoming increasingly frustrated at his inability to locate his wallet. The station employee motioned for him to move out of other people's way. Giselle said, "What if it's his kid's birthday party and he's going to miss it? Maybe the kid doesn't get to see her dad much. Maybe this is going to break her heart." Viktor saw the compassion in Giselle's eyes. He didn't know what it felt like, but he saw its importance. "Would you prefer that I return the wallet?" "Yes, please." He did, tapping the man on the shoulder and saying, "I think you dropped this." He wasn't thanked. They found a quiet area outside the flow of people. He made sure no one was in earshot and said, "There's no accessible entrance to the building aside from the main one, so when you're inside, walk quickly, like you're in a hurry, but not so fast as to draw undue attention. Keep your head angled down to give cameras a harder time seeing your face, but be aware of who is around you. Make sure you breathe. Holding your breath because you're tense will just make you more stressed. Take long, slow breaths. Don't forget what we discussed. Don't draw attention to yourself. If you're forced to engage with someone, keep it brief. Only provide the cover story if you're asked. Don't offer it. When we lie, we provide too many details in an attempt to be believed. So do the opposite. Get to Lester's office and retrieve only what you need and then leave. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Trust your instincts. Just walk away. Remember to... She interrupted him. I remember. We've been through it 100 times already. If I don't know what to do by now, I'm never going to, but I do know it. He saw that she was putting on a brave face for his benefit. In a way, she was trying to protect him, so he wouldn't worry. She said, Whatever happens, I hope you believe me when I say I'm sorry all of this has happened. You couldn't have known what a pile of shit it would be when you said you'd protect me. You've done so much, more than I can ever repay. I'm so sorry, I really am. There's no need to apologize, Giselle. None of this is your fault, and even if it were, I would still protect you. She was shaking her head. Knowing my mother is not enough of a reason for you to go through this for me. It's not. It's not enough. That's how it began, Giselle, he said. But now I'm doing this because I know you as well. I don't know what to say to that. You don't have to. Just remember to... I've got it, okay? Trust me. He looked down at her. She was untrained and vulnerable, yet spoke with impressive confidence. He realized he was more concerned for her life than he was for his own. Victor placed a hand on her shoulder. I do trust you. Chapter 68. The building's exterior was a typical example of early 18th century Edwardian architecture, but the interior had been completely modernized. The lobby was vast and formed the ground floor of a large atrium. 2 rows of 3 lifts provided access to the 5 floors of offices that ringed the atrium behind glass walls. 2 bright-faced receptionists sat behind a long, curved counter. A security guard stood before an electronic turnstile and failed to stifle a yawn. Giselle kept her head angled down to protect her face from security cameras, as her companion had instructed her, but kept her eyes moving in an attempt to identify any threats. She exhaled through pursed lips, mouth already dry. What was she supposed to do if she did identify any? Knowing a few self-defense techniques and having a can of pepper spray was not going to do her much good if she came face to face with an armed mercenary. But if her companion was right, that scenario wouldn't arise. The lobby seemed even more massive than usual, vast and scary. She avoided eye contact with the 2 people sitting behind the reception desk and touched the white plastic identity card to the turnstile reader. How are you today, miss? The security guard standing nearby asked. Damn, she'd hoped he wouldn't be paying attention. She glanced up at big, kind Alan and said, No rest for the wicked. He smiled, and she wondered if he really cared as he seemed to, or whether it was all part of the job. A blinking light switched from red to green, and a double-glass divide parted to let her through the barrier. She looked over her shoulder. Alan, the security guard, was watching her. She told herself to relax. She knew him. She saw him every day. He wasn't one of them. There were 6 elevators and 2 banks of 3 opposite each other. She pressed the closest button and rubbed her palms together while she waited for a set of doors to open. She exhaled when they parted, and no gunman was standing inside waiting for her. She walked in backward to make sure no one was about to follow her. The wait for the doors to close after she hit the button for the law firm's floor was an eternity. The ascent was thankfully swift, and no one was waiting as she stepped out. She dared to hope that maybe this was going to work out after all. Stay focused, she reminded herself. Mind on the present. Near the elevators was a fire evacuation plan fixed to a wall. It showed the layout of the entire floor. She'd never noticed it before. She'd never paid that much attention to her surroundings. One corner turned and she was in the firm's reception area. It was a tastefully decorated space that did a good job of making the firm appear friendly and welcoming. And it was, for paying clients. Caroline, the receptionist, greeted her. "Miss Maynard, welcome back. I almost didn't recognize you." "Oh, yeah," Giselle said, nervously touching her hair. What with the stress of thinking about everything else, she had forgotten about the disguise. Thinking fast, she said, "Bit of a new look, right? Not sure I like it, but I had one of those crazy I feel like a change moments, you know?" "Tell me about it. I think one of those moments is around the corner, but I'm talking about my boyfriend, not my hair." Giselle laughed along with her, happy that she seemed to have gotten away with it. The receptionist said, "Little late to be coming to the office, isn't it, hon? Nearly everyone has gone off to celebrate Bella's victory. Cocktails on the firm's tab. Nice work if you can get it, yeah?" "She won? That's great news. Good for her. Tell her I said well done when you see her next. As for the free cocktails, why do you think I want to have a proper job here? Cosmos, girl. It's all about the cosmos. Anyway, I'm just nipping in to pick up a few things. I'm still under the weather, but I don't want to fall any farther behind or I'll never catch up again." She felt her face growing warmer and feared a blush might give her away. She cleared her throat. Her mind raced for something else to say. She was going into the cover story needlessly, like he said, giving too many details and trying to be believable. All she could think of was, "Has Lester come back to work yet?" "No." Caroline's face was somber. "In fact, I'm getting a bit worried about him. Something is going on, I reckon. Not that anyone's telling me anything. Have you heard how he is?" Giselle shook her head. She didn't believe she could lie with enough conviction. "I hope he's okay," Caroline said. "Me too." She began to walk past the desk. "I'd better get a move on. Doctor says I shouldn't even be out of bed." "Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Oh, I almost forgot. A guy came here looking for you." Giselle felt her pulse spike. "A guy? Who was he?" Caroline shrugged. "Said he had a meeting with you. There was no record of one. I thought he was full of shit, personally. Weird, huh?" She swallowed. "Yeah. What did he look like?" "Dark hair. Real serious looking." She gave a light-hearted impression of such a look, eyes narrowed and brow furrowed. Then she smiled coyly. "I wouldn't kick him out of bed, though. He looked like the kind of man who knows things, if you get me." Giselle relaxed. "Don't stress about him. We know each other now. He's cool." The receptionist grinned. "Good for you, girl. What's his name?" Giselle hesitated, mouth open and unable to respond. "Oh," the receptionist said. "Like that, is it? Bit of a mystery man, is he?" "Understatement of the year," Giselle said, smiling back. The smile slipped from her face the instant she turned away. Her heart was racing. She was amazed she'd got this far on nothing but her wits. It was starting to feel natural. Maybe he was right. Maybe she would make a good barrister someday. The receptionist hadn't been exaggerating when she'd said most people had left already. The open-plan area where Giselle had her desk was empty. That would cut down on the conversations and lies she would have to engage in, and gave her a better chance of finding what she came here for. She didn't know how many of the senior lawyers were in their individual offices, but the general rule was if the bigwigs were working late, then so was everyone else. If they were partying, everyone partied with them. Still, a few workaholics might be about. What would she say to them if she was challenged? They were all confident, intimidating people. She could hardly pretend to be ill with fake coughs and sniffles. She crossed the open-plan area and headed to Lester's office. No one was about. She licked her dry lips and turned the door handle. Locked. "Shit," Giselle said. She fantasized kicking it open and striding in, but she knew she'd break her foot long before the door gave way, and be dragged out by security long before that. Then she would find out if Alan really was as nice as he acted. What would her companion do in her place? Giselle knew. He would kick it open, easily, no doubt. Or he would pick the lock in seconds. She didn't even know what a picklock looked like. Her left arm was hurting and she rubbed it as she thought through her options. The main problem seemed to be that she had no options. If she couldn't come up with something fast, it was all over. On a wide boulevard nearby, luxury vehicles wet with rain gleamed in the glow of streetlights. While Giselle performed her role at the firm, Viktor attempted his own, walking fast along the curb, his jacket sleeve brushing the side mirrors of parked vehicles. They were tightly parked, nose to tail. The car roofs were about armpit height. The big 4x4s rose to his chin. Staying close to the cars gave him excellent concealment from any gunman across the street, at whatever elevation, from whatever distance. A high-velocity round wouldn't be stopped by the bodywork, but the more bodywork between Viktor and the shooter, the more chance of a ricochet or deflection if the shooter was good, or an outright miss if he was not. The pavement was busy with pedestrians in business attire and winter clothing. Most chatted on their phones or toyed with them. He walked a little faster than those around him. Moving with pace would make it harder for anyone tracking him to take a shot. A continuous stream of people passed him on both sides, providing a good deal of cover and concealment. The movements of the crowd were unpredictable and would interrupt lines of sight from any position. He weaved through the pedestrian traffic, never walking in a straight line because he couldn't know where such a shot would come from. If he'd miscalculated this action, it would prove fatal. He identified the watchers within a minute. There were two, one at the intersection at the end of the street and another opposite the building. Both men, competent but nowhere near elite, because they were mercenaries, not pavement artists. Soldiers, not spies. One sat on a bench reading a newspaper, a reasonable cover, except he held it too close to his waist to read comfortably, so he could watch the building entrance. The second man smoked. On first impression, he was doing nothing more. He might have popped out of a nearby building to enjoy his cigarette in the sunshine, or perhaps he smoked while waiting for someone. His mistake was the 3 crushed stubs near where he stood. Viktor entered the building. He didn't look to see whether either man noticed him. If they knew who to watch for, then they would have, without question. If they didn't, then there was nothing to gain by looking in their direction, except an increased chance of recognition. Inside it was predictably grand, but unnecessarily so, with huge chandeliers, frescoes, and bronze statues. Plenty of money had been spent, but little class had been applied. The city had numerous private clubs more than a century old, and had survived until this day through a steadfast adherence to excellence and tradition. This club was one of the many that tried too hard to emulate the originals. Viktor was no snob, but he appreciated the difference. "Mr. Ivanov," Viktor said to a statuesque maitre d' in a cocktail dress. "Table for 2? A brief check of the log. "Your date is waiting for you, Mr. Ivanov." "Tremendous." She led him through the tables, busy with the early evening crowd. He walked directly behind her, scanning the interior for threats, but saw none. Every table was busy. There were no lone men or women trying not to look observant. Good. This might work. The maitre d' motioned. "Here you go, sir." Sitting at the table was a blonde woman with green eyes. Chapter 69. She didn't see him until it was impossible not to, because the maitre d' had helped hide Viktor until the last moment, and she had been expecting someone else. When her gaze met his, there was an instant of confusion that became surprise, then disbelief, but did not reach fear, which surprised him in turn. She waited. Viktor held out his palms to show he was no threat. She sat so casually and unconcerned that he almost felt like none. He gestured to the free chair. "May I?" There was hesitation while she decided on the best course of action. She said, "Be my guest." He knew it would be a mistake to think she was acting out of passivity. He sat, never breaking eye contact. "No corner table available," he began as he nudged the chair forward. "But but thank you for leaving me the seat facing the door. How thoughtful of you." Her expression stayed neutral, her own eyes unblinking. He saw the surprise had already gone. Now her gaze was searching, evaluating, calculating. "Why don't we keep our hands on the table?" Viktor offered, to avoid any misunderstandings. He placed his palms flat on the tablecloth. It was cool and smooth, 400 thread count Egyptian cotton. She did the same. Her fingers were long and slender. The nails were unpolished but manicured. "If you feel that's necessary. But we're both professionals. I'm sure we can behave with some civility." She paused. "Unless you're scared of little old me." He smiled because it was a good taunt. To insist their hands remained on the table was to admit fear, but to remove them let her win this first contest of wills. "Thank you for meeting me," Viktor said, taking his hands from the tablecloth. She said, "I did wonder why Igor insisted on a face-to-face. I should have trusted my instincts." "I'm glad you didn't." "You do a flawless impersonation of the man." That sounded like a genuine compliment. "It was?" "You can thank me by explaining why we're here." He didn't answer because a waiter approached to take their order. "Can you give us another 5 minutes?" They sat without speaking for a moment until the waiter was gone. Viktor used the time to separate out and analyze the conversations taking place all around him. A young couple eager to finish their meal and find somewhere private, a business dinner more about egos and posturing than commerce, a group of workmates discussing their day and how they were unappreciated and underpaid. "What do you want?" she asked again. "I'm here to talk, to see if we can resolve this with some, as you put it, civility." "Well, I wasn't exactly expecting you to ask me to accompany you to Paris for the weekend." "Perish the thought," she said. "And how exactly do you propose we resolve this?" "Simple. We go our separate ways." "Just like that?" He nodded. "You're right. That does sound simple. But I'm afraid it isn't going to be possible. You have nothing to offer me." "I don't? I've been in London just over 48 hours, and I'm already sitting across from you. Where do you think I'll be in a week's time?" Her expression remained neutral, but a little too neutral. She had to be concerned, but he couldn't shake her resolve. She nodded by way of response, then said, "And I've known about you for half that time. Would you like to know what I've discovered already?" First rule of intelligence. It never tells the whole story. "A sentiment I've spent my career living by. I'm sure you've done the same, and quite a career you've had, too. Professional assassin, freelance. Alexander Norimov used to be your broker, first for the Russian intelligence services, then when he went into business for himself. I've read all sorts of unverified reports about incidents in Paris, Minsk, even as far afield as Tanzania. Quite the well-traveled curriculum vitae you have." Viktor waited. "Don't worry," she continued. "I don't expect you to confirm anything. You don't need to. What I find particularly interesting is that you haven't worked for Norimov for at least half a decade. I know he sold you out to an SVR colonel a couple of years ago. Funnily enough, I've met this particular officer at a cocktail party in the Russian embassy here in London. This was before you two crossed paths, and I only spoke to him for a few minutes, but I remember he was the most arrogant man I've ever met. Men who are that arrogant are usually sociopathic." "Not only men," Viktor said. She cocked her head slightly and continued. "So, if Norimov sold you out to a man like that, and I admit I don't know why, I can't believe you found it in your heart to forgive him, let alone put your life at risk for his daughter, a stepdaughter at that. You want to know why, is that it?" "Partly," she said, "though in truth it doesn't matter why you're doing what you're doing. But whatever it is, it must be a fucking good reason." Victor's jaw tightened at the obscenity. She saw it. Too unladylike for you? There's enough ugliness in the world without adding to it, regardless of gender. I didn't take you for a hippie. Do you want to see my Greenpeace card? She smiled a little. She struck him as the kind of person who never allowed herself to laugh. To laugh meant to lose control. He could relate. She said, We've strayed off point, but I rather like that we can. Even though we're enemies, it doesn't mean we can't be friends. I might go ahead and disagree with you on that. The smile lingered. You shall judge a man by his foes as well as by his friends. Joseph Conrad, Victor thought, lips closed. Shall we cut to the chase? She asked. Be my guest. I'm an officer of the British SIS, and I'm fucking good. I have close ties with Russian and American intelligence. I have contacts in every police force in Europe. Interpol practically falls over itself to help me out when I make a call. What do you think will happen if I put all my efforts into finding out exactly who you are? You'll find nothing. She sat back and stared at his face. He knew she was searching for any of the various visual tells that would reveal he was lying. He also knew that she found none. Okay, she said. You've got a good poker face, I'll give you that. But we both know that the thing you hold dearest is your anonymity. Without it, you're nothing. Do you have a point? She began to sit forward, but stopped, knowing it showed her eagerness. Victor pretended not to notice. My point, as you well know, is that whatever happens in this city is not the last of it. You've managed to stay alive and out of prison so far, so all credit to you, but I'm no arrogant SVR colonel or technology-reliant CIA officer. I've been doing this a long time, and the office has been in the game longer than anyone else. Perhaps not something to brag about, given the state of the British Empire. Are you referring to an empire carved out by a tiny island barely visible from space that achieved what continents could not before or since? A little over a century ago, that empire controlled a quarter of the world's landmass and a quarter of its population. Not a bad effort for the last empire the world will ever know. The Soviets might have something to say about that. An empire that falls apart within a lifetime is no empire. Alexander the Great begs to differ. She smiled. Look at us, discussing history and politics like we've known each other forever. I thought you were threatening me. Poppycock. I was merely helping you to understand the nature of your predicament. A while ago, Victor said, you talked about cutting to the chase. It's good that you can maintain your sense of humor considering the severity of your situation. I'm not sure I could in your place. Or maybe you're delusional. Perhaps that's why you're not as terrified as you should be. I'm not scared. She raised an eyebrow. Yet you felt the compulsion to state that fact? Her eyes were green fire that burned with the intensity of the sun. He fought not to look away. But I'm offering you an out, she said. I'm offering you a deal. Call it mercy, call it pity. I hand over Giselle and you let me walk away? Nothing so unchivalrous, I assure you. You don't need to give Giselle to me. You don't have to give her to anyone. All you have to do is walk away. You make it sound so easy. Isn't it? What's so difficult? Don't tell me you're in love with her already. Victor smiled to acknowledge the taunt. No deal. I'm disappointed. For you. Victor shook his head. No, you're not. You're scared. Don't flatter yourself. You're terrified of being exposed. That's why you're risking everything to tear up London in the hope of killing Giselle. Hardly the actions of someone calm and relaxed. And why are you meeting me? You're here to negotiate a ceasefire. A side only does that when they are uncertain of victory. No, he said. I'm not here to negotiate. Her eyebrows rose. She sat forward sharply, eager to know, no longer concerned about showing emotion, or maybe too intrigued to think to hide it.
"No?" she echoed. "Then pray explain."
"I'm here for two things. The first is to tell you to leave Giselle alone. I'm not asking. I'm telling. I'm offering nothing in return. And if you're as clever as I think you are, then you'll realize that whatever else you fear, you should fear me more." She did well to hold his gaze without blinking because she had to recognize there was no bluff, no exaggeration. He meant every word.
"The second?"
He stood. Her eyes remained locked to his as he circled the table. "For this," she said,
"We're being watched. Right now."
"No, we're not."
"I'll fight," she said.
"It wouldn't make a difference." The green eyes blazed.
"Only one way to find out."
He stopped when he stood next to where she sat. She stared up at him. He was pleased to see fear at last in her gaze. She said,
"And if you do kill me, you're in a crowded London restaurant, and you'll never—"
"Shh," he said. "I'm not that stupid. I'm not going to kill you here like this with all these witnesses. Not my style. Besides," he lifted up her bag and drew out a wallet. He looked at the credit cards inside, her laminated ID, and then at her. "There's no rush, is there? Ms. Nieve J. Anderton,
you're making a very big mistake."
"I've heard that one before."
"You're a dead man."
"I've heard that one before, too. Several times, in fact. Can you guess what all those who've said that to me have in common?" He whispered over her shoulder. She stared at him, eyes narrowing in undisguised anger.
"You think it makes a difference that you know my name? Do you think that scares me? A name is the easiest thing to find out about a person, and the least important."
He dropped the wallet back into the bag and passed it to her. He said, "What's mine again?" They held each other's gaze for a long time until he was aware of a waiter at his side who said, "Can I get you anything, sir?" Victor would have said no, but the waiter was not the one who had come over before. This one spoke with a South African accent. The man added, "Don't even think about it, sport," before Victor could make a move. He heard the soft click of a hammer cocking. "Unless you want me to shoot you in front of all these nice people." Anderton was shaking her head, the faux fear and anger replaced by genuine mirth.
"You really thought you could trick me, didn't you? For shame."
Chapter 70. As Giselle stood outside Lester's office, frantically thinking about how to get through the locked door, the door of a nearby office swung open, startling her. A man exited, carrying a basket of cleaning products, sprays, brushes, cloths, and such. He was short and thin, wearing the uniform of the cleaning company that serviced the offices. Giselle controlled her initial surprise and fear and smiled at him. He smiled back. "Hey," she said, "don't suppose you have a key to this office?" She pointed at Lester's door. The man continued to smile and nodded, clearly not understanding English, then went on his way. Another door opened farther along the corridor, and she heard the voice of one of the senior barristers talking on a mobile phone. Desperate to make herself scarce before he appeared, she hurried to the end of the corridor, where there were two doors, one marked Homme in gold paint, the other Femme. There were 5 cubicles opposite a row of sinks. It was kept spotlessly clean, and had all kinds of environmentally friendly hand soaps, sanitizers, and moisturizers lined up on the shelf behind the sinks. She went into a cubicle, dropped down the lid, locked the door, and sat down. What now? She had failed at the first sign of difficulty. She needed his help, but wanted to do this on her own. She wanted to succeed. She had to do her part while he did his. He hadn't told her exactly what he was doing, offering only vague assurances. He had been trying to spare her the uncomfortable details, she knew. She would never approve of his methods, but she had survived this far when by all rights she should have died several times over. She had known him for little more than a day, but he was the best friend she could ever hope to have, because he was sacrificing everything for her. He judged her for nothing. Her faults mattered not to him. He didn't care that she was self-centered and moody and, yes, somewhat spoiled. He was fearless and indomitable. She wanted to be like that. She couldn't imagine him weak or hurt or not knowing exactly what to do in any situation. He wouldn't feel defeated now. He would get the job done. He would act. When they had been trapped in the hotel room, he had known straight away what to do. Her eyes widened. The idea came to her in a sudden, wonderful instant. Remembering what had happened at the hotel was the catalyst, but she thought of the fire escape plan near the elevators and knew it would work. She left the toilets. She didn't know where to find what she was looking for, which embarrassed her a little. She vowed to be more responsible in the future, but she found one soon enough. She paused for a moment. The alarm switch was fixed to the wall of a long corridor lined with doors leading to the offices of the senior personnel. What if one of them was working? Giselle backtracked and found another switch in the open plan area. Perfect. She took a deep breath, fed her fingers into the gap, gripped the lever, and pulled. The blaring wail startled her. It was louder than she had imagined. Knowing she couldn't afford to hang around, she hurried over to her desk, lowered herself to her knees, and crawled beneath it. She counted off the seconds in her head, having calculated that she needed to hide for at least a minute. On 60, she crawled out and rose to her knees first, so she could peer out over the top of her desk. No sign of anyone. The alarm made it impossible to hear even her own footsteps. Walking fast, she made her way to the reception area. No receptionist. Caroline had followed procedure and headed down to the lobby. She would be waiting outside in the cold now. Giselle hoped she wasn't too cold. She had no idea where it would be, so began with the bottom drawers of the reception desk, knowing that was how burglars opened drawers, bottom to top. Frustratingly, she found it in the top drawer, a ring of spare keys. There had to be 20 of them. It was impossible to know which would open Lester's office, so she took the entire set. The weight surprised her. She rushed back the way she had come, the alarm blaring in her ears the whole time. The 13th key Giselle tried turned out to be the right one. He would be proud of her. The Range Rover came to a stop. Viktor heard the engine turn off and doors open and footsteps. The drive had been a short one, and he had spent each and every second working through his options, planning and strategizing. So far, there was no workable course of action because Anderton had had one of the mercenaries handcuff him before bundling him into the trunk. He'd traced every inch of the space around him for something to use as a pick or shim, but they were too thorough to have left anything he might be able to make use of. The trunk opened and light spilled inside, making him wince. Anderton came into view a moment later, her green eyes regarding him with something between curiosity and contempt. Hands grabbed him and hauled him out. His eyes moved, taking in the positions of the mercenaries, numbering 5, Anderton, the 2 Range Rovers, and the vast empty space of the aircraft hangar around them. The fluorescent lights were bright, and the air was cold. "Where is she?" Anderton asked as she turned to face him. The South African mercenary remained out of Viktor's line of sight, but he kept track of his position by listening to his footsteps. He was standing a couple of meters to his 7 o'clock. Viktor didn't answer the question. His gaze swept over the 4 mercenaries who stood before him. None had weapons drawn, but he knew they were armed. Behind them, the 2nd Range Rover was parked. Then, at the far side of 40 meters of empty space, the exit. He pictured breaking Anderton's neck, but with a gun drawn behind him, he would be dead in seconds if he tried. "I'm waiting," she said. "Get used to it." She smiled and her eyes diverted for a moment, and she nodded. Pain exploded through Viktor's brain as the South African struck him on the back of the skull with a handgun. His vision blackened, and he dropped to his hands and knees, feeling the world beneath his palms rocking and shaking. He vomited.
"Careful," Anderton said. "I don't want him killed so soon."
"Apologies," the South African replied. "He's weaker than I expected." The blackness slowly retreated from before Viktor's eyes, and the ground came into focus. He gasped and used the back of his hand to wipe the ropes of vomit hanging from his mouth. He didn't have the strength to stand. Anderton stepped closer, and her snakeskin boots entered his line of sight.
"You know how this works, don't you?" Her voice was soft, almost sympathetic. "You know you'll tell me eventually. So why go through the pain first?"
Viktor spat to clear his mouth. "There's nothing you can do to me that will make me talk."
"We both know that's untrue. You're just too stubborn to accept it. Don't be that man. You've done so well up until now. You're a professional. Don't end up bloody and begging. Let's end this in a civilized manner. Remember when we made that wager?"
She squatted to her haunches so he could raise his head enough to look her in the green eyes.
"I'd say I've won. Wouldn't you?"
"Not yet."
"Where?"
Anderton said. He spat on a snakeskin boot. She sighed.
"Your choice."
She stood and stepped back. He heard her say,
"Gentlemen, over to you."
Soles scraped on the ground and shadows fell over him. Then it began. He tucked himself into a ball and covered his face and head as best he could as the blows came from all angles. Kicks landed against his ribs and hips and arms. Punches rained down on every exposed part of his body. A heel stamped down on his left ankle. An elbow caught him above the right eye. A fist pushed through his guard, and his vision blackened again and his body slackened, and he didn't have the senses left to continue protecting himself. It became impossible to feel the individual hits as the pain became one horrific mass, and his brain struggled to cope and his consciousness began to slip away.
"That's enough," Anderton said. "He's no use to me as a vegetable."
Viktor wheezed and coughed, struggling to breathe. Bruised ribs resisted expanding. He tasted blood and saw little more than smudged colors and blurred shapes. Sounds were quiet and distorted, but he recognized Anderton's voice.
"Not so clever now, are you?"
He couldn't respond even had he wanted to. She said, "Where?" Viktor groaned by way of an answer. His mind still worked even if his body did not. While she was questioning him, they weren't beating him. He didn't yet know how much damage had been done, but he knew his body couldn't take another assault. He had to stall. He had to recover. More important, Giselle needed time. "Let me ask him," the South African said, and Viktor saw a glint of brightness among the colors and shapes, and knew a knife had been drawn.
"Is that what it's going to take to make you talk?"
Anderton asked Viktor. Her face became clear through the fogginess. He met her eyes. "I'll never talk."
"You know what? I think I believe you."
The South African said, "I promise he'll change his mind within 2 minutes. Won't you, sport?" Anderton stroked her bottom lip.
"Maybe we don't have to go there."
Viktor held her gaze.
"Maybe he's already told me everything I want him to."
Viktor didn't blink. "Let me cut him," the South African said.
"No," she replied, and he shrugged and backed off. "I have this under control."
She looked down at Viktor.
"I have to say I wasn't confident that you were really coming to meet me. I wasn't convinced you would take the bait and come in Yegor's place. Not because I doubted my own abilities to manipulate you, but because I didn't believe you would leave Giselle on her own. After all you've been through in the past 24 hours, I thought you would never leave her defenseless."
Despite the agony that racked his body, Anderton's words hurt more. She said,
Even if you believed you were tricking me, not the other way around, you must have known it was a dangerous course of action. Without you, Giselle has no one. Yet you risked that to meet me. Flattering, I suppose. You put both your lives in danger just to chat with little old me. She placed a hand on her chest, as if overwhelmed by a compliment. Viktor kept his expression even. If ever he had to hide his thoughts, now was the time. For what possible gain, she continued, to learn my name? Really? That was important enough to risk everything for? She shook her head. I don't think so. You haven't survived until now by being so foolhardy. So why this sudden turnaround? Why take such a considerable chance? Why did you want to meet me here? Her eyes widened. Ah, she said, because you didn't want me elsewhere. That's it, isn't it? She waited for an answer she didn't receive. He knew she would see through any lie. But his silence seemed to say as much. Oh, now I understand. You knew the meeting was a setup. You knew. But you came anyway. You walked straight into the trap because it guaranteed my presence and the presence of my men. Obviously you didn't expect to get captured, but you wanted us all here to deal with you, so they wouldn't be able to deal with Giselle. This is nothing more than a distraction. She tapped her lip. But why is that necessary when we don't know, yet know, where she is? Or do we? She must be somewhere we've been watching. Hence the necessity to draw us here away from it. You wouldn't go through all this for her to sneak back home and pick up her favorite blouse, would you? No. You'd only do this if it was really worth it. You'd only do this if you were working toward an endgame. Bingo. She's going after the case files, isn't she? It never had to come this far, Viktor said. Giselle didn't know anything. She didn't know your name, despite what Lester Daniels told you. If you'd have left her alone, then you would have been safe. He smiled at her. Instead, trying to protect yourself is the very thing that will bring you down. Anderton's jaw tightened. She rose and turned to face the South African. Get to the law firm. She's there right now. Let me kill this one first, the man said back. When you have the girl. If you don't get there in time, we'll need him to call her. Trust me, the South African said. You don't want to keep him alive. Anderton said, I know what I'm doing. He's done. You three go with him now. Viktor heard the 4 men hurry away, leaving one remaining mercenary with Anderton. He looked up at her. I'll never make that call. She used the heel of a snakeskin boot to roll him onto his back. He was able to focus enough now to clearly see the smugness on her face. Again, I believe you. I could have Sinclair slice you up to within an inch of your life, and you still wouldn't give her up, would you? It's really quite sweet. If my life and liberty were not at stake, I could cry. I never knew hired killers could be so honorable. Viktor remained silent. But I don't need to do anything to you, do I? A moment ago you told me your every move without uttering a single word. She smiled her serpent smile. You've played a good game so far, I'll give you that. But I'm afraid you're simply not in my league.
Chapter 71. Viktor heard one of the Range Rovers driving away, tires squealing under the hard acceleration. The law firm was maybe 15 minutes' drive through London's busy streets at this time of day. Giselle would be nowhere near finished by then, let alone out of the building.
Rogan, don't take your eyes off him until I get back, Anderson said to the remaining mercenary. I mean, not for a second. Then to Viktor, Just in case you're not as hurt as you seem, I have no intention of underestimating you as you did me."
Viktor looked away. The mercenary called Rogue and said, "It'll be a pleasure, ma'am." Anderton winked at Viktor, and then approached the second Range Rover, the footsteps of her snakeskin boots echoing around the vast, almost empty space. Viktor watched the vehicle drive out of the hangar and disappear into the night. He didn't know if she was going to join Sinclair and the other mercs or heading somewhere else. Viktor lay on the floor and thought about Giselle and the law firm, alone and vulnerable, with no idea people were on the way to kill her. He'd failed her. He'd failed her mother. He refused to give up. While he breathed, it wasn't over. Every inch of his body seemed to throb or ache or sting. He twisted his head until he could look at Rogan as he paced about nearby. The man had short graying brown hair. He wore black jeans and a denim jacket lined with wool. About 6 feet tall, solidly built, late 30s. His heavy workman's boots glistened with Viktor's blood. He noticed the mercenary was clean-shaven. They made eye contact. When Viktor didn't look away, the man's face creased in anger and aggression. "What the fuck are you looking at?" Viktor didn't respond. Rogan said, "You killed some of my best mates." Viktor spat out more blood. "You hear me down there, you prick?" The mercenary came closer. He put a light kick into Viktor's flank. "Forrester, Taff, McNeil, Cole," he said, punctuating each name with a kick. "They were my friends, and you killed them. You rammed a fucking handgun barrel through Cole's eye socket, you sick fuck." Viktor said nothing. One corner of his mouth upturned. White showed all round Rogan's irises. "You think that's funny, do you?" Hands grabbed him under the armpits and hauled him to his feet. He winced as he tried to support himself, shifting his weight onto his right foot to spare his injured left ankle. He didn't need to. The mercenary kept him upright. He was strong and had no trouble supporting Viktor's weight. Rogan stared into Viktor's black eyes. "They were good lads." "But not so good at their jobs," Viktor said. Jaw muscles bunched beneath the mercenary's skin. His grip on Viktor tightened and he half scowled, half smiled. "When that little bitch is dead, I'm going to really enjoy sending you to join her. That psycho Sinclair is going to have to fight me for the privilege of cutting you up." Viktor grinned. Rogan shook his head, disbelieving. "Who in the name of fuck do you think you are?" "I'm the man who's going to kill you." He burst out laughing. Spit and sour smoker's breath struck Viktor's face. If Rogan had any fatigue from holding Viktor up for so long, he didn't show. Viktor was glad the man was so strong. When he stopped laughing, he said, "And, please, just for my own personal fucking amusement, tell me how you're planning on pulling that off when you've been beaten to a pulp and cuffed." Viktor stared back hard as he said, "Do you mean the handcuffs I've already picked?" Rogan hesitated, surprised, then took a half step away, in part in the involuntary reaction to danger, in part to create a better viewing angle. His gaze dropped to sea. The handcuffs still locked around Viktor's wrists. Rogan glanced up in time to see a blur of movement before Viktor's forehead collided with his nose. The rest of his body was weak, but no punch or kick could damage the strongest bone in the human body. The mercenary's nose was paper delicate in comparison, and he'd created the perfect amount of space between them for Viktor's to generate the force to crush it flat. Blood exploded across both Rogan's face and Viktor's. The man's hands retreated from their hold on Viktor to protect himself as he stumbled backward. Viktor stumbled too, unable to properly support himself, but he grabbed the man's belt with both cuffed hands as he put his left leg behind Rogan's, and they fell to the floor together. His enemy was stunned from the headbutt and blinded by the tears and blood in his eyes. Rogan didn't know what Viktor was doing until palms pressed down over his mouth, and teeth sank into the thin layer of skin and tissue to the right of his trachea. The palms muffled the man's scream as Viktor ripped a chunk out of his neck. He turned his face away to spare it from the arcs of pressurized blood from the severed carotid artery. Rogan was too overwhelmed by pain and terror to fight back, but thrashed in panic as blood escaped his neck in machine gun blasts. Viktor's weight pinned him down for the few seconds it took until Rogan lost consciousness. Viktor rolled and lay for a moment, recovering from the exertion while the mercenary bled out next to him. His hands were slick with blood, and he wiped them on the man's clothes. He then searched through Rogan's jacket pockets, then through the pockets of his jeans. He found keys for the Audi, a Zippo lighter, and cigarettes, but no handcuff key. He found the man's knife, but it was no good against his restraints. He spread his palms across the ground through the pool of bright arterial blood, but still no key. He cleaned his hands again and forced himself onto his knees and tried to stand. A buzz of pain rushed through his head and his balance faltered. He managed to stay standing, weight balanced on his right foot. It was an improvement to be able to remain upright. Every part of his body seemed to be sending pain signals to his brain, but the damaged ankle and bruised ribs appeared to be the worst of his injuries. Anderton had spared him before any irrevocable damage had been done. He glanced around the hangar. No sign of any handcuff keys or where they might be. He would have dislocated his thumbs, but the cuffs were on too tight and his hands too big to make such a means of escape possible. He staggered to where the Audi was parked. He opened a door and checked the glove compartment and door pockets, but still no key. He used the vehicle to support himself and shuffled until he could rest his elbows on the front. He reached out and with both hands twisted and pulled until he detached a windshield wiper. With the aid of his teeth, he tore away the rubber wiper to reveal the long, slender wiper blade. He turned around and leaned against the hood to prop himself up while he fed one end of the wiper blade into the narrow gap where the handcuff bow fed, until it could go no farther. Despite the pain, he forced the cuff tighter so the teeth drew the end of the wiper blade farther into the mechanism, covering the next tooth and stopping it from locking. The bow could then be pulled back out of the mechanism, and Viktor had one hand free. In seconds, his other hand was released, and the cuffs clattered against the hard floor. Chapter 72. Lester's computer was password protected. Giselle had expected as much, but was still hoping for a minor miracle. She tried a few guesses: his date of birth, his wife's name, the usual kind of thing people had. She gave up after a couple of minutes. There was no telling how much time she had before someone would catch her. The alarm still sounded, but inside Lester's office it was a little more bearable, muted by the walls and door. Having given up with the computer, she turned her attention to hard copies of case files. He had a filing cabinet full of them, but she limited the search to the priority cases, those with upcoming deadlines, and ones she had assisted with by scanning or copying documents or filing. She found herself reading about a man named Adib Aziz, an Afghan policeman currently imprisoned at Bargham Airfield for killing a British intelligence officer named Maxwell Durant. She read the case against Aziz, or the lack thereof. He had been convicted based on the testimony of a single witness, who had not been contactable since the conviction. Lester had taken on Aziz's appeal, working pro bono on behalf of an international human rights charity. Lester was as ruthless and driven a barrister as Giselle knew, but he'd had a good heart, too. If Aziz's case was not heard in a week's time, his appeal would be turned down by default, and he would spend the rest of his life in an Afghani prison. Could this be why the blonde woman had killed Lester, and was mistakenly after Giselle? To stop Aziz from being released? She searched further into the file, reading between the lines. The blonde didn't want Aziz released. She'd had Lester killed to stop it happening. But why? What was so important about keeping him in prison? Unless he was innocent. If she knew he was innocent, then maybe it was she who was guilty instead. Were Aziz's conviction to be overturned, the investigation into Maxwell Durant's murder would be reopened. Assuming Aziz had taken the fall for killing Durant, for the intervening years the woman must have thought she'd gotten away with it. That she was safe. But then Lester took on the case no one wanted. Now she was trying to protect the truth. Giselle read on, because she couldn't believe anyone would go through so much purely to prevent Aziz's being released, regardless of the questions that might follow. There had to be something more concrete. The file contained an after-action report pertaining to the arrest of Aziz. The investigation and arrest had been carried out by a 3-person team consisting of a private military contractor, William Sinclair, and 2 officers of the Intelligence Corps, Marcus Lambert and Nieve Anderton. Giselle smiled to herself. The plan was working. The fire alarm ceased blaring. The sudden silence startled her, snapping her attention from the file in hand. She dropped it. Pages scattered across the floor. Shit. She tried gathering them up, but paused when she saw a line of shadow under the door to Lester's office. She held her breath as the handle turned, and it opened. "Christ, Alan," she breathed, palm moving to her chest. "You scared the hell out of me." Big, kind Alan, the security guard, stood in the doorway. "I'm sorry, Miss Maynard. I didn't mean to startle you. Just checking out the—" "Hey, why didn't you head to the lobby when the alarm went off?" "Yeah, sorry about that. I assumed it was another false alarm. I've got so much work to catch up on." He looked at her, and she saw the suspicion in his gaze. "As it happens, it was the switch around the corner that was set off. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" She shook her head. "I thought it was a drill. I'm sorry, I know I should have gone downstairs." His searching eyes took in her hair and non-office attire, and the file pages scattered across the floor. "Perhaps you should come downstairs with me, miss." She stood, gesturing to the door, saying, "Sure, okay. Let's go." So Alan looked away for a second, giving her time to pocket the after-action report without his knowledge. He ushered Giselle ahead of him into the corridor. She turned in the direction of the exit and saw a man walking through the open plan area. She knew he was one of them as soon as their eyes met. He had tanned skin. He was stocky and wore khaki trousers and a leather jacket. An image flashed in her mind. This was the man who had shot at them in the hotel corridor. Alan emerged from the office and saw the approaching man. "Who's this?" "Never seen him before," Giselle said, making no attempt to disguise the fear she felt. Alan picked up on it and stepped toward the man in the leather jacket. "Be careful," Giselle said. "Don't worry about me." For a moment she was comforted by Alan's presence. He was so big he seemed indestructible. But then she remembered Dmitri and the others, bigger and tougher than Alan, and now all dead. "Run along, and try not to set off the alarm again, eh?" He winked at her. She did. As she turned the corner, she heard Alan's commanding voice. "Who are you?" "I'm the computer guy," the man replied in a South African accent. Giselle pushed open the heavy swing door into the ladies' room. She heard a muted thump from somewhere behind her as she stepped inside. The man who wasn't a real computer guy was in the corridor outside. Giselle didn't have to look to know that he was following her. She hoped he hadn't hurt poor Alan too much. She pictured him waiting a moment to ensure Giselle was preoccupied when he entered in maybe 20 or 30 seconds. She breathed fast and hard, trying to think what to do. She was trapped. What would her companion do? He wouldn't waste time, so neither did Giselle. She entered the farthest stall, closed and locked the door, shut the toilet lid and stood on it, then climbed up onto the cistern and over the partition wall. She landed awkwardly on the other side, grimacing as she banged her knee against the toilet bowl. She hurried out, leaving the door wide open, and rushed into the first cubicle, put the toilet seat down, took off her shoes, and then stood on top of it. She nudged the door far enough so it hid her from view, but not so far that it might appear closed or locked. The heavy swing door opened, and a man's shoes clicked on the tiled floor. Giselle's teeth clenched and her nostrils rapidly flared and contracted as she fought to control her fear and stay balanced on the toilet seat. She rested her shoes on the lid and slowly took the can of pepper spray from her handbag. The footsteps paused. and she heard the door clunk shut. For a terrible moment, she thought the man would simply shoot her through the thin stall wall, but the shoes clicked again. A different sound this time, softer. The man taking a sidestep to view the cubicle doors. She willed him to see that the far door was the only one closed and locked, and not see her deception. Giselle listened to the sound of slow footsteps growing louder. As they came closer, she could make out his shadow. She had to stop herself from crying out with relief when the shadow moved past the first cubicle without slowing. She waited. Her hands were so damp with sweat that the can of pepper spray began slipping from her grasp. The harder she squeezed it, the faster it slid. If she dropped it and it hit the hard floor tiles... She lowered her hands and caught the bottom of the can between her thighs. For the first time ever, she was glad she carried plenty of weight there. While her thighs kept the can steady, she wiped the sweat from her palms. The sound of shoes clicking on tiles ceased. Giselle pictured the man standing before the last cubicle door, maybe raising his pistol, ready to shoot. This was it. "I trust you," he'd said. A loud crash indicated the man had kicked open the cubicle door. Giselle was dropping off the toilet seat while the sound of the door banging still echoed around the room. She dashed out of her stall as the man was backing out, realizing he had been tricked. She pushed the can up toward his turning face and pressed the button. He roared as the vapor found his eyes. His hands rose to protect them, and Giselle ran for her life. Chapter 73. Sinclair followed a moment later, eyes burning and full of water, but he could still see well enough to shoot and hit. She was a canny fox, this one. He liked that. He liked that his eyes stung from the pepper spray. But there was no target to hit. She could not have run the full length of the law firm in the few seconds it took for him to give chase, so must instead be hiding. Multiple doors lined the corridor. He tried the handles as he moved, opening the unlocked doors and checking the rooms beyond without success until he reached the open plan area. He hoped to find her under a desk, huddled in a trembling ball. If she was hiding so, he could save the bullet and strangle her. She had a small neck and he had large hands. Perhaps one hand would be enough. He imagined her panicked gasps as he crushed her trachea between his fingers. He decided against keeping his weapon drawn. Doing so would only be an admission of his inability to control the situation. He was in control. This was his moment. Sinclair remembered a cold night in Helmand, terrorizing a car of Afghans at a checkpoint, pretending he didn't understand them as they begged and pleaded for him not to shoot. He hadn't, but a man in the back of the vehicle had beat his wife around the head until she spat out teeth in an attempt to stop her screaming. When Sinclair told the story, he never made it to the end without cracking up. Sinclair stepped toward the door to a stationary cupboard. He opened it. Nothing. A noise behind him. He turned to see Giselle running across the far side of the open plan area. He followed. No need to run. It was too much fun to have a premature end. Giselle ran, rounding desks and chairs, passing the water cooler and the color laser printer. She knew he was behind her, but dared not look to see him chasing. She made it down the corridor and around the corner into the reception area. No Caroline behind the desk, as Alan hadn't given the all-clear for people to return after the alarm. For a second she considered hiding behind the desk, hoping the man in the leather jacket wouldn't think to look there, but decided against it. She had to get out. Fast. She pushed every elevator button. Come on, come on. She heard the man's approaching footsteps. She hurriedly pushed the buttons again. The man appeared. He smiled at her. You've caused us a lot of bother, Missy, but this is the end of the road. He reached under his jacket. The elevator doors opened next to Giselle. Her nameless companion stepped out and shot the approaching mercenary 3 times in the chest. Viktor led Giselle down to the ground floor and kept his palm on the small of her back as they crossed the vast lobby.
"My God," she breathed. "What the hell happened to you?"
He didn't answer. Even though he'd cleaned off much of the blood, his injuries were obvious. When they neared the exit, he said, "There are more of them outside. They didn't see me come in, but they'll see us when we leave." He gestured toward a security guard near the revolving doors. "Stay next to him until I return."
"Hurry back," Giselle said.
Viktor heaved open the door and left the office building, leaving the warm and still interior air behind, and stepping into the freezing night wind that toyed with his hair and brought moisture to his swollen right eye. A page of discarded newspaper tumbled and swooshed along the pavement. On the far side of the road, a young woman climbed into a taxi. He looked both ways, surveying the locale, ready to move and shoot and fight and die if necessary. He seemed relaxed because he was relaxed. If there was any place in which he truly belonged, it was in the heart of violence. He had no fear of it, because he knew it was who he was. They were waiting in case Giselle appeared. They couldn't know what had happened inside. They would make their move only when she did. For now, they would leave him be, although they would not let him out of their sight. But that was exactly what he wanted. He descended the stone steps. The wind hid the sound of his footfalls. The Range Rover was parked against the curb some 30 meters away. The lights, exterior and interior, had been extinguished, but Viktor could see the shapes of 3 men. No features were visible, but they didn't need to be. The men who sat there were mortal enemies who would be dead before the night's end, or would be Viktor's killers. Viktor had many enemies. Many were still alive. But almost without exception, they were a threat to him as he was to them because of his work. Hazards of the profession. Now was different. Viktor would kill these men or be killed by them because of someone else. In the Audi, Viktor took the handgun from his waistband and set it between his thighs, grip up for quick access. He let the engine idle. He wanted the men in the Range Rover and anyone else watching to see the exhaust gases clouding in the cold air. He had the interior light on. He wanted his hands to be seen gripping the wheel. They would assume he was waiting. They would assume he was waiting for Giselle. They would shift physically and mentally from standby into readiness, from warm-up to poised in the starting blocks. He could feel their elevated heart rates and the buzz of adrenaline and other hormones flooding their bloodstream. He could feel theirs because he had no such sensations. His pulse thumped slow and steady. He continued the act by glancing at the building's entrance, knowing they would see it, knowing it would only intensify their readiness. He felt their body temperatures rising, sweat beading, pupils dilating, vision focusing, hearing becoming selective. Almost. One last misdirection. He took out his phone and held it briefly to his ear. He mouthed, "Okay. Now or never." He dropped the phone into his lap, released the handbrake, put the car in gear, stamped the accelerator, and yanked the steering wheel. The tires squealed for traction, releasing a puff of burned rubber, then found their grip and the car launched out from the curb. In the rear view, he saw the driver of the Range Rover spring into action after a split-second delay, surprised by the sudden change in proceedings, but reacting to it with impressive speed. As Viktor shot across the intersecting road, cutting through the flow of traffic, and hearing thumped horns and braking tires, he pictured frantic messages and hasty improvisations. They were chasing him because they thought they had been fooled. They had, but not as they thought. They would work it out soon, but he needed only to buy Giselle and himself a moment. He braked hard and turned left, back end sliding out but turning into the skid to control it, then accelerated again as he drove along the north side of the office building, knowing they would think him heading to a rear exit, hoping to pick up Giselle before they could catch up. Viktor grabbed the phone as he worked the wheel in one hand, thumbed for her number, and when the line connected, shouted, "Be ready!" He didn't wait for a response. He dropped the phone and focused on the road ahead and the Range Rover he'd allowed to catch up behind. Oncoming headlights brightened, two blurs of pale light enlarging and disappearing as they swerved through the traffic. An orchestra of horns sounded. Brakes shrieked and tires squealed. Anticipating a collision, he fought the instinct to tense, instead allowing his body to stay relaxed and loose to lessen the chances of injury and death in event of a crash. He worked the wheel on the brake pedal, avoiding a head-on as he cut into the opposite lane to disrupt the narrative of the attacker, to make him have to think about his own survival and not just that of his target. It worked, because the oncoming Range Rover slowed. Only for a second. But that hesitation told Viktor his attackers, however reckless, cared more about living than winning. Viktor kept his foot on the accelerator, closing the distance to the Range Rover fast. 40 meters, 30, 20, 10. At 5, his enemy blinked in their game of death and heaved the wheel as Viktor had known with certainty he would. They passed within inches, tearing off each other's side mirror, making both cars rock with the change of air pressure. Viktor stamped the brake and pulled up on the handbrake as he sped toward a coming intersection. Smoke was released with a scream from the tires and the car's back end swung around. Viktor didn't try to fight it, and let the vehicle go into a spin until it had performed a 180, then accelerated hard and controlled the wheel until he was racing back to the law firm. Sinclair groaned as he climbed to his feet. His dragon-skin vest had caught the 3 rounds meant for his heart, but he'd still blacked out. He didn't know what had happened with Norimov's hired killer and Rogan, but the specifics mattered little. The assassin was trouble, and he was good. The presence of the killer necessitated the drawing of Sinclair's pistol. He could not afford to run into him unarmed and defenseless. He knew Giselle's protector would not offer him the kind of sportsmanship he would offer in return. Sinclair would not hunt a tiger from the elevated safety of an elephant's back. He would meet him on the ground, in undergrowth, man to beast. Shame on the hunter who hung his trophy without earning it. He moved, content to hurry now that he was pursuing an equivalent and not a child. Properly employed haste, like the unflinching application of violence, was necessary here. Another man might find rage in the continued interference of the assassin, and indeed Sinclair knew well his own capacity for emotion. Getting shot, even armored, was no fun, but the dull ache of the blunt force trauma to his chest energized him instead. He savored the pain and the thrill of base savagery. It fermented in his soul. Sinclair rushed through the offices. Wade's voice barked through his earpiece. "We've lost him! We've lost him!" Sinclair said, "What about the girl?" "He left alone. He—" "You idiots!" Sinclair spat. "It was a trick! He's doubled back!" Viktor braked hard outside and dashed up the steps as fast as his injured ankle led him. Giselle saw him before he reached the doors and came out, still scared but glad to see him. "Where are they?" "Close. We don't have much time." She headed to the car, knowing it was the one he'd driven because of the open driver's door and running engine. "No," Viktor said, stopping her. "They'll be looking for it." He went to hail a taxi but saw a minicab against the opposite curb. He grabbed Giselle's wrist and they hurried across the road. He pulled open the rear door and bundled Giselle inside. He climbed in after her. "Oi," the driver said. "Hookings only, fella. You'll have to sling your hook." "Drive us a mile south and I'll pay you for a day." The driver thought about it for a moment. "No bullshit?" Viktor put his hand on the door handle. "If we don't get going this instant, then the deal's off." All right, he said as he released the handbrake. "Just don't tell the governor." The car pulled away from the curb. Viktor scanned the area. In the rearview mirror, he saw a black Range Rover turn onto the street. Chapter 74. Giselle sat behind the driver. Viktor sat close to her so he could use the rearview mirror with an unobstructed view. He grimaced against the pain of many wounds while he watched the reflection of the Range Rover. It accelerated until it reached the law firm, then came to an abrupt halt outside near the abandoned Audi. They thought he was inside. He noticed the driver looking at him in the rear view, looking at his battered face and the blood on his clothes.
"What's going on?" Giselle asked, breathing hard. "How did they know?"
"The plan didn't work. It's my fault. I underestimated her. I'm sorry. I should never have left you alone."
"It was my choice as much as yours."
He kept his gaze on the mirror, seeing doors open on the Range Rover and two men rush out and up the steps to the building. He must have looked for a second too long because Giselle saw him and her head began turning. "Don't," he told. "Keep looking forward." She did, her face tense and her lips locked. He saw her palms rest on her thighs. "It's okay," he said to her, even though it was not. She nodded. She didn't believe him. She trusted her own instincts more than his words, even if no one had ever wanted her dead until a week ago. Viktor couldn't remember such a time. The driver noticed the tension. "Is everything okay back there?" Viktor said, "We're fine." He saw in the mirror as the driver's gaze flicked to Giselle and lingered a moment. "Are you all right, love?" Viktor reached out a hand to rest on hers, to tell her what to do, but she'd already said, "I get the travel sickness." The driver said, "Don't worry, darling. I'll take it nice and smooth." Sinclair listened to Wade's sputtering excuses as he strode outside the law firm. The black Audi had been abandoned on the street, driver's door open and engine left running. No other door was open. Wade was still providing useless updates as Sinclair stepped forward to the edge of the steps, looking left and right along the street, seeing vehicles and pedestrians. At the east end of the street, a cab had its turn signal on. Two human shapes sat in the back. At this range, no details were discernible. "I see you." Sinclair shoved Wade aside and drew his pistol. He adopted a shooting position, one eye closed while the other peered along the weapon's iron sights, focusing on the smaller of the two shapes, ignoring the blur of colors and shapes that surrounded it. His brow was creased in concentration. His lips were closed and his jaw set, nostrils expanding and contracting with each deep, regular breath. Beads of sweat formed along his hairline. He slowed his breathing and with it his heart rate. He timed the beats, index finger compressing on the trigger. 2 pounds of pressure, then 4, 6, and holding the tension there, ready to squeeze a little harder. Just another half-pound of force to trip the trigger and activate the firing mechanism. The world around him ceased to exist. "I was born to do this," Sinclair said to himself. "Never miss. Never fail." The recoil kicked and he felt the reverberations flow all the way to his shoulder. He loved that feeling. The mechanical caress, dull and strong. As a child, it had hurt. Now he missed the pain. Life is pain. The pistol's suppressor caught the escaping superheated gases as they exploded from the muzzle, deadening the sound but not killing it. The rumble of city life did that, wrapping up and smothering the weapon's bark in a blanket of car exhausts, voices, and footsteps. Chapter 75. In the mirror, Viktor saw the South African on the steps outside the law firm's building, lit by streetlights, haloing the rain around him. He had a handgun drawn. They were out of conceivable range, an impossible shot almost. But the man adopted a shooting stance. For a second, Viktor didn't believe he would take it. He grabbed the back of Giselle's head and forced it down. The rear windshield cracked around a small hole. The minicab driver contorted in his seat, dead the instant the round punctured his skull and penetrated his brain. The mess was absolute. The deformed and tumbling bullet blew out the front of his forehead, the pressure wave following it exploding the skull, spraying bone, brain, and blood in a wide arc that splattered over the windshield and the car's interior. The bullet continued its trajectory, leaving a fist-sized hole in the cab's front windscreen. Another followed it, tearing through the passenger's seat and dashboard, and burying itself somewhere in the engine block. Viktor, keeping low, forced himself between the front seats and grabbed hold of the steering wheel. He heard horns and saw flashes of headlights and swerving cars. He felt the reverberations of more rounds striking the rear of the car. The side mirror shattered. Metal screeched against metal as the right side wheel well scraped along the door of a parked BMW. Shocked passers-by stared as Viktor fought to control the cab. The low whine of the engine and the wail of the BMW's intruder alarm filled his ears. Next to him, Giselle made herself small in the seat. She was scared, but she didn't scream or panic or distract him with questions. No more bullets hit the car as he pulled himself between the seats. They were now out of reach of even the gunman's exceptional skills. Viktor reached down to activate the driver's seat adjuster to slide it back the full distance before climbing on top of the dead driver. He forced himself into a driving position and accelerated. He kept as low as he could, which wasn't much, but the driver's body would provide some protection from further shots. He took the first turn he saw, swerving left and onto a side street, clipping the bumper of a parked car. The roar of the revving engine echoed by the narrow distance between tall buildings. A guy in a suit went to cross the street ahead but darted back when he saw the speeding cab. Something was wrong with the vehicle's handling. Bullet damage to a tire, maybe, and Viktor struggled to keep it straight. "Seatbelt," he said to Giselle. The wheel shed the peeling tire and it flipped and cartwheeled into the air. The bare wheel struck asphalt and sparked. Viktor lost control on the slick surface, fought the erratic swerves, jolting in his seat as the car sideswiped a bus. He caught a flash of panicked faces through the glass before rebounding away, smelling the acrid stench of burned steel from the grinding wheel. He fought to keep control as the nose of the cab exited the side street. He couldn't stop it from careering into the lane of oncoming traffic. A horn sounded, and the vehicle spun as another bus collided with a rear wheel well. Tires screeched and left burned rubber on the tarmac. Glass pebbles from a broken window scattered across the road. Stunned pedestrians stopped and watched as the car spun into a row of parked vehicles, denting bodywork and breaking more windows. Alarms sounded. The bumper clipped the rear of a taxi, knocking that vehicle forward and further distorting the erratic path Viktor was taking. The tire-free wheel collided with the curb at an angle and jumped it. He worked the wheel and punched the horn when he saw he couldn't prevent the cab from crashing into a bus stop. The two men waiting for the next bus ran clear. Headlights glowed and flared through the raindrops, leaving smears of red and light as the wipers, still working, swept them away. The front crumple zone had done its job and absorbed the majority of the impact, turning the cab into an unrecognizable, misshapen heap of metal, but one that kept Viktor alive, if not unscathed. He heaved open the warped driver's door and stumbled out of the wreckage, bloody and disoriented. Giselle climbed out too, and he ushered her forward, shielding her with his body as he staggered away, heading for the cover of parked cars and storefronts. He reached for the gun in his waistband but grasped only air, realizing too late that he'd had it in his lap while driving, and in the crash it must have ended up in the footwell or under a seat. He couldn't go back for it. They had to keep moving. Their pursuers were close, but their line of sight was impeded by the bus that had hit the cab and now blocked the intersection. The other people on the street didn't realize what had caused the crash, but backed away from him anyway because he was covered in the cab driver's blood and walking with determination instead of staggering like someone scared or in pain and in need of help. The blood dispelled any chance of slipping away unnoticed, but the dispersing effect it had on other people meant he could walk faster through the crowd. Wade managed to maneuver the Range Rover around the bus by going up onto the pavement. Ahead, the crashed minicab sat, damaged and dented vehicles near it, glass glittering on the road. A crowd had gathered, watching from a short distance away as a few compassionate or ghoulish individuals edged closer, peering into the cab. Beautiful chaos, Sinclair thought, savoring the scene before him, reveling in the panic and aroused by the sight of destruction. He breathed in air both sweet and terrible. "Ease up," Sinclair said, gun clutched in both hands but held out of sight, ready to be snapped up and put into action. Wade lessened the pressure on the accelerator pedal, slowing the vehicle as they passed the wreckage. No one inside. "There," Sinclair said, pointing to a crowd of people in the distance, a man and woman pushing their way through. He gestured to the two mercenaries in the back. "Pursue on foot. We'll head them off." Giselle hurried. Her legs weren't moving as fast as she compelled them. Shock was taking hold. Viktor took her by the arm and pulled her along, limping on his injured ankle. A man in front of them stumbled and fell. The echo of the shot arrived a split second later. Viktor just about made it out over the background noise. The man on the ground wasn't dead, but the round had gone through a shoulder blade and exited through his arm. Blood quickly pooled under him. Another man screamed in shock and horror. Someone shouted for an ambulance. Viktor kept moving, accelerating into a jog and pushing through the crowd with one hand, while the other held Giselle close to him. More shots sounded, but no one was hit in front of him. Behind he couldn't be sure, with the screaming and panic. He exited the street at the first available opportunity, heading right into an alleyway. Giselle said, "I'm hit. I'm bleeding." He stopped and looked at her, pushing her back up against the wall of the alley so he could examine her. She touched her head. There was blood on her fingers and in her hair. He turned her head and separated her hair. "You're okay," he assured her. "It's a scratch. From before." At the end of the alleyway, Viktor slowed to a walk and took Giselle's right hand in his left. He relaxed his face, and they stepped out together, side by side. "Try to smile," he said. He didn't look to see if she was. He kept his eyes moving, gaze sweeping the street, the cars, the pedestrians, the buildings, looking for threats. Traffic was heavy and slow, as were the crowds of walkers. London at any time of the year, overcrowded and congested. He liked that. Giselle slowed him down, and the packed street offered good cover. The shootings 1 block away were irrelevant here. No one knew what had taken place. Viktor led Giselle across the road, dodging through the traffic, and down a covered precinct. The street beyond was quiet. Few passing cars, few scattered pedestrians. He looked both ways along it, looking for the Range Rover or any other vehicle that could be a threat. Nothing. He listened for the sound of pursuers. No rushing footsteps echoing. Yet. The farther they walked, the denser the crowds became. Tourists were everywhere, identifiable by their casual pace at odds with and offensive to the harried Londoners. Sirens wailed. Viktor caught a glimpse of a police car passing across an intersection up ahead, heading to the site of the crash and shooting. More would be coming. Good. The more cops in the area, the fewer opportunities their pursuers would have, and the fewer risks they would be willing to take. He took her into an adjoining side street. He wasn't sure where it would lead. He knew London well, as he knew any city where he had ever operated, but not every route. The street exited onto a road lined with boutiques and coffee shops. Brave men and women sat at outside tables under retractable awnings and heat lamps, sipping steaming drinks and smiling and chatting. Viktor led Giselle to the other side of the street, walking fast to slip through the traffic, ignoring the scorn of motorists who never got used to Londoners darting in front of them. A cyclist rang a bell in annoyance after swerving to miss them. A woman in a woolen hat spotted the blood on Viktor's clothes and trickling down Giselle's face. The woman nudged her partner and Viktor read, "Look at those two," on her lips. Her partner tilted up his reading glasses to get a better view. Viktor reversed direction, heading north, away from the couple. He saw a tall man some 20 meters away, a shadow of stubble around a mouth set with determination. Another mercenary followed a little way behind. "In here," Viktor said. He shoved open the door to a restaurant and pulled Giselle inside behind him. Chapter 76. The restaurant had a high ceiling and ornate metal tables and chairs. Similarly ornate mirrors covered the walls. Viktor waved a hand to dismiss a waiter's "Table for two," and hurried through the room, eyes picking out the ways in and therefore out, seeking an exit instead of a way deeper into the building. His instincts told him to head for the kitchen and an inevitable back door, but he felt a breeze on his face from an entranceway below a sign for the toilets. A waitress overloaded with bowls and plates stepped out in front of him and was thrown out of his path, sending soup and salad across the floor. Giselle apologized on his behalf. Through the entranceway he turned to follow the corridor, saw doors leading off to the men's and ladies' toilets, and the fire exit at the far end propped ajar to let air funnel inside. From behind him he heard the crash of the restaurant door being flung open. "Run," Viktor said. The two pursuing mercenaries charged through the restaurant, knocking diners and staff aside, jumping over the spilled food and puddles of soup, knowing exactly where their targets had gone, thanks to a waitress yelling in the direction of the toilets. They entered the corridor, moving fast, the first leading with longer strides, heading for the open fire exit, the second following a meter behind, view blocked by the taller man. He drew a pistol from beneath his jacket, which Viktor batted out of his hand as he charged out of the adjacent men's room, slamming the man into the wall with his momentum, elbowing him in the face, sinking him to his knees. The lead man turned and snapped his pistol up, but not fast enough to stop Viktor from stepping inside and striking him in the chest with a short left punch. He staggered backward, gasping, dropping his weapon to reach out with both hands, searching for purchase on the walls to his left and right. The scrape of metal alerted Viktor to the man behind him going for the gun while still on his knees. He scooped it up, twisted around 180 degrees, arms straightening and aiming. A side kick sent the gun out of the mercenary's hands for a second time. He rolled out of the way of Viktor's next attack, but Viktor didn't try for a third because he knew the taller man would be recovered behind him. Viktor spun around, blocked the knife thrust meant for his back, dodged a second, grabbed an outstretched arm when the third came and swung his attacker face first into the men's room door. Viktor disarmed the man of his knife, slipped the second man's counter, then dropped him to the floor with a kick to the back of the knee, creating the space for him to strike the taller mercenary, catching him in the mouth with a right elbow. Then Viktor sent him sprawling by hitting him in the jaw with the heel of his palm. He went for the closest gun, but the prone man recovered fast and charged him from behind, powering him into a wall, making him tow the pistol away as he stumbled. He caught his attacker with a backward headbutt, then twisted around to follow up with another headbutt, with his forehead impacting the bridge of the mercenary's nose, not shattering it, because he was already stumbling back, but sending blood streaming from the nostrils. He ran because the tall man was rushing for the second gun, and he was going to reach it before Viktor got to him. The gun clacked and a bullet took a chunk from the fire exit as Viktor dashed through it. He veered out of the line of fire an instant before a second round buried itself in the brickwork opposite. The fire exit led out into a narrow alleyway just wide enough for a car to squeeze down. Viktor headed right, as he had instructed Giselle to do, and found her staring at him, tense from the gunfire. Sinclair heard the gunshots too. They were muted by a suppressor and subsonic ammunition, but he heard them all the same. He stood outside the Range Rover, holding an MP5 out of sight behind the open rear door. A voice through his earpiece. "We've lost him in the restaurant. In pursuit. He's heading west." "Stay back until I say otherwise," Sinclair replied. "I have him." The mouth of the alleyway was 15 meters away on the far side of the street. The gunshots had come from that direction. He waited. The target and her protector appeared. Sinclair stepped out of cover, began bringing up the submachine gun when Wade said, "Careful, cops." Sinclair glanced to where a police car had stopped at the end of the street, no doubt looking for the culprits responsible for the recent crash and shooting. "Get in the motor!" Wade screamed. "We gotta move out!" The siren grew rapidly louder as the police car sped closer. Sinclair didn't look. He didn't need to. "Fuck 'em," Sinclair said, raising his weapon. Viktor saw a man on the far side of the street, partially shielded by the open rear door of the Range Rover. The man wore khaki trousers and a leather jacket. The South African, the man called Sinclair, who had made the near-impossible shot that killed the cab driver. Though mostly out of sight, Viktor could see the fat, integrated suppressor of an MP5 SD held in cover. Sinclair wasn't looking his way. He was glancing to his right, at the cop car pulled over at the mouth of the street. The MP5 started to rise. "Gun!" Viktor yelled, and pointed in the hope the officers would see. Instead of hanging around to find out, he darted to his right, away from the gunman, dragging Giselle down into the cover of a parked vehicle. The cop car skidded to a halt near Sinclair before he'd found the shot. All he needed was an instant, a heartbeat, but it didn't come. In his peripheral vision, he saw the armed response officers exiting their car, weapons up. "Don't fucking move!" They came forward. "Hands in the air. Drop the gun." "As you wish." He released the MP5 and it clattered on the road surface. The first cop approached Sinclair while the other stayed back, covering. "Turn around. Keep your hands up." Sinclair did as instructed. The cop came closer, putting his gun away to take out handcuffs. He stood behind Sinclair. The cop reached up and took hold of Sinclair's right wrist, but didn't complete the maneuver. Sinclair wrenched his arm down and spun to the right before the cop had a chance to act. Now facing him, Sinclair slammed his knee into the cop's groin and with his left hand pulled the pistol from the holster in one fluid move. Even if the other cop had reacted fast enough, he couldn't have taken the shot. Sinclair was using his partner as cover. He pushed the Glock's muzzle against the closest cop's ribs and fired 3 times. Before the corpse had hit the ground, the gun was raised and the second officer was flailing backward, taken out with a double tap to the sternum. A third between the eyes followed. Sinclair turned back toward his prey, but they were gone. At the end of the street, the 2 guys who had pursued on foot were boarding Wade's Range Rover. Sinclair approached. "You lunatic!" Wade yelled at him. "You fucked us all! I'm done with this shit!" Sinclair executed him with a single shot to the face. He looked at the remaining 2 mercenaries. "Anything to add?" They shook their heads. Sinclair pulled Wade's corpse from the driver's seat and onto the road. He climbed in. "This is Unit 2, Anderton's voice said through the radio. "I see them." Chapter 77. The second Range Rover turned onto the street ahead of Viktor and Giselle. They couldn't turn back. That would mean heading in the direction of their pursuers. There were no alleys or side streets leading off. To the right lay an impassable wall of brick with barred windows. To the left, plywood rose 2.5 meters, securing a construction site beyond. "This way," Viktor said. He stood before the plywood with his hands cupped as the Range Rover accelerated toward them. Giselle didn't hesitate. She used her left foot to push off and he heaved her up. She cried out as she landed on the other side. He followed, leaping up and hauling himself over. He dropped down and pulled Giselle to her feet. He grimaced, his injured ankle worsening from the drop, but they pressed on, scrambling down a slope onto an expanse of cracked asphalt stained with red building sand. There were huge piles of sand and gravel at one end of the area, a portable office cabin at the other. Directly ahead was the steel frame of a 10-story building. Behind them, a section of plywood collapsed as one of the Range Rovers crashed through it, blasting chunks of wood into the air. The vehicle tipped forward and dropped a meter before its front tires hit the slope, and its suspension absorbed the impact. The only way to go was onward into the shelter of the partially constructed building. The Range Rover roared down the slope behind them. Viktor and Giselle passed between steel columns, stepping up onto the poured concrete floor. The ceiling above was concrete, too. Construction materials and cables lay everywhere. Some walls had been erected. In places, plastic sheeting formed temporary barriers. He glanced over his shoulders to see their pursuers gaining with every second. "Keep going through until you reach the other side," Viktor said to Giselle. "Then find somewhere to hide. Don't come out until you hear my voice." He gave her the mercenary's knife. "Take this." She tried to push the weapon back into his hand. "No, you take it. You need it." "Do as I say, Giselle, or we're both dead." She looked at it, then at him. "What are you going to do?" He didn't answer because she already knew. "Go!" Viktor watched her hurry away. In seconds she was lost in the darkness. He turned around, eased himself into position, side on behind a support column, and waited. Their enemies were near, frantically chasing for them, high on the thrill of the hunt. There was nothing quite like it, and intensified by the fear of failure. Viktor would use that against them. He rocked his head from side to side to crack his neck. His hands tingled. Death was close. The Range Rover had blown a tire and collided with a horizontal stack of girders. Steam billowed from under the hood, and it struggled to reverse, wheels throwing out great sprays of wet red building sand that painted its black bodywork and coated windows. The mercenaries inside abandoned it. There was no denying it, the vehicle was a wreck. The noises emanating from the engine were of a beast wounded and succumbing to the cruel hand of mortality. They drew their weapons and waited for Sinclair to join them. Using hand gestures, he told them what to do. He moved noiselessly through the construction site, silenced MP5 out before him, gaze focused along the iron sights. Where he looked, the muzzle pointed. He was eager to kill, to finish this, not for fear of police intervention, but for his own personal satisfaction. He lived only to see death. He breathed slow, regular breaths. He was excited but calm in battle. The sweat tasted like honey on his lips. He had heard the sound of plastic sheeting flapping in the wind. Somewhere in the darkness was a killer with a gun. Sinclair moved slowly. He had all the time in the world. He knew this was it. His enemy was lying in wait, ready to ambush. Not that Sinclair felt at risk. He was the predator. He sat at the very top of the food chain, every other living thing below him. His prey. He pictured the killer, gambling that they would be rash or stupid, hoping they were going to walk into his trap. Praying, more like. Sinclair had set a trap of his own. He'd signaled for the two mercs to move forward while he circled around the flank. However good Norimov's assassin was, he didn't have eyes in the back of his head. The two men would die, serving as bait to bring Sinclair's prey out into the open. He would feast on them all. Chapter 78. Viktor waited in the shadows. He crouched low where it was darkest, listening to the quiet scrape of shoes on concrete or the crunch of heel on gravel, noting when they broke apart and formed to separate sounds, one growing increasingly quieter, while the other grew louder. The sounds were close, but they overlapped and echoed around the space. Viktor waited. The two men were moving too fast. They were attempting caution, but too anxious to make it work. Adrenaline and limited visibility were not conducive to accurate special awareness. If he could take the first out without the second's knowledge, the second wouldn't be a problem. He changed positions, closing the distance between himself and the first man. He stood side on to another column, watching the man's shadow approach. Viktor sprang out of cover, but his ankle slowed him. He took the man by surprise, but was not fast enough to take him down noiselessly. The mercenary managed to squeeze the trigger, but the weapon was already twisted away from Viktor. Muted muzzle flashes brightened the darkness before Viktor knocked the gun out of his hand an instant later. It clanged off a steel column. Viktor dropped his forehead into his enemy's face, darting back at the same time as the man recoiled, then turning to intercept the second gunman, who was responding to the noise, hurrying through the darkness, gun up. The second gunman failed to get his sights lined up on Viktor, who was moving laterally, disappearing behind columns and partially constructed walls. He reappeared a moment later, coming at the gunman from his flank. Viktor caught the second man in the face with the edge of his right palm, then across the top of the gun-holding hand with his left forearm. Shock and pain overloaded his nervous system, jolting the weapon from the man's grip. The mercenary fought back, fast and strong, trying to hit Viktor with hooks and elbows. He slipped aside, waiting for his opponent's over-eagerness to create an opening, too slow and weak to exploit the man's lack of skill until he left himself exposed. Viktor slammed him with an elbow. The man lost his footing and collapsed to the floor, down, but still conscious, cheekbone broken. Viktor grabbed the pistol, not hearing the first mercenary until he was already on him, grappling, trying to get the gun out of his grip. He was not the best fighter, but was bigger and stronger and uninjured. The weapon was pushed forward, forcing Viktor's arms above his head, using his extra reach and strength in an attempt to free the weapon. A kick to the side of the man's knee took 4 inches from his height as he sank downward. Viktor exploited the momentary weakness to pull their arms down and slam his enemy's fist against the steel column. A smear of blood was left on the metal, but the man didn't let go. So Viktor did, letting the gun fall from his fingers. It struck the ground and the toe of his shoe sent it skidding away. His enemy released him as he knew he would, and went for his throat, but Viktor was already moving, using his greater agility to slip from the grapple and land a solid punch to the man's chest. The impact knocked the mercenary back a step, but he was as tough as he was strong, and within a second he'd recovered. He rushed Viktor, who timed the inevitable takedown attempt, and stepped aside, letting the man stumble into space, losing his balance and recovering too slowly to stop Viktor from leaping onto his back and snaking an arm around his neck until the pit of his elbow was at the front of the mercenary's throat. The second man was on his feet already and going for his gun, so Viktor released the choke and went after him, grabbing the outstretched pistol and fist as they turned his way, then wrenching them down and pulling toward him, muzzle harmlessly pointed at the floor, tipping his enemy off balance. The man yelled in surprise and then in pain as Viktor ripped the gun from his grip and smashed it into his face. The first impact dropped him to his knees. The next opened up his skull. Viktor turned, seeing the surviving mercenary going for his own disarmed pistol and scooping it up into his hands, but immediately letting it fly from his grasp as he contorted from the 4 bullets Viktor put into him. He glimpsed Giselle in the darkness and motioned for her to come to him. She did, keeping low and moving fast. He led her back the way they had entered. A noise. He pushed her into the cover provided by the crashed Range Rover as an MP5 SD opened fire. Keep down. Get behind a wheel. Giselle did, cowering as bullets slammed into the vehicle, shielding them, puckering the bodywork with holes, cracking glass, making the car reverberate with multiple impacts. The subsonic 9mm rounds fired from the MP5 had too little power to pass all the way through the car, but it wouldn't protect them for much longer. Viktor didn't need to put his head into the line of fire to know the gunman was stalking closer. There was nowhere to run to. He returned fire, shooting blindly to keep the mercenary at bay, before the pistol jammed, the slide knot locked forward. Blood on the weapon had dirtied the chamber, and the next round failed to seat. Viktor abandoned it and shuffled to where the car's fuel inlet was located. He gestured for Giselle to give him back the knife, reversed his grip, and drove the blade through the car's bodywork approximately 20 centimeters below the inlet. Metal squawked as he tugged it free. He waited a second. Nothing. Giselle whispered, "What are you doing?" Viktor stabbed with the knife again, 5 centimeters lower to account for the fuel tank being approximately a quarter full, which was more useful to him than a fuller tank. This time, when he pulled the blade free, petrol trickled out of the hole. He stabbed it twice more to widen the hole and soaked a handkerchief in the petrol. He stuffed it into the hole and looked at Giselle. "When I say go, run like you've never run before. Okay?"
"Where to?"
"Anywhere that's not here. Find somewhere to hide, and don't come out until the police arrive." She nodded. He lit the handkerchief with Rogan's lighter. Sinclair kept his index finger depressed on the trigger until the magazine emptied. Brass clinked on the ground and crunched underfoot as he moved to get a better angle, releasing the spent magazine and slamming in a second. He stalked closer to the road. He had the MP5 up, stocked comfortable against his shoulder, eyes peering along the iron sights. Without losing focus on his prey, he continued to move in a semicircle, seeking a line of sight. He released a quick burst to keep them in place, to make them hesitant to leave the protection of the vehicle. Then the killer yelled, "Move!" and he rose from cover, sprinting away from the bullet-riddled car as the woman did the same. They set off in opposite directions, and it made Sinclair hesitate for an instant, unsure who to aim at first. He swung the MP5 to track the girl, putting the iron sights in front of her to account for the speed of her movement. Hitting a moving target was not about aiming at the target, but knowing where the target would be by the time the bullets reached their mark. But he hesitated, because orange light glowed in the darkness, casting flickering shadows. Fire. Near the vehicle's fuel inlet. That's not good. He turned and ran. The burning handkerchief ignited the petrol vapor, which ignited the liquid petrol and oxygen inside the enclosed fuel tank. The resulting explosion sent a huge gout of flame flowing from the car. The overpressure wave picked Sinclair from his feet and tossed him to the ground. Searing heat washed over him. He coughed as black smoke and fumes flowed over him. He didn't know he'd been knocked down until he tried to move, but his body wasn't responding as it should. With difficulty, he managed to sit up. He then stood, a little wobbly but strength and coordination coming back to him as the sounds reaching his ears grew louder. He retrieved his submachine gun and headed after the girl. However much he wanted to kill Norimov's assassin, that guy was a pet project. It was the girl who truly mattered. Another time, sport. Through the swirling black smoke, a figure leaped at him. Chapter 79. Sinclair used the MP5 to parry Viktor's thrust, knocking the knife from his grip but leaving himself exposed to the punch Viktor connected with. The South African grunted and flailed forward, twisting around as he stumbled, bringing his submachine gun up, aiming at Viktor, who was fast enough to grab the weapon before Sinclair could aim it, one hand on the barrel, the other on the stock, directing it upward, muzzle pointed at the ceiling but also twisting it against the rotation of Sinclair's wrists. He had no option to release it or suffer a break. Viktor tossed the weapon. The gun was too long and therefore too impractical to employ at such close range. If he tried, he would only be disarmed as his enemy had been. It sailed through the air, hitting a wall, crunching broken glass as it hit the floor somewhere in the darkness. "You should have taken the bullet," Sinclair said. "It would have saved you a lot of pain." Viktor had his guard up in time to ward off the subsequent attack, and they traded blows, some scoring hits, others parried, neither landing anything meaningful until Viktor was hit with an open palm blow to the chest, knocking him off his unstable balance. He slipped and blocked another. A third hit him in the side of the ribs. He sagged and risked the sweep at Sinclair's load-bearing leg. The lingering effects of his injuries slowed him, and the sweep was checked with a kick, jolting him off balance, restricting his movement enough for Sinclair to grab him by the jacket and swing him 90 degrees and into the wall. Viktor responded with a headbutt now that they were close, but again he was too slow, or his enemy expected it, and the attack missed, only glancing the South African's skull, causing no real damage. Sinclair backed off to create space and responded with a forward kick. His heel missed Victor's pelvis by an inch as he sidestepped and grabbed the outstretched leg before Sinclair could withdraw it, pulling him closer, feinting another headbutt that made Sinclair twist away, pulling him farther off balance. A short sweep put him on the ground, hard. Victor stamped down, but Sinclair caught the foot before it could crack ribs and twisted to break Victor's one good ankle, but Victor turned with the movement to save the joint. The South African released him, rolling away from his vulnerable position on the ground, and was fast on his feet, attacking even faster, going for the takedown. Victor had been expecting it but couldn't react in time to avoid it altogether. He broke the fall by rolling with the impact, going for where lay a section of pipe. Sinclair's grip was not secure enough to stop him, but he was on top of Victor before he could employ the weapon. Sinclair batted it out of Victor's hand, who then blocked the first punches aimed at his head, twisting and rocking to lessen the damage of those that got through his guard. Sinclair pushed his forearm against Victor's throat, leaning forward to apply extra pressure, but leaning too far. Victor grabbed him by his jacket and wrenched him off balance. He gave up the choke to stop himself from falling, but Victor bridged with his hips and pushed the South African clear. As he rolled onto his back, Sinclair tugged a knife free from a belt sheath and stabbed the point down at Victor's chest. It caught his triceps as he scrambled away, grabbing a woven rubble sack as he rose to his feet, more slowly than his enemy. He took another slash to his arm before he had the sack stretched between both hands. He used it as a shield to turn away attacks as he backed up, creating distance, waiting, and timing. He knew he was too slow and too weak to match his opponent otherwise. His timing was good, but his reflexes were dulled. He caught the incoming thrust with the sack, stopping the blade from puncturing his ribs and the heart beneath, but he couldn't prevent it from slicing through his shirt and skin. He gritted his teeth and his arms shook with the strain of keeping the knife put from puncturing farther. Sinclair was slightly shorter but far stronger than Victor in his injured state. He had the advantage of leverage, though. Better braced, while Sinclair was coming forward, head not in line with his hips. Victor wrapped the sack around Sinclair's arm and stepped away, not fast enough to stop the knife cutting him again, but fast enough so that Sinclair stumbled forward under his own exertion. Before he could recover his balance, Victor used the sack wrapped around the arm to swing Sinclair around and into a pile of cement bricks. He tumbled over them but regained control, landing on his feet, charging Victor. The torn sack struck Sinclair in the face, blinding him long enough for Victor to land a front kick into his chest, propelling him into a temporary wall and knocking a safety sign away from its mounting. Sinclair lashed out with the knife, catching Victor as he followed up with a punch, drawing blood from a shallow cut to his shoulder. Victor grabbed the knife-holding wrist in one hand and used the other to drive Sinclair back into the wall, trying to impale his skull on metal rods exposed by the dismounted sign, but only gouging the scalp. Blood seeped through his hair and down his neck. The South African ignored the wound and slammed his knee into Victor's abdomen, doubling him over, but he whipped his head up as Sinclair tried to wrap an arm around his neck, catching him under the chin with the top of his skull, cracking teeth and stunning him long enough to twist the knife from his fingers and into his own grip. He attacked, thrusting with the knife, but far too slow to score a hit on the South African. Sinclair spat out blood. "You'll have to do better than that, sport." Victor ignored him, attacking again as Sinclair circled, moving to the left, away from the knife, arms outstretched, hands ready to parry and try to catch hold of Victor, palms turned inward to keep the vulnerable arteries on the insides of his forearms protected. Sinclair stayed light on his feet, always moving, careful not to present a static target for when his opponent struck. The injured ankle restricted Victor's movements too much to exploit the weapon in his hand. He couldn't cover distance fast enough. Sinclair easily outmaneuvered him, scoring with kicks and punches when Victor missed thrusts and slashes, and each blow further weakened and slowed him. He spotted the MP5 in the shadows, but not close enough to risk going for. "There's no dishonor in giving up," Sinclair said as Victor reeled from an elbow to the face. "We both know this is only going to end one way." Sinclair was too patient to try anything risky. He didn't need to. Viktor kept attacking because he had no other option, trying feints even though he realized he had neither the speed to trap his enemy nor the strength to overpower him. A kick to the thigh sent agony detonating through Viktor's leg, and he dropped to one knee, slashing with the knife to keep Sinclair from closing the distance. The South African laughed at him. "Now this is just cruel. Have some dignity, sport. I promise I'll make it quick." Viktor maintained eye contact as he stood. Sinclair nodded in understanding. "Okay. Have it your way." He glanced around, saw where the section of metal pipe rested on the floor a couple of meters away, and scooped it up into his hand. Viktor had no choice but to let him. He wasn't fast enough to intercept. Sinclair said, "Time to put you out of your misery." He approached. The pipe was almost a meter in length, far outranging the knife in Viktor's hand. He knew Sinclair would be every bit as focused as he had been before, picking his moment to exploit his weapon's better range. One decent strike would be all it took to shatter bone. So Viktor reversed his grip, grasped the point between finger and thumb, and threw the knife. Sinclair hadn't been expecting that. He was too focused on his own strategy, not Viktor's, too patient to make the kill. The blade struck Sinclair in the neck, a little to the left of center, 5 centimeters above the clavicle. His eyes widened and he stumbled back a step. He didn't reach for it straight away. He maintained his defenses, until the blood pushed out from either side of the blade and rained down his chest. He knew he was finished, but he wasn't dead yet. He dropped to one knee and Viktor was running, pain fierce in his ankle, because he knew Sinclair was going for a backup pistol in an ankle holster. Viktor dived to the ground and slid, scooping up Sinclair's MP5 and twisting onto his back. He depressed the trigger. Fire flashed from the muzzle. Sinclair, pistol out of the holster and rising to aim, took the burst across the torso and shoulders, contorting and flailing, and then dropping. The body armor wouldn't save him this time. For the briefest of moments, Viktor felt relief as he lay in the darkness. But then he stood and heard Anderton's voice behind him say, "Drop the gun." Viktor didn't. He pointed it at Anderton. She had stepped out from behind a wall of plastic sheeting. She moved with slow, awkward steps, because she had a gun to Giselle's head. "I'm sorry," Giselle said. "She found me." He rose to his feet. "There's nothing to be sorry for." Anderton kept one elbow close to Giselle's torso, so her arm didn't protrude too far beyond her hostage. Her other hand held Giselle in place as a human shield. Giselle was breathing rapidly, but shallowly. Scared, but in control. She was wasted as a lawyer, Viktor thought. She had the talent to be an exceptional assassin. Not that he would wish that life on anyone. "Drop the gun," Anderton said, still calm and composed. Viktor shook his head. No. Anderton's eyes were wide in disbelief. "No? This isn't the time to start kidding around. I'll kill her." "No, you won't," Viktor said. "Why not? She's my hostage. If you don't do as I say, she's dead." "She's not your hostage," Viktor said, stepping closer, sights drawing a bead on Anderton's head. "She's my hostage." Anderton didn't respond. For a moment she didn't know how to, then she said, "I don't think you appreciate your situation. You're going to do exactly as I ask, or—" "You won't kill her," Viktor said. "I won't? You clearly haven't a clue what I'll do. You think because I'm a woman I'm not capable of—" "I know what you're capable of, Ms. Anderton. But I know exactly what you'll do. Giselle is my hostage, not yours." Do you know why? Because she's the only thing that is keeping you alive. If you squeeze that trigger, you will die a second later. So kill her. But make sure you enjoy that last moment of life first. Anderton shook her head. She's my hostage, Viktor said. While she lives, you live. You need to protect her. In fact, you're the best protector she could ever wish for. You're a better guardian than me, because you'll do absolutely anything to keep her alive. Because her breaths are the only thing keeping you breathing. Anderton shook her head again, but slower, weaker. I'll kill her. No, you won't. You're not the suicidal type. You're a survivor. Everything that's happened has happened because you'll do anything to survive. Don't fuck with me. I assure you, that's the last thing on my mind. We both want the same thing. That's right, Anderton said, hissing the words, eyes wide and bright in realization and optimism. That's right, Viktor agreed. Neither of us wants you to die. Put the gun down. If you keep it pointed at Giselle, then eventually you'll have no choice but to squeeze that trigger. Do you know how long it takes to do that? He didn't wait for an answer. 0.3 seconds to apply enough pressure and activate the firing pin. My gun has a slightly heavier draw, so it'll take me 0.4 seconds to shoot. Unfortunately for you, it'll take 0.9 seconds for you to change your aim. Put your gun down, and I won't shoot. There's nothing personal between us. All I want is to keep Giselle safe. You want to live. Lower your weapon. That's the only way you can survive this. You're a survivor, so live another day. Drop it. Or find yourself in a closed-lid casket. Anderton swallowed. Her face was wet with rain, but also sweat, panic and fear oozing out of every pore as she realized that she was no longer in control. I'm going to count to 10. No, Viktor said. I'm going to count to 10. I was right before. You are insane. That's a distinct possibility, but it doesn't change the fact I'm going to give you 10 seconds to put the gun down or shoot her. 2 choices. First choice, you live. Second, you die. Ready? Wait. Viktor didn't wait. 10, he said. 9. Stop. 8. Hold on. 7. A fucking second. Let... 6. Me think. You're... 5. Fucking crazy. 4. We'll kill this. 3. Bitch. 2. Viktor could see the white all around Anderton's irises. She roared in frustration and anger and fear. 1. Okay. You win. You're insane enough to actually do this, aren't you? She threw the pistol to the ground. I've survived this far, you're right. I'm not dying for this girl. Not today. Not ever. Good choice, Viktor said. The MP5 still aimed at her skull. You promised not to shoot me, Anderton reminded him. I did. Viktor dropped the submachine gun. And I'm a man of my word. Now let her go. Anderton nodded, then released Giselle. She let out a massive breath and staggered toward Viktor, legs weak from the overload of adrenaline. She was crying. Anderton backed away. I hope you understand that this isn't over. It is, Viktor said. You just don't realize it yet. She disappeared back where she'd come from, and Viktor heard her sprinting away in sirens somewhere on the street above them. He held Giselle's head to his chest and gave her a moment to let her emotions out. The sirens grew louder and the rain heavier. She stared up at him. He saw her brow furrow in the way it always did when she was working up the courage to ask him something.
Why? Why didn't you shoot her?
Viktor retrieved the MP5 from the floor and held it in one hand to push the muzzle against his temple. Giselle's eyes widened in panic, and she reached out to stop him. He squeezed the trigger. Click. What with? He asked. Aftermath. London, United Kingdom. Chapter 80. Frost and mist covered the common. The short grass was frozen into a crystalline white carpet that cracked and crunched with each footstep. Viktor disliked the sound. Too much like nails on a blackboard. Nearby, Canada geese didn't seem to care. A flock was gathered on and around a duck pond, making their distinctive honking noises at the swans and ducks that also used it. His breath clouded. Despite the cold, he wore sunglasses to filter out the glare of a bright sun. Joggers and dog walkers passed on a path that cut across the heath. Viktor stood far enough away that he could not make out either Noramov's face or Giselle's. They sat together on one of the benches overlooking the pond. From this distance he couldn't read their lips, but he wouldn't have even if he'd been standing closer. He respected their privacy. He didn't know much about family relationships, but he knew enough to understand they had a lot to work out. He stayed on Stag until finally Giselle stood and began walking away. Viktor caught up with her. "You can give that a rest, you know," she said. "Not until it's over." She rolled her eyes. "It will be. I've got her by the balls over this business in Afghanistan. If she has any sense, she'll make a run for it. The rest of my firm knows all about the case now. Lester, bless him, was doing it pro bono without their knowledge. Aziz is going to have his conviction quashed, and then she's screwed. It's only a matter of time before she goes down. When she does, I'll give it a rest." They walked some more. She said, "How's the ankle?" "Getting better. Slowly." "I'm glad. What are you going to do when Anderton is out of the picture?" "What I always do. Disappear." "What? For good?" He nodded. "But you don't have to. The police aren't after you, they're after her." "It's not as simple as that. It's better for everyone that I go." "But you saved my life. Several times. And I still don't know you. I want to rectify that. I figure you're a little more personable when we're not being chased." "No good will come of it, Giselle." She said, "Why don't you let me decide if that's true? My mother liked you after all." "Because she didn't know me. You know more about the real me than she ever did." "And I want to know more. You've done so much for me. At least let me buy you a coffee or something." "No," Viktor said. "If you're in my life, then you'll never be safe. I won't do that to you." "So that's it? Once Anderton is behind bars, I'm never going to see you again?" "That's the way it has to be." "I don't believe that's true. I think what you're really trying to say is that you don't want to see me." He didn't respond. "That's it, isn't it? You've never given a shit about me, have you? You did this for my mother, not for me. And now you're going to go because you've done your job and that's it for you. All done and dusted. Over. The end, yes?" He nodded. "That's right." She exhaled through her nostrils, lips locked, jaw flexed. "Fine," she said. "Fuck off then." When he didn't immediately move, she said, "What the fuck are you waiting for? Go! Go!" He turned around and walked away. Anger instead of pain. The better way. Chapter 81. Marcus Lambert sat in one of the luxurious leather seats in the passenger compartment of his Gulfstream jet. Opposite him sat Anderton. He regarded her with an even expression while she said her piece. "In a way, I admire him," she was saying, "whatever his name is. He found the girl under our noses and kept her alive despite our best efforts. That kind of guile is rare.
God, I wish we'd had him on our team back in Helmand. Can you imagine it?
Admire, he repeated.
Yes, admire. But he still needs to be taken care of, as does the girl. Marcus, I need another team. I need a larger team this time. I need more resources. Boots on the ground and guns aren't enough. It's not too late to fix this.
Marcus poured himself a neat belvedere on the rocks.
Well?
Anderton said. He sipped the vodka. It tasted no different from any other kind of vodka, but appearances mattered more to him than enjoyment. He'd worked too hard not to sample the best. He'd worked too hard to throw it all away. No, he answered. The answer is no. No more men. No resources. It's time to abort and bow out.
I beg your pardon?
It's over, Nieve. Even if you kill them both, that's yet another crime to keep you buried. You can't have shootouts in the middle of London and expect to stay hidden. That's tantamount to lunacy. You said you would take care of this. Instead, you've quadrupled our exposure.
I'm taking care of it.
Like we took care of it in Helmand? And now look where we are. We couldn't keep the murder of one British intelligence officer suitably quiet. It still came back to haunt us. I think your unnamed assassin has proved he will not go down without a fight. That's even more exposure. It's time to cut our losses and take a trip to a non-extradition country.
Anderton laughed. She actually laughed. That's how delusional she had become, Marcus thought. She said, "Don't be so cowardly, Marcus. This is far from a lost cause. It's out in the open, yes, I admit that. But proof is such an abstract concept, and I refuse to accept defeat until I'm in chains. By the time this is over, I'll have them branded as terrorists. And when terrorists are shot, there will, of course, be media attention and so on. But ultimately it will come out that Giselle is the daughter of a Russian mobster and the mystery man. Well, we can create whatever narrative we like for him. Throw in a bit of the Official Secrets Act and there'll be no loose threads to pick. Trust me."
"I do trust you," Marcus said, thinking, I don't. But there comes a time when the cost of victory is too great. This is a battle that cannot be won cleanly. Better to fight it another day, in court, if necessary, but not on the street, not with bullets. We must be reasonable. We must not let our emotions rule us.
Anderton was shaking when she said, "No, Marcus, it's far too late to keep this clean. We have to finish it. There's no other option."
Marcus sighed, then nodded. There was no arguing with the woman. All he could do now was go along with Anderton and cover his own ass as much as possible. There were few things he'd like better than to put a bullet in the stupid girl who had created this shitstorm. But he wasn't going to do anything that might get himself killed in the process. The job was compromised. The truth would come out. It was only a matter of time. He wasn't about to give up all he had achieved. He refused to spend the rest of his life behind bars, not for a spoiled woman overcome by ego. He looked at his watch. Last chance, Nieve. Come with me to South America, and leave all this behind. What do you say? We can be in the air in 20 minutes.
Her green eyes blazed. "I don't run away. I fight until the end. You know me. But send me a postcard."
I had a feeling that would be your response. He pushed a button on the chair's console. A man entered from the cockpit. He had a silenced pistol in one hand and a hypodermic syringe in the other.
"What is this?" Anderton said, rising from her seat.
"It's for the best," Marcus replied. as the man stepped closer. Chapter 82. Andrei Linikin sat in the uncomfortable office chair of his spartanly furnished office. The chair was deliberately uncomfortable. It was an ugly hunk of plastic and thin padding that made his back sore and his ass numb. The Russian crime boss had personally fished it out of a junkyard. He couldn't sit still on the chair. He couldn't relax in it. It reminded him he had to stay sharp. He couldn't become comfortable. When he did, his reign at the top would be over. He said, "Before we continue, there is something you must understand. This is a matter of principle. I'm a man of honor before I'm a man of power. I keep my word, first and foremost. This is important to me. If I say I'll do something, I'll do it or die trying. I have no ego. I know I've been lucky to get where I am today. I have no more intelligence than any man. I have no more strength or courage, but I am where I am, nevertheless. I have been attacked, although I am unharmed. All my men know this. They are upset because they failed me, and are scared of the repercussions that may follow. There will be none. It is I who failed them. I believe in integrity and I believe in justice. I believe a man is only as good as his word, and I believe that we are only treated as we allow ourselves to be treated. Forgiveness is against human nature. To forgive a wrong is to invite another. I believe in justice. No wrong should go unpunished." "I understand," the visitor said. "You do? Good. Because I cannot continue with this unless you do. Because you are to deliver justice. I appreciate your involvement. You come highly recommended. Is it true you killed Yuri Abramovich?" The oligarch, once a member of the Moscow Mafia, had formed a breakaway outfit and used his criminal organization to force his way into legitimate businesses. He had been found dead in his fortified dacha, his throat slit from ear to ear, his murder having gone unnoticed by the army of mercenaries who patrolled his home. I never discussed my previous work. I'll take that as a yes. But I have lots of killers working for me. If it were merely a matter of having a man killed, I would have had no need to ask the bosses back home for help. Before this nameless... Linikin stopped himself, cursing, then punched his desk because the man who terrorized him still held power over his actions. He took a composing breath and began again. Before this nameless fuck can be killed, he must be found. He could be anywhere by now. My men wouldn't know where to start. I don't know who he is. I want you to hunt him down. I assure you